We spoke about the rather harsh reaction that the so-called opponents of the Messiah. And even the name itself, Aged, the English pronunciation, refers to how the traditionalists, led by the Roman God, define themselves by their opposition to these two revolutions, so to speak, and today we're going to speak about the entry of the third simultaneous intellectual spiritual revolution that affected central Europe, how the mix of these two groups really came together to form
disguises are so much fun, unless not your kibble. Chicken meal, that's Mickey Curry's processed into powder.
So
It's time for fresh
let's
pepper.
start by going
Wholesome
to
ingredients,
the
nothing
root
to
of
hide.
the Haskalah.
Fresh pepper.
Touched on briefly in the last two episodes. The term Haskalah is related to the word for intelligence, and it's used as a translation to the German term of Klärung, which is enlightenment in English, which was the popular term used to describe this kind of movement that eliminated much of Western Europe figures of the political ideas of Rousseau and Voltaire and others. It contributed to this idea of increasing emphasis on humanism, the power specifically man, because they had not quite made it to consider women in the same category as men, but nevertheless still strives forward in that regard. That men could somehow be the arbiters of truth, that they could be the locus of truth, they could translate that somehow into political, social, and personal sphere. An example is the Lockean concept of tabula rasa, tabula rasa, the idea that human beings are born like devoid of any data or choice, but they're actually devoid of writing. And whatever you write on that enter child's soul, in terms of exposing education, experiences, and so on, that's what will create. So this kind of idea of tabula rasa, and the potential that it represented, is a genius part of enlightenment, and also diarrhea, and it encountered repeatedly Islamic movement. There was quite an eruption because not all saw this tabula rasa. Let us go back a little bit in time and explore some of the Jewish intellectual roots of we could actually spend the entire lecture just exploring this easily, but I'm going to pick out two figures, for example. One of my favorites, another amazing figure, is Azaria del Rossi, who lived in northern Italy in the 16th century. In many ways, not a very talented person. He was essentially a student leader for the American publishing industry, a copyist, but it happened in 1570. There was a dramatic earthquake in Ferrara, and he fled with much of the Jewish community that lived actually in a lowland, very close to the river, and they were worried about their buildings collapsing. So they actually spent a couple of weeks living outdoors, a little bit like my shul, where in COVID condition. They spent a couple of weeks living outdoors with the non-Jewish citizens of Ferrara in an unusual environment where all of a sudden, they're all in the same boat. They're worried about what will happen to their city if this really tectonic change. And Del Rossi struck up a friendship with some of the Christian monks who were out there at the time. And they were exchanging all kinds of ideas, and this led to kind of an antithesis to all the Christians and for Del Rossi. He ended up writing a very important book called Media Italian Enlightenment Eyes, and it took a different approach to the entire way that he appreciated the world. It was tremendously dramatic work because it, first of all, but Rothschild really had a very wide open idea when it came to what science would tell us about television. And he did not have that kind of, instinctive rejection that we see in the church about, challenges to the universe, at the center of the sun revolving around. But there are a lot of things that you could get from science that help us learn about the specific scientific, by the way, was he wrote a study of Jewish history, starting from Tanakh, at some point, you know what time it is. If it's man, the second thing I really talking about there, that's more important is that keep eyes on 10. Willing to engage in 7 times already. 4 catches for 59 and a TD. This was something that was certainly as common as running to a check out of round. It was air sent over the air by Jalen Stroman, but 7 more. Going back much further, see if there's not a couple of players down behind the play, one for each team. Marshall in the other role. I mean, to this jumper taking his time and gets upset about it. Ever speaks, perhaps anticipating a huge challenge that his guide for the complexion he speaks in the 8 chapters about how this commentary is based on its sources, scriptural sources, and even philosophers, even Jewish and non-Jewish thinkers, because it sense ideas. The implications of modern science as understood within a direct framework of grand possibility of figuring out everything. A model where we just get the laws of the universe right, we will be able to figure out everything that ever happened in history, the future as well, and at the same time, it's smaller than just an idea of
Next 5 for his last 5 for 36 yards, 12 for 19 total.
First lecture, and I personally have
under pressure of his base.
We were called from my first lecture a couple weeks ago that Portuguese Jews were typically Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity, either first generation or for subsequent generations later, and they were artificially constrained by the Inquisition. There was a special case in Portugal. But once they got out of Portugal, they essentially used their Christian driver's licenses to get a full pass into secular culture. And even though when they got to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example, New Amsterdam as well, here in New York City, they could shed their external Christian identity and resume their Jewish identity. By the time that happened, they may have been 4 generations in Christian institution, having gone to university and studied Christian thought, and having a somewhat attenuated idea of this history. So they're walking around with a totally different intellectual bag of tricks than typical simple Jews in Europe. And they're still a lot of fascinating ideas. Many of them deeply challenging to the Jewish status quo.
It's a fucking great catch.
Distinguished himself in so many areas of intellectual history. First and foremost, because able to shed the Yiddish German most Jews spoke. That is, their Yiddish was overran their German skills and frequently, their parody as old historic form of German with a lot of strong words in it. But he learned how the hook stems to really define perfect separate unit. And not only that, he was quite able philosopher. He was able to actually enter the salon today and impress everyone for the sobriety of his thought, his expansiveness of his comprehension, his with ridiculous, and it sounds strange to us now, speaking of the 20th century, but in the late 19th century, this was like, some feral child wandering out of the woods and suddenly, getting a 10-year straight professorship at one of the greatest universities. So it was like celebrity, and for many, he was viewed as possibility of full emancipation. He was kind of like the poster child to the very idea that Jews could have English civil rights, that they could influence society, they could have full privileges as German citizens, which they would not. In fact, they would not achieve that until late 19th century. In fact, for the reason in Russia, they would get it for the 20th century. So the first citizens was for a lot of these forward thinking ideas. Amazingly, he did it with art jealousy. You will notice from the portrait here, he was clean-shaven, which was a little bit scandalous for the era. Traditional Jews were usually bearded, that is, although there were and are halachically permissible ways to shave the beard, it was definitely not the kind of way that Jews would look in the Eastern world at the time. This was considered a daiche in German. It was hopelessly assimilated to Western values, but never left the core observances in Jesus are considered sharp and Orthodox Jews, although like Trump is not complaining that they have to say for a half century after his death, he considered himself essentially an observant Jew already. One of the sad aspects
That was an amazing catch. One of the best catches I've ever seen. Maybe one of the best.
Articulation of both a Jewish and a civic German identity through grandchildren, all of whom are but nevertheless, before his generation, for his time, he was essentially an observant Jew who has died in the latest thought circulating in Western Europe at the time, and was essentially saying to German society, hey, we should think about how we treat this because we have tremendous potential to contribute to society, and we can only really get there if, for example, you allow us to attend universities, you allow us to, pursue the occupations that are kind of close to Jews. So he's kind of like the grandfather of the Haftarah. But at the same time, we should also be aware that there are other figures, like, for example, Solomon's mind, who is a little bit younger than Mendelssohn, in fact, looks back to Mendelssohn as his mentor in many ways. Solomon Lyman was a very talented philosopher, debated quite successfully with Immanuel Kant, and he replicated a lot of the strengths that Mendelssohn had. However, unlike Mendelssohn, he certainly was not a Jewish. He took pride in it. Lyman not a bit right, quite a few philosophical treatises that had some popularity and notoriety in his day, but his longest-lasting contribution to Western thought is his rather salacious autobiography, which is, He was not the first in this genre, but he was certainly one of the most important. The so-called OGD genre, off-the-dare Lyman himself came from an Islamic background in Ethiopia. He was, like Nelson, a child prodigy, very learned in the Talmud, and he achieved great status for his impoverished family. Rabbinic learning skills. Married off at the age of 11, which was not that common for especially talented youth at that age. Very unhappy with marriage, especially unhappy relationship with his domineering mother-in-law. And so at age 13, ran away from home, abandoned his wife, in fact, did not give her a get for a decade. Also abandoned his child as well, David. We only meet him years later. So Solomon Lyman left Lithuania. He had actually a sort of detour to Mezrich, where he meant to go there, the Maggid contradiction. He has a fascinating chapter about his Maggid messages. But ultimately, he felt that Communism was, albeit more inspired and more remarkable for its devotion and enthusiasm. It was essentially what he regarded as the same kind of nonsense that he had imbibed as a communist, and just wanted to put that all behind him. He came to Northern Germany, he was in Berlin, he was associated with Anderson. He got up to all kinds of trouble, visiting brothels, and so on, and his autobiography is very entertaining reading, but personally, I don't think of him as a very likable individual. But he's also the face of the Hashgadah, because unlike Mendelssohn, who said that we can be Jews and be good Germans and be good modern citizens of Europe. We can have it all. Solomon Lyman says, chuck it over the side. There's so many of these books nowadays are series on Netflix, on Orthodox, things like that. It's a long tradition of Off-the-Dare, where over the content wall is going to be literature, and that's the version of the Hashgadah. Those also activate the very same time. This will be especially significant when the movement begins to lead over the Hashgadah in Eastern Europe, just to give you a Western Europe, just to give you a sense of the kind of issues that they were facing. And the kind of solutions that they were looking for, right? Hashgadah was so significant in the late 18th century. There was a false burial scare that actually lasted for about half a century. The consensus of scientific opinion at the time was that it was impossible to definitively define death by cessation of respiration heart activity. And that, in fact, a person could stop breathing as far as 18th century device in order to measure, and the heartbeat would not be detected, but it would still be alive until they got some time later. So this was kind of like a mania that circulated around Europe. It also reached the shores of America, and the invention of a safety platform was actually research for apparently America approved almost 90 patents for different kinds of safety products, specifically for this reason. There's actually a literature on that specifically describes the phobia of being buried alive. Anyway, you can see this particular version. The left is our dearly departed, who has been buried underground in his coffin, but then there's this structure that extends from the coffin up to the surface of the graveyard with this flag that looks a little bit like a mailbox flag. And on the right hand, you see in this picture, he's woken up from his coma-like trance. He's not actually dead, but he has been falsely buried, and so he operates this little witch that frees the flag and has it pop up in the air. Hopefully, so that people walking by the graveyard will see that flag flying in the air, and they'll have a chill when down in the sky, and then immediately will go to the shovels and rescue it inspire a second time. There are also versions of this that have like cells and strings attached to it. There is a widely held belief, probably not true, but that the phrase saved by the bell refers to the ringing of such bells on safety buttons that saved by the bell probably comes from the boxes where you're at the end of the round and you're about to right, but the bell rings the end of the round, so it's basically that. At any rate, why is this relevant to that setup? So when Israel and Mexico shared an ancient war in Germany, heard about these things, he was quite confounded, and he decided to go along and take this aggressive scientific position and say that in Germany, or in the region that he controlled, no one could be buried for 72 hours at a last after death was performed. So in other words, they would make sure, for sure, that the person was dead before they could bury him. And this was a tremendous which of course, inspired by the Jewish origins, argued for unspeakable burial. Ideally, within the first 24 hours of death. All these ideas covered the race, desecration of the corpse, if it's left alone, if it begins to rot, God forbid, should be interred as soon as possible. So the rabbis were very upset about this issue, and they went to Moses Mendelssohn for a solution. They said, "You gotta help us out here because the Greek is going to enforce something on Jewish practice that is so different than what we've done for the last 18 years. We can't have it." So Mendelssohn took the same position. On the one hand, he argued to the secular authorities, the Greek and others, that the Jews should be allowed to maintain this traditional burial practices, that they have had no instances of false burials, this is a religious thing that they should be respected. But Jewish patriots said, why don't we do what he said? And also have the same concerns as the scientific community. And so privately with other rabbis, he said, you know what, I think we should probably do this. Now, lest you object to say, how could he, as an Orthodox Jew, propose such a radical change to Jewish burial practice? The truth is, he was really arguing that he was saying we should go back to a much earlier Jewish practice. It's not very well known, but in fact, in much of the Talmudic period and Mishnaic period, Jews did essentially practice a kind of a dual burial system, where the bodies would first be interred, and then after a period of time, typically a year, then the bones would actually be disinterred, and they would be brought to family crypts like this one in Italy. There are such crypts that exist in Sham, in Israel, and places in Israel and Italy. But we have these ancient catacombs that are clearly Jewish archaeology. So essentially, he was saying, why don't we just re-adopt an ancient practice, which is described in the Talmudic small chapter called Sample. Why don't we just go back to that practice? That way we'll be good with science and good with Jews. It's kind of in a lot of hot water with others, Yaakov Emden, who was dead set against the innovation. But nevertheless, this was typically kind of a Hasidic way to do things. Saying, well, we can appreciate science, and we can also appreciate tradition. We just have to look a little more deeply to find the way we get. So by trying to respect modern knowledge Torah, but not necessarily respect the traditional sense of customary behavior, what we would call in Hebrew minhagim, things which are not necessarily rooted in scriptural commands or even the Talmud and Mishnah, but rather, customs that sort of like attach themselves by the work of Jewish choices over generations that would result in things like, clothes of dress and beards, things like that, that were, more regional kind of things. The Hezbollah, under thinkers like Mendelssohn, said we should carefully examine the corpus of difference, and we should surgically remove or at least isolate those elements that are not part of the body and soul itself, but rather things like the externalities. For example, we really have to wear those costumes everywhere. That helps to go well. I don't even wearing it for a few years, but why don't we just wear these newfangled short jackets like the Germans do? And we can go on and on listing with many different ways in which the tradition could be altered based on this kind of position that people are listening. So, and the second element, which is very important, besides this something, the role of science in Torah tradition, is that Mendelssohn trusted and wanted to engage with civic leaders like the Methodist Church. He felt that, for too long, Jews have regarded the non-Jewish world as toxic, as antithetical to Jewish values, and as hostile to Jewish values. And he felt, no, we should, while recognizing that there are a minority of non-Jews who unfortunately don't like Jews because they are not sufficiently educated as Jews are on this network, we should nevertheless embrace our non-Jewish neighbors with open arms. And, wherever life takes you, in the exalted experiment of constructing a multi-ethnic society. And so the idea of openness to German population in particular was a distinguishing feature of but remember, we've got a whole range. We had the Mendelssohn, who's kind of like the middle of the road in many ways. We had off the Dara Naiman, who was also in this camp. He was also saying, what are you even trying to tell you? And then we have people like Mendelssohn's, one of his blind students, here is David Friedlander, years of 1750 to 1834, and we realized that Mendelssohn's plan simply was not working. His idea of demonstrating the value of Jewish German society would naturally result in the convergence of emancipation and equal rights. And in reality, as much as the Jews tried desperately to show that they deserved emancipation, they considered them as everything. And this drove the Jews to an almost ape-like, slavish imitation of German norms. For example, the reorganization of the synagogue layout to make it more church-like. And in fact, one movement in Germany argued that, hey, maybe one of the reasons why we're not messing with the Germans is because we observe the Sabbath on different days. So fine, let's move the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday. It's an absurd argument, but nevertheless, it was debated and discussed very seriously. In fact, even adopted by the laity did not. Introduction of organs into the synagogue, all kinds of things which are definitely contradictory to Jewish law, but nevertheless, he's like bending over backwards in trying to prove that he was willing appropriate partners in Rabbi Rothschild, for example, was other thought, and he argued for a so-called dry baptism. This was a proposal he put forward in 1799, realizing that, one of the only ways that Germany seemed willing to accept Jews as well as society is if they would birth. You see this over and over again with, figures like Gustav Mahler, the Moser, or Karl Marx's parents, who baptized Heinrich Heine, the poet, but the only way they can really get university positions, get reasonable jobs, get published in certain places, and so on, is if they formally adopted Christianity, specifically Lutheranism. So Friedman just said, you know what? Okay, how about this? And he actually wrote an open letter saying, how about all of us Jews convert to Lutheranism? We just want to do it on our own terms. We don't really want to believe that Jesus is our Savior, but we will pro forma say, yeah, sure. This is why it's a so-called flyback or water well. Of course, it didn't work out. But you see the extent of the desire for the Haskalah to get that elusive German citizenship, that they would do anything for it, and Haskalah was like stretched out way beyond anything that Henderson himself would have done. And just to put this in context, this is the audience of there were, genuine Orthodox figures who found a way to kind of thread this needle. One of the most famous is Paul Hirsch, who in the middle of the 19th century articulated a very controversial strategy, which indicated that one of the things that was necessary was a cleavage of the Jewish population. It's the Orthodox Jews normally separated from the general Jews in the context of and at the same time, he argued for a full engagement with German society to the furthest extent that this is essential genesis of what would later be called modern Orthodoxy. A lot of things happen in the 19th century, but the idea of trying to find a safe middle ground between upright assimilation and obscurantist insular Judaism that doesn't recognize the value of science, God, or civilization. That's sort of where it's trying to focus. And in case you think he wasn't religious, this photo was often circulated.
When you do your grocery shopping at Smart & Final, you'll find low prices every day and savings in every aisle. Get everything from Labor Day and more.
That's what's going on
at Smart & Final. Where else?
Masculine, the adherence of the Haskalah, who are trying very hard to achieve some political goals, and they are willing, along the spectrum, they're willing to go so far as to have a kind of a conversion if we will get that together.
Athleticism.
Eastern Europe, on the other hand, goes different. One of the most important ways in which it's really different is that they were populated by Jews. Russia proper is Russia or the expansion of was actually closed to Jews from the 15th century onwards. But the Catherine expanded right around this time, the 18th century. She actually ended up inheriting a massive population, which she promptly sequestered in a region called Al Ansara. Basically extended from halfway through Latvia all the way down to the Black Sea, encompassing the southern half of Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, a big chunk of Poland, Ukraine, Western Ukraine in particular, and these are all the region of the Taylor Settlement. There's a massive Jewish population that far outpaced both the absolute numbers of Jews and also the concentration. These were heavily concentrated in medium-sized villages all the way up to the cities in Europe. As you can see, the black dots in the cities with over 50% Jewish population. There's a little bit less so at the time that we were discussing, because there was a usual population that was especially affected over the course of the 19th century. But nevertheless, you get a sense of the difference in scale
plays in the first half that went for 20 yards or more. They were the 2 touchdown
Also,
passes.
we should understand
28
that
to
there's
Malachi Tony and a 20-yard acrobatics.
political and cultural and linguistic Germany was regarded by Jews as kind of like the most civilized country in the world.
For an opening game, it
That
was
had the
very well
just
played.
scientists,
There was only one
the
penalty
most
in the first
sophisticated
half.
poets.
Now
They
there's
had
2 both against
the
Miami.
most wonderful composer,
Not
Beethoven.
great there to start the second half. You're all jacked up, all fired up, scoring a touchdown
They're
into the
like
half.
so excited for Germany.
A little slow
Russia,
start
by
getting out of the
contrast,
huddle there to start this
not
third quarter.
gave the
Only one turnover in the first half by
second ago,
Malachi Fields.
Russia proper was
Notre
actually
Dame
close to
lost someone his first
the
touch as a fighting Irish player. Defense got a pretty good for a bad snap on the field goal
especially
try.
wealthy.
That runs back across the original line of scrimmage. Here's a look at
Otherwise,
first
the vast
20
majority
minutes
of
of the
those
game.
who
Two
live
very
among
decisive
these
runs.
large
Rothschild
non-Russian
exits
populations
his
that
eyes
are kind of
downfield.
Ukrainians, the Poles, the
Slides to his left, keeps his eyes
Canadians,
downfield, goes a perfect
their
hole.
culture,
Malachi
especially
Tony
their
for a
literary
touchdown. And
culture,
then another
who
great
really
run by Luke
define
Traore
what was
inside. He's got the
happening.
double touch right.
Dostoevsky was so stand at the beginning of Rush, of great Russian literature, because that was happening to them
Second and
towards
10.
the end before they were
Mark
done.
Fletcher.
So it was just not exactly to this. There was no real desire to assimilate to Russian culture, which is quite different from
Now, obvious passing situation.
Furthermore,
Raymond talked in the first half about
living in
how
this
do we make
huge
Carson back more
block of
uncomfortable. We
territory
can
that
do
they
that
were
by
settling
blitzing
has
opposite
massive
protection
linguistic
and making
affinity
sure
with
he
each other.
redirects where he
The
needs to
British
go.
language,
Let's see if
which
Chris
was
Adams
so
decides to
strong,
allow these guys
not at all a
in their ear
minority
back.
language adopters,
Well, there's a
but
difference.
it actually
Chat's
evolved
Carson
eventually
back the other day
into
to Georgia. He was not
its
allowed to
own.
do much of the
And
line of
they
scrimmage,
kind of
maybe.
like
Check out one
challenged
run to a different
traditional
run. There's
authority,
much more
religious
flexibility
authority,
here.
stood
And he's
fast
got
with
a
the Muslim
nice
and
target
Western
for another
world.
first
In
down.
Eastern Europe, they
Elijah
tended
Lofton, the tight
to
end.
move away from acceleration
He was a
and more
backup
into a
last year. Had 9
fluctuation.
catches as a
Express
grab here for
difference
15
that we
yards and a first
understand
down.
today
And look at the eyes. What does that tell you? Zone coverage.
British
Does
is
Carson
like
Beck do a great
the
job
whole
of diagnosing it and making it
engagement with British literature and religion
receivers, you
and
know
the
it's
world,
man, but when they're on the
cultural
quarterback,
and
you
so
got
on.
zone.
It translates
He
to
throws a
rather
perfect ball to his
Hollywood
tight end for the conversion.
Zionism, the great political experiment of the Jews that was heavily
Back 7
related
for his last 7. Getting back to the end of the first half. Georgia completed 72% of his passes. The second season record.
These are things that happen because Jews are such great numbers. Not especially attractive to Russian culture. Linguistically, they either double down on British
Miami
or
tried to take a
they
shot downfield. Notre Dame does a
they
great job
generally do
covering
not
up
say,
those
hey,
big
let's
plays.
all speak to
Potential
the
downfield.
vernacular.
Checks it down. Now he's got
A little bit different in Poland. There is a much stronger level of Polish Jewish synthesis than you have with say,
Shannon Dawson, his
Jewish
third year here in
Ukrainian or
Miami.
Jewish Ukrainian, but nothing like the German Jewish synthesis like
Carson Beck hit it off immediately.
So as these ideas of the masculine start seeping over into Eastern Europe, Eastern Europeans, even those who are inclined towards these ideas, they're not deeply impressed. They know it's an idea like that. It's just dry but they internalize it.
Pretty good job there by number 1, JoJo Trader,
For
getting up
example,
inside
Joseph
on
Pearl,
acting as a fullback.
one of the important Malcolm of the era, so that was the important question. And you can see right away he's going to very large margin, in fact. But he embodies this view saying, okay, there's a lot of great things going on in Western Europe with science and maybe they'll get emancipated and things like that. What's the out of what's going on in Eastern Europe?
Dawson's personality, Shannon's prediction guy.
They are the worst. It's not just, okay, well, this is like Atlantis and so on, but, at least they're rationalists. At least they, have a logical system and they're safer and they're natural and all of these things. Like, you see that they're drinking, they're dancing, they're singing, they're practicing all kinds of behaviors. They're not using all of those things that I described last week. They're really capacity. And so totally false
As developing those relationships, working on the chemistry without being able to throw was massive. So when he got to throw in the summer, his 300 balls a week was on the pitch count. He had already developed such trust before he hosted a Super Bowl party. The amazing job this spring, really making sure his teammates came first.
read as if it were an actual Hasidic book, but when you read it, you would say, oh my gosh, this is ironically, the people are really preserving a lot of what's really interesting Hasidic ideas. Rabbi Rothschild is one of those a lot of the famous stories of Rabbi Rothschild have been recorded because strangely enough, did a service for Hasidism by Poland. And the thing is, people like Joseph Hill, even though he was a dedicated educator, made tremendous contributions to general education in Tarnopol, in Western Ukraine. Nevertheless, simply did not put any serious traction with his opposition to Hasidism, especially through this strange device of writing parodies. But you see how the Hascalah here, especially in the figure of Joseph Hill, tries to erode support for Hasidism, but it is a genuinely popular thought movement that will enjoy. We should note that Hill was not the only Haskell who dealt with Hasidim, and there were some, I'll tell you that in about 10 minutes, that viewed the Hasidic movement with quite a bit more charity, but nevertheless, the basic attack of Hascalah on Eastern European Jews was primarily focused on Hasidim. At the time, they saw them as the most diametrically opposed to the values of Hascalah, but there is the fights over Hasidic literature really died down around the year 1850 for various reasons. Ramadan has now been read for years, and there are also changes in the generations of Hasidic leaders themselves, and the placing of Hasidic rabbis in official positions in the cities calmed down a lot about this text and rigorous theory, but the Hasidic aristocracy together face much more significant threats from rejection government. And so another element of the Hascalah's attack on the traditionalist lifestyle in Eastern Europe was specifically to the government. And this, in many ways, poisons relations. On the one hand, the starting of Hasidim, and on the other hand, the
Yo. How are you? How are you? What up? Do you speak English?
Hello, bro.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
How'd you find out about me? How did about me?
I find out YouTube.
Oh, very cool. Excellent. How are you?
Yes.
Okay, very well. How are you?
YouTube.
I gotcha. I know. I get it. YouTube. I'm well, thank you. Well,
Tiene un pene increíble. Oye, que lo escuchamos ahí.
What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What are your favorite things?
I want to
All right. I mean, calm down. That's fine. Don't we all? Yeah, dog. I know what that means. I get you.
Y me recordaría el gordo en su culo. Talking with you.
Excellent. What's good?
Se le ve el culo.
What did you do today?
Silenciado,
What did you do today?
I do everything.
Did you skydive?
Oh,
Did you play baseball? Yeah, everybody does. Join the club, dog.
Hey, what? Please.
I'm here, baby.
Wow. ¿Ha oído esa voz? Bueno, I'm good.
Excellent.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
Rabbi,
Yo.
Rabbi,
Hi.
Rabbi.
What?
No puedes repetir lo mismo todo el rato.
Dog,
Parece que no repite del que también.
dog, no one knows what you're talking about.
Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
Rabbi,
What?
I want you.
Everybody does. What's unique
I
about you?
want you.
Yeah, everybody wants me.
Bro, tenía 55 ordenadores y 20 móviles.
Yo, dog, you need to speak English.
Why you have 10 laptops?
Because I stream my life 24/7 for world peace, big dog.
Why?
Because I stream my life 24 hours a day for world peace, dog.
Bro, go to a street and touch the grass.
Oh, I did that earlier. Show you what?
Bro, show me.
Show you what?
Please.
Calm down.
No, please.
Calm down, big dog.
Please.
Calm down, big dog. Calm down, big dog. Dog, I'm gonna mute you. I'm watching a game. No. I'm watching a game, dog.
Please.
Yo, dog.
Please. I want.
their position to try to, in their own way, or their own way to enlighten the Jews and using state power to do so. So this coalesced,
You need to be nice.
but not everyone
Can't be so loud.
was general assessment. There were some exceptional figures. I was in Tunisia here. He wasn't as skilled. Unlike Joseph Pearl, is not a good inspiration. And in reality, kind of she writes, God saw that there were three shepherds gathered around the Satan told us to purify the Talmud, to oversee its diligence, the martial devotion. They have the marvelous sense of classical power and so on. They're cool, they're like very oriented, what is the detail, very focused on the argument. But on the other hand, maybe they're not quite as demanding about what's happening around the edges, what's not inclusive, and finally, the great sage of our people, Moses, spent the argue disregard that a lot of the ideas that we began with today, the desires of us, really point to that Maimonidean system. I have to conclude with Shalom Israel because I identify very much with this idea of different magnetic polarities that affect the Jewish people. Alternating between austere religious text-based divine enthusiasm and religious text. Open-minded the ideas.
Has 5 slams starting at $5.
Diversity of thought.
Snack high. I have no idea. 5 slams starting at $5.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Of course, Mazda answers. With more adventure, more grit, and confidence. The Mazda CX-50 assembled in America and the Mazda CX-5. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the Fortune Review Sales Event.
One of the things that I find so exciting about early Jewish particularly in 6th and 7th and 8th centuries, is the fact that there's a place that you go in, people from very diverse backgrounds, surprisingly diverse backgrounds, and they came together to do something. That later went very one of those documents is the Amsterdam Agreement of 1695. In particular, the copper engravings that really set the signal for many more centuries, right up to and including Maxwell Herschel. That is very clear. We all love reading Haggadah with great illustrations. The first thing we have to thank for the Amsterdam Agreement before originally Abraham married Yaakov, whose years were 1669 to 1730. He was born in Germany, probably in
Instead of
Ohio.
starting from the 30,
What
they
little we
begin
know
at the
about his
50.
background, what he was actually a Harvard Jesuit.
And stick
He
with
was
Marty
originally
Crowell.
a Christian pastor, a Protestant pastor, and moved to Amsterdam at the age of 26, and that's where he converted and began to use his talents as an engraver, and presumably as a pastor because he has great familiarity with the illustrated Bibles and circulation of the time, and he brought those talents together.
Marcus Freeman's group was worried about
We
effective
know just a
quarterback and
handful of
the
facts
band
about
stopping
him.
the
He
run.
was
They
apparently
got to
married.
Yo,
solidify
dog.
the run.
About his first wife, perhaps that was
Pass to
his
CJ
second
Daniels.
wife, however, was Deborah, who was a very famous family of printers. Her husband was actually employed by her brother, Solomon Ben Joseph, who published the 17th reprint of
So far in the second half, at the point of attack, you know exactly what's coming right here.
and it was Abraham Bar, Aramaic, then Yaakov. Normally, you would convert Yaakov Bar Abraham. There's no question about it because the Greek itself elsewhere has Mishpachat Abraham, who was from the family. So here's the title page on the absolute representation of Moses on the right of the design. Those repeated again over and over again. And copper engraving was a technological upgrade from previous forms of illustration. Gorgeous rendition of
Really did a great job on the right side of that defensive line. They knew where it was going. That ball was going to the right hand side behind the All-Americans.
There,
They stop it immediately.
so press timeline. And back you can see this looks like maid servant, not the daughter of Pharaoh himself, and reaches out to receive Moses, and then on the left side of the foreground, you see apparently the maid servant presenting the baby Moses to the daughter of Pharaoh himself, who served as a big fascinating, very detailed illustration. Imagine you're sitting around the table, the previous image might have appealed to the young daughters in the family, perhaps with the definitely designed for the young boys in the family, with dramatic image of Moses beating Egyptians. And you can see all around the various, activities involved in building. People around says the described as the slave cities that the really gorgeous detailed illustration, very rapid. It's also famous for being the site of very urban Hebrew map. You can see it's laid out east to west here, colorized. But I think what is most fascinating about this is in this type of era, the whole idea of plagiarism was not very well defined. So here, there's a classic image from the Haggadah that shows the pictures of the four sons. Right on the right, the wise son, and then second from the right is the wicked son, and the third from the right is the simple son, and then at the very left is the one who does not know how to ask. You see they're actually different size as well. But if you look a little more deeply, you see that actually these four sons were clearly taken from early models. And in fact, many of the images in the Amsterdam Haggadah were simply taken from earlier biblical illustrations that came from Christian sources, which is perhaps something that our artists need to play with through this earlier Christian studies. Here, for example, you see the four sons in the Amsterdam Haggada's top left image. By the way, ironically, it says underneath here in the German, not to the book, introduction to it, which is ironic because, of course, this is exactly what he was doing. But this is also from 1931, so this is already well in public domain. But anyway, three of the four sons are simply fixed in mirror images taken from entirely different illustrations drawn from the text biblical of Matthäus, Mary, and Alfonso, mid-17th century of the Bible with illustrations. So you can see, for example, the wise son is actually a picture of Hannibal, who's up in right? The Russia, the wicked son, is actually a Roman soldier in the bottom right, in battle. And on the left, the single son is ironically based on the model of the prophet Samuel, on the left, and then it's just flipped as well, and half is added to so the whole idea of what could be borrowed, what could be built upon, what could be augmented was really very clear in the 17th century. Let's wrap it up with one quick look at his own signature, which is really beautiful to watch. And you can see the right there in the bottom, there's something that says Abraham by Yahweh. Specifically illustrated underneath a depiction of story from the book of Jonah, in which the storm sea goes overboard and swallowed up in some kind of aquatic creature and then spit out safely on the dry land. And I just wondered, very tempted to is this what Abraham by Yahweh saw himself? That she was a very tumultuous era, and it comes from it's fascinating. Video have a chance to explore together this fall in
Jordan stays on. Critical possession now for Notre Dame. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, down by 14.
one of the most fascinating and fun aspects of
They absolutely need to get the ball to Jeremiah Hall. Needed to hit off tackle. He had some success
my career as a Jewish historian is the opportunity to explore some of the exciting historical sites of Europe, in particular the kosher riverboat cruises. We've been doing this for a few years now, and we really love taking these voyages of discovery as we explore the rich Jewish heritage, particularly of the Jewish waterways of Europe. I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam this fall. Here's a little First Bites video, a little appetizer to give you a sense of the exciting nature of the Amsterdam Jewish community. I think one of the fascinating elements of this unusual Jewish community is the increased involvement of Portuguese Jews. So let's look at one in particular, a rather tragic example, but nevertheless illustrative of the kind of spiritual, creative, intellectual energy that was brought to Amsterdam by the Jews from Portugal. I'm speaking specifically about Julio Acosta, also referred to as Da Costa, who was born in 1583 and passed away in 1640. His tragic story has been dramatized and produced in theater in many different countries. Here, for example, you see a poster from a fairly recent Polish production of his soundtrack. He was born in Portugal in 1583 to a Christian family. What exactly does that mean? Many people speak about the Spanish Inquisition, but in reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed shortly after the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, was an absolutely horrific experience, and had in many ways just as powerful, if not more powerful, an impact on Jewish history, because the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in 1497. There was kind of like a status quo agreement that the town of Portugal would simply turn a blind eye to whatever they did behind closed doors. And so there was this tolerance for about 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian, and yet, nevertheless, as an open secret, they were still practicing Jewish practices. In 1530, the Inquisition began approachable and really tremendous havoc for many Jews living there. So many Jews went deep underground, but they had several decades of experience living as crypto Jews, and so they tried literally for centuries to make their way out of Portugal afterwards. These families were practically Christian because they had received baptism, willingly or not, were called new Christians, which made a distinction between the so-called old Christians had never had any experience with Judaism, and the new Christians who were of Jewish background. There's a lot more to say about that, but I don't want to take up too much time. At any rate, like many Jews of his generation, Augusta was not informed of his Jewish background until he was really a teenager. And he had understood that he was a good Christian like everyone else. He studied theology. It's quite possible he may even have received a clerical degree himself. And then when he found out that he was Jewish, he was fascinated with it. He was obsessed with it, and he wanted to really explore his Jewish background. This was only possible, however, once the family did make their way out of Portugal, which is much more liberal and tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again re-engage with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately for Mike Costa, his Jewish identity was an imagined identity, because for 1583, the Inquisition has been in place for 15 years.
He did it again.
For almost a century. His real contact with Jewish teachings is highly limited. Almost everything he's learning about Judaism is from Christian sources reflecting upon Judaism, and him trying to decode them to understand what Judaism must really be like after you take away the Christian focus. He came to Amsterdam in 1614 to spend a little bit of time after that in Hamburg. He was circumcised and formally converted, but he found himself in conflict with Hamburg in 1618. And the crux of the problem was that he did not believe that Jews were living up to the ideal that he had set for them. Imagine the kind of environment he must have been active in. He was an intellectual, brilliant individual, very well read, and he's coming to adopt this new Jewish identity after almost a century of persecution. And he finds that Jews are people too, and Jews are not necessarily behaving at the standards which he expected of them after reading the Hebrew Bible, hoping to find models of human behavior in the patriarchs and matriarchs, David and Solomon. As he's around them, they are regular people who are going about as Jews. Occasionally, perhaps not speaking well of each other, perhaps not necessarily treating each other appropriately in business and so on. He is angry about this. He ends up getting into conflict with the street that in an attempt to try and quell his anger and his public expectations, he is excommunicated. There's a lot more to say about what exactly is excommunication in Jewish context. It essentially means a form of ostracism, and there are different levels of it, as we shall see. So, he was first excommunicated in 1618. He goes back and he lives in Amsterdam, and the excommunication is lifted. But he doesn't stop. He's still so bothered by the fact that, how is it possible that Jews do not behave to the standards that he expects we should adopt? It's possible that Rio Costa suffered from some level of mental illness. I'll get to the end of the story, perhaps we'll see why this is especially poignant. But nevertheless, he ended up publishing a book, The Examination of Pharisaic Traditions, which was in many ways an attack on exactly the problem that we're describing here. The Jewish community, which at this time was trying to negotiate a safe level of tolerance with the outside community, and certainly did not want these intellectual rabble-rousers active in Amsterdam. They ended up excommunicating him at the end of the second excommunication. He was fined, the book was seized and burned, and he ended up fleeing to Sequoia. Nevertheless, in his wreck, himself extremely interested in 1628. His mother passed away, and he found that he simply couldn't live. He didn't have a community anymore. He wasn't a Christian. He didn't have a community among Jews either. So he moved back to Amsterdam, hoping to absorb himself into a Jewish community again. And he said, I'm going to set aside all of my intellectual, spiritual disagreements with the community. And he said later on, very sad phrase, he says, I shall become great among apes. a very derogatory statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't working. He thought a lot about some of the philosophical areas of Judaism, and just could not help himself. He ended up getting involved in controversial behavior again. He ended up preventing two Christians who were considered converted to Judaism at this time, and this brought him to the attention of once again. And so in 1640, he formally says to the community, okay, look, I'm really, really sorry. I know I'm having trouble controlling myself, but I will completely subject myself to the Jewish community. I will not, engage in any of these activities anymore. And they did announce to the Jewish court was extremely harsh sanction. They accepted him back, but they ordered him to go through a ritual humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the synagogue. He was tied to a post and symbolically lashed with a lash, but the idea was to symbolically accept the different rituals lashes. And then, amazingly, he was required to lie down at the entrance to the synagogue and have the entire synagogue membership walk over him, which is a sign of abject humility. He was incredibly depressed by this. He went home. He wrote suicide except God on my example, terrifying document. Terrifying story, incredibly sad. Obviously, an individual who was deeply invested in Judaism, and yet because of the vagaries of history, the persecution of the Inquisition, he was distanced from Judaism in a normal way. He had no Jewish community, and he developed this special idea that Judaism must be like, and he was never able to really, make sense of the difference between Judaism and regular Jews, and he ended up taking something. Nevertheless, his experience and the problematic way in which Muslim communities try to deal with this unusual figure is extremely telling, not only for the difficulties of navigating modernity, but it becomes more and more possible to adopt various postures towards religious identity. In other words, the abstract agent was really trying to enforce some medieval concept of Judaism, where everyone had to behave according to the set rules as understood by the Shulchan Aruch, whereas the possibility of new Jewish identities are rapidly in society. One of the most profound links, you may have already anticipated it, is with Spinoza, who not that much later, after Aquinas' experience, went through a similar experience with the abstract agent. But many have drawn the direct connection between Aquinas' experience and Spinoza himself. This painting by Samuel Hirschenberg contains a remarkable representation of Spinoza's life and Jewish life in general. He shows young Spinoza as an innocent little child with colorful clothing, long hair, holding on to flowers, sitting on the lap of the much more brooding and unhappy Costa, as if he is Costa's steward, as if he is the bearer of his legacy. It is a tragic story to be sure, but it also gives us some insight into the complexity of the abstract community, and in particular the Portuguese element that was so important in bringing both economic vitality to Amsterdam, but also an intellectual ferment that would produce intellectual scholars like Spinoza. Okay, I hope you found this sad video, nevertheless meaningful. Research. Dr. Butterfly today. Thank you very much for that.
Iconic moments don't just happen. Let me see. This thousands of hours
Like many of you, I can't wait for this horrible pandemic to be over so that we can get life back to normal. And I'm especially looking forward to traveling once again with Kosher River Cruises, where we're going to be touring Amsterdam in the late summer and two other trips coming up after that. One fascinating little incident associated with the cruise in Amsterdam is a remarkable moment that occurred to an exceptional individual named Menashe ben Israel. Menashe ben Israel, a very important person who was not the chief rabbi actually of Amsterdam, but a very prominent rabbi, and his association with the 10 lost tribes of Israel. A little background on Rabbi Menashe ben Israel first. He was actually from a commercial family, like many of the Jews of the 16th century. His family had moved to Portugal, and the more liberal environment in Amsterdam made it possible for many of the Jews who had been living as crypto Jews to make their way out of Portugal and then reclaim their Jewish identities when they made their way to Amsterdam. He was actually born properly in Lisbon to a crypto-Jewish family. He was actually baptized under the name Manuel Diasoero. The Inquisition accused Rabbi Menashe's father of practicing Judaism secretly and very narrowly escaped being burnt alive in an auto da fe. And so the family escaped from Portugal and made their way to Amsterdam, where they reclaimed their Jewish identities. Young Manuel was given the name Menashe. His brother was given the name Ephraim. Those are two children of Joseph that are in the Jewish tradition known to have gotten along famously despite the fact that they were brothers. And this is one of the reasons why Jewish parents bless their children in the name of Menashe and Ephraim, hoping that they all get along. And he became a child prodigy. He was actually extremely talented, not only in Judaic studies, but also he had a very kind of a broad-minded approach to things. He studied widely and communicated in multiple languages with people of many faiths. He was very ecumenical in his outlook and really established a continental presence for his intellect. He was not especially wealthy. He made his living really barely as a writer, and especially as a publisher. This was a booming industry in Amsterdam in particular. The specific incident of the 10 tribes occurred in 1644 when Antonio Montesinos, who was also one of these Portuguese conversos, who was living under a Christian identity and traveling the world. And he made his way to Eastern Ecuador when, and the story he tells is absolutely fantastic. He is guided by an indigenous guide to a population that lives across an impassable river. But when he encounters them on the other side of the river, they address him in Hebrew. They recite the Shema prayer in Hebrew. He reveals himself as a Jew. He proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He meets with the people on the other side of the river frequently, although he is never able to actually cross that river. He nevertheless sees them, speaks them across the way, and they are apparently indigenous Ecuadorian peoples who are claimed to be of Jewish origin from the tribe of Luba. Our Arabian person is from the tribe of Levi. Now, Aaron thinks this is absolutely fantastic. So then he travels back to Amsterdam and he relates his story there. Menashe ben Israel was present at the time that he related the story. He actually transcribed it, and although he doesn't publish it, the story begins to circulate and slowly gains the attention. In particular, a Protestant clergy were especially interested in Alan Levy's story because there is a millenarial movement that specifically associates the rediscovery of the 10 lost tribes of Israel and their eventual conversion to Christianity as indispensable elements to the ultimate second coming of Jesus Christ. And there's a lot being published at this time, especially with the encounters with First Nations and indigenous peoples in America. Here's one copy of a publication that appeared just around this time by Thomas Turgot, Jews in America, or Probabilities that Americans are of that race, meaning the indigenous peoples, the First Nations, the Native Americans are in fact Jews. descended from the 10 tribes. Look at the second paragraph there. With the removal of some contrary restraints and earnest desires for effectual endeavors to make them Christian. That's the kind of like the larger religious project of the Protestant clergy. And so they've been tracking down the story and it's been talking to the Nation of Israel. This is also recalled around the time of Shabtai Tzvi. There's a lot of messianic fervor going on the continent, in England, and also among Jews too at the time. Nashville in Israel begins to get caught up and begins to think more deeply about the story of these Jews discovered in Ecuador. And although he obviously doesn't buy into the Christian end story, he does begin to write about it. He writes a book called Sefer Mikveh Yisrael, the book of the Hope of Israel. This particular publication, which was issued a couple hundred years later in Lemberg, or modern-day Review, the subtitle is Al Davar Aser Nashvatim V'Chasmon Mishkan, on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they live in. He also issues this in Spanish here. You can see Esperanza de Israel, the Hope of Israel, and of course in English. There it is, the Hope of Israel. There's a famous illustration of Israel's son. This is a fascinating story about how he got involved in this and he became quite a bit more famous as a result of his promotion of the story that in fact these people in Ecuador may be part of the last 10 tribes. As it happens, it's highly unlikely that they are the lost tribes. Who were those lost tribes? You recall in the late 8th century, the Jewish people in Israel were divided into two monarchies. The southern one was called Judah, the northern one was called Israel, and as a result of foreign invasions, a large proportion of the population of the northern kingdom of Israel was transported to these three areas, as far as we can tell from the biblical text during this map. A couple hundred years later, then Judah would also be attacked, and a large population of its population would be transported to Babylon, specifically at the waste of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here's a map of what these regions would look like today. So the inhabitants of the northern kingdom of Israel were sent off to, let's say, western Syria and the Kurdistan region, and then out into Iran, Iraq region. They're very rough estimates, but there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that these actually were there. There's some ostracot, for example, a piece of clay that recorded the Aramaic inscription that clearly bears Jewish references. There are Jewish names found in some of the local records and so on, beyond the scope of our discussion. There's also been some fascinating finds, although subject to some dispute by many archaeologists, but these particular strange devices are often found in regions of Jewish settlement, and they have found some of these dating back to the ancient David Common. So it's quite possible that Jews were found. Well, so that's kind of like the end of the story with Menashe ben Israel with regards to the 10 tribes. But it is fascinating because definitely developed his messianic thinking and the association with the idea of the Jews spreading out to all the corners of the earth. You could say Haaretz. And one space where he actually had quite an impact is in England. Because at this time, Jews were formerly not allowed to live in England. And the Menashe ben Israel had a dramatic impact on Oliver Cromwell in particular with regards to the possibility of readmitting Jews. They had been expelled in 1290, and this was part of the unfolding of the Messianic era as Menashe ben Israel saw it. And that's just a very quick glimpse at some of the intellectual and spiritual and political movement that were going on in Amsterdam. If you are able to travel, hopefully we'll all be able to travel after this pandemic is over. Please join me with Coastal River Cruises as we have a look at a lot of the amazing sites of Jewish Amsterdam and the Netherlands late this summer. I hope I'll be able to see you on the cruise. Thanks very much for watching.
It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds now on sale. So you can take home our coolest deal. Up to 50% off our limited edition smart bed, plus free premium delivery when you add an adjustable base. Only at Sleep Number.
Here's hoping that the conditions will improve significantly over the next few months, so that we'll be able to get back to traveling. I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam in the late summer with Future River Cruises. Amsterdam is such a fascinating city to visit. And let's just take a few minutes right now to talk about one of the figures who appeared in Amsterdam in the 18th century, the incredible Rabbi Rothschild. I think one of the most amazing things about the connection between Amsterdam and the Ramchal, as he was known, the name, is that Amsterdam was a city of refuge for many real persecutors, not only as we saw in previous videos, some of the Portuguese conversos who were forced to accept Christianity and then wanted to return to their own Jewish identity, but not do so in the Iberian Peninsula. They had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of those locations, and seen in particular with Rabbi Rothschild. So first of all, who was Rabbi Rothschild? He was a child prodigy and genius who wrote quite stellar works of Jewish literature that made a phenomenal impression on many different sections of Jewish intellectual life in the 18th century. Perhaps he is most well known for a book called Silas Yisharim, The Path of the Just, which was regarded as an absolutely incredible sort of self-guide and ethical guide and masterful statement of Jewish morality and the way in which it can be applied to an individual in a personal program of development. I myself enjoy it tremendously. I've studied it many times, and every time I make my way through it, I feel something about the growth in my own personality and the desire to read it yet again. His work was accepted amazingly well across the spectrum, at least when we look over the course of the 18th century and onward. For example, the remarkable diversity of people who really enjoyed the Ramchal. There was the famous Moses Mendelssohn, who was the Nazi, an enlightened figure who argued that we should engage more fully with secular non-Jewish culture, that Judaism had something to offer the general European world, and that even European studies, culture, literature, art, music, science, so on, could also enrich the Jewish perspective of the world. He had tremendous respect for Ramchal. Also, in the world of literature, the famous professor at the University, Joseph Glasner, argued that the Ramchal was actually the first modern Hebrew writer that was actually producing works of fiction. In fact, he was a playwright in modern Hebrew, and all modern Hebrew literature stems from this thinking. For those who are very close to the Ramchal will know that actually one of his most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah, mysticism. And it is in this regard in particular that is especially beloved by Hasidim. The Maggid of Mezrich, for example, one of the most important early Hasidic leaders, argued that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal. He was such a tremendously important figure. And on the other side of the Jewish spectrum, we've already talked about masculine, we've talked about Hasidim, the Vilna Gaon, the great Litvak, the Lithuanian traditionalist thinker, who in many ways was a close Hasidim, also found the Ramchal's work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there is not a single word out of place in Mesilat Yesharim until chapter 11. What that word is, maybe you can hear the sense of it. I'd like to share with you what the Vilna Gaon also said that if he were alive at the same time as the Ramchal, their lifespans just overlapped very slightly. He would have walked all the way from Lithuania to Padua in Italy. The biography of the Ramchal is phenomenal. As I mentioned, he came from Padua in northern Italy, where he was regarded as a child prodigy. He wrote his first book at the age of 14. He wrote on grammar, on linguistics. He actually wrote one of the first books of how to engage in public speaking. He wrote quite a bit of poetry and so on. And he actually attracted to himself a remarkable number of medical students at the University of Padua, which is one of the few schools in Europe that would admit Jewish students. They have some interesting kind of disabilities. They have to pay more tuition. They had to offset some of the expenses with non-Jewish students and so on. But at any rate, they could earn a medical degree on Padua. And so some of the brighter Jewish medical students who traveled from all over Europe were attracted to a special circle that formed around the Ramchal specifically to study Kabbalah. However, this attracted a lot of attention, particularly when the Ramchal started expressing some more radical ideas about Kabbalah, which are beyond the scope of this very short video. But he was attacked in particular by a figure named Rabbi Rothschild, who thought that this young individual, who was in his early 20s at the time, was actually a secret follower of the disgraced Tzvi, shown here, who led a disastrous messianic movement in the 17th century that resulted in the disappointment of hundreds of thousands of Jews all around the world who had thought that this might actually be the moment when Jews would return to Jerusalem. It was so amazing how widespread Shabtai was. You can see in some of these woodcuts that even non-Jews were talking about it because they saw so many Jews, selling their properties and putting in Amsterdam, where he had a very large following, and preparing to pick up and move to Israel. However, Shabtai Tzvi, when he confronted the Ottoman Sultan, was given the alternative of continuing in his quest of losing his head or converting to Islam. Shabtai Tzvi decided to convert to Islam, disappointing so many of his followers, although a small number of them actually continued, believing that if their purported Messiah had converted to Islam, then perhaps that they should do so as well. They became a sect known as the Dinnet, who were active right up into the 20th century in politics and church. But back to the Ramchal, Rabbi Rothschild felt that the Ramchal was actually a secret follower of Shabtai Tzvi, and he raised the issue with the Jewish court in Venice that actually looked at the Ramchal, and they were somewhat troubled by what they saw because he was remarkably young. Kabbalah is usually only studied by people at least of the age of 40. He was still unmarried, and in fact, he did not grow a beard, which was one of the things that bothered them. So they insisted on interviewing him, and they made him promise that he would restrict his Kabbalistic teachings. And when he got married, that actually assuaged some of their concerns, so they let it be. After some time, however, this rankled the Ramchal. He felt that he really wanted to continue teaching Kabbalah, and so there were also some family reversals in business, and so he decided to leave Padua and travel north in Europe to find more secure income. He moved to Frankfurt, but Rabbi Moshe Katiz, he was unhappy with the fact that the Ramchal was let off without any consequences in Padua. He sent letters ahead to Frankfurt, telling the authorities there that they should arrest the Ramchal on suspicion of following Shabtai Tzvi, and they had a second trial there in Frankfurt. He was once again forced to submit to a humiliating oath that he would not teach Kabbalah and so on, and most tragically, the Frankfurt Beijing seized all of his unpublished manuscripts in order to examine them for possible heresy, and finding none, but still uncertain of their content, they decided to bury them as if to hide them away, and they lost the sight of their burial. So many of the Ramchal's works are lost to history until perhaps one day they will be. The teacher of the Ramchal, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, marshaled a tremendously heroic defense of his creed, arguing that there was no reason for him to persecute his suspicions of his upright and especially talented young man. And so in the end, after he took the second oath, they allowed him to travel. I was finally in Amsterdam where he found some rest. As we've spoken about in a couple previous videos, the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam in particular had a predominant influence on admitting the Ramchal and giving him the respect he needed and a place to teach. He had an honored position and so on, and he enjoyed some of the best years of his life, his short life, were in Amsterdam because they saw, among other things, not only his brilliance, but also they recalled some of the negative repercussions of the situation with Rio Acosta that we spoke about previously, and also not too far in the distance was the excommunication of Spinoza, which engendered some controversy as well. So the Ramchal was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and it is there that he wrote this remarkable work, One thing that I'm especially excited about, if you haven't studied the Ramchal in a while, perhaps you were in yeshiva, you had an opportunity to study the Ramchal, in the 1990s, a new version, an autographed version written in the Ramchal's own hand, was discovered in the archives in the former Soviet Union, and this version is not like the one that has been studied for the last 200-300 years. It was a dialogue version, in which the entire, theme and plot of the Solution was expressed in terms of two old friends who reunite after many years apart. One of them has kind of gone an exact comparison, but it's kind of become modern Orthodox Jew, is still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, his old high school friend has become like a super hustler. Says Tehillim all day, recites Psalms all day, very, very pious, very, very particular about the observance of the halacha. And the two of them get together and they start talking about their comparative experiences, and it is really extremely insightful. In many ways, I prefer the dialogue version, which I decided not to publish, to the version that has no available. So much fascinating. At any rate, I hope that you'll be able to join me on this cruise. We're definitely going to look at some exciting because of the connection to Amsterdam, and I try to understand a little bit more of the response and what is had to offer the world. Thank you very much for watching, and hope to see you on Blue Trumpet.
On debut for Corey Heatherman. Fitchburg State in Massachusetts, where he's a prolific quarterback back in his playing days.
I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us. On rivers, it's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time, but some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, deposit necessary, and then that just holds your space. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, same as you, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just, an update as to what's going on because, we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that will be happening will be our Douro cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all-around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry had the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's so many layers of history and Yiddishkeit in it. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews, with the nickname Mokum, which basically comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be. And Amsterdam really is the place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does the Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry, it is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal now in Amsterdam. Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that he should allow this pandemic to, subside as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the pre-modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today, Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world. All of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, that's really what I'd like to do, is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences, and why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s. That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes max, and then we'll have plenty of time for discussion of the ideas that come out of this introductory talk, and hopefully we will be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's fine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that we'll be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins of the community. Let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is. Now, I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things, so forgive me, but I'll just take a couple of minutes for those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam, and then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detailed map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are located within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means the Low Countries, and in fact, sometimes in English we refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries because they are quite literally low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. And in fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when we get that close to sea level, weird things happen. You want to have a lot of parties, Mardi Gras, Carnival, things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England. Just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's a British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, where I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stuyvesant, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact he wanted to block them. There were a handful of families that were arriving from Recife in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled him and said, no, let those Jews in, and boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although it's rather spotty before about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, you begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century onward. This is a great map which shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosomes of Jews who are from the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen or Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Levim or Kohanim, it's fairly easy to trace it on the Y chromosome. As you can see from this map, 40%, this is 100% of, or a statistically very large number of Kohanim and Levim have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number 1, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, it's completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa, through Spain, and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the 1st century of the Common Era, some even prior to that. and there was a significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the First Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in North Italy sometime around the year 1000. Now, I find it ironic that...
Come on, baby. Take it to the hizzy.
Probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Just guessing. But at any rate, it's very clear that the genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi Jewry are specifically associated with these 4 women. Most likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. At any rate, that creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them moved to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe. But
Go, baby! Go, baby!
The Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I'd like to take you to next. And this is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that, God willing, will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam will be on the Douro River in Portugal, which is a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jewry. So this map here shows you the migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century and beyond. To understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual aspects of these pogroms was that they were accompanied by forced conversions to Christianity, forced baptisms. This was, technically speaking, in contravention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, once these Jews were forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continued to regard themselves as Jews, continued to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that, and with none of the disabilities that had been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those 3 things meant that all of these Jews / Christians against their will had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Sephardic society. In the 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation, which motivates the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called new Christians, that is, these people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were, restricted into certain living areas and all kinds of disabilities placed on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on. But they were, strictly speaking, not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaizing or secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeit. And that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbors. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house. Or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess and to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition literally took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trials was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relaxed. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century. The final chapter of this, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working.
No, that's amazing.
It's going way out of control.
It's like,
fuck this.
And
so the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella, and King Ferdinand, and says, we think we know what went wrong here.
Bullshit.
We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, to Sfat in particular, and many to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend more time on in the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way,
Look at this
especially
athleticism.
through Portugal
Someone
and
wants
to
to
the north of Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal. So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for these Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to practice Judaism until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews in Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, the Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents, to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. And so the Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the term Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were two different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, who were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in their knowledge of Judaism because they had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism, an open practice for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular. Those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which God willing will visit on the Douro tour again. And we know a lot about what these Jews had to say for themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to the mercantile possibilities. We see in the figure of Uriel da Costa, who is shown here in black with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It's unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but they did coincide in Amsterdam for a very brief period of time. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, 1660s, that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is, I think, 1582. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of secretly practicing Judaism in their place. Amsterdam at this point did not officially allow Jews to reside there, but they were residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. The rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that in fact they weren't doing anything. Oh, I forgot one small detail. Excuse me. They were accused. Actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was for the Dutch at this time quite a bit worse because they were warring with Catholics. And so they were brought before the king, the magistrate, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff. And in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There was no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbi explained, the truth is we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, oh, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, but at that time, the Dutch simply turned a blind eye to them. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police report. And the police report says a few different things. The first thing is, it was Yom Kippur, about 10 years later than reported. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the state. And they arrested the rabbi and his son. And they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime. And all they were doing was praying according to the rites and rituals of Yom Kippur. And that's when the magistrate said,
what the fuck, they don't show it?
guys are not white-collar criminals, as far as you can tell. And he let them be. That's the origins of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand in the Bible and you swear to tell the truth, all the truth, that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, bare their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pigskin, sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, as they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. At any rate, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam. And they're primarily these Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They have been living for a century now without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe. And only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens incidentally in the town I mentioned earlier, Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, hooray, the Dutch now control us, we can be Jewish. and they revealed their identities only to discover that in 1654, as a result of the treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again.
I could do
And
it.
now they
I'd
were
be
in
like,
trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and established
right there.
a Jewish community here in New York. Okay, so
that works.
if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about in a video a little while ago, who is this remarkable figure who comes, his parents tell him as an adult that actually he's Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children were not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their friends, because children talk and not understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. He thought it was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Uriel da Costa was a very great intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation to the entire community. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Acosta, was a lens grinder, in fact died from lung ailment, from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis and other things. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism,
called that shit.
but more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their privileged position there, and they would be expelled, which was something that was happening all over the continent. And so they especially wanted to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention to them, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke. I can't help. I gotta tell you this quick joke. 2 Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they placed in front of the wall, and they're putting the blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says, "Shut up. Don't make trouble." The idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their heterogeneous elements, which were only bound to grow in Amsterdam, given the nature of the Portuguese population. And they failed to do so with Spinoza. They placed him like Acosta under a harem, under a ban, No one is
the way
allowed
it's
to stand
intertwined with
within
the
4 feet of him. No
fundamentals
one
of
was allowed
business
to do
is
business with him.
fantastic.
No one was allowed to
I
speak
think
to
we're
him.
going to have to
You
start
get the
paying
picture
Greg
of
directly
Spinoza
to
here
write
from
more
this
books
brilliant
because
picture by Shmuel
it's a
Eschenberg
blessing.
from
And so,
1907, one of the
for our
early
audience, thank you for
artists
joining us for
of
this episode.
Israel.
We're going to discuss
Originally
one of the
from
great
Poland, he
financing
composed
minds
this
of the
image.
last
You can
millennium.
see that he's like
Joining us
lost
for the
in a
second
book.
time on the
He's
podcast
dressed
is
in
Greg Steinmetz to
Portuguese,
discuss his
Dutch
book,
fashion,
Richest Man Who Ever
and
Lived,
he
The
has
Life
no
and Times
idea
of
of
Jacob
the
Fugler.
impact he's making
A
on
little
these
about Greg for
traditional
our
Jews in the
audience,
background
just to
who are
reorient you
ultimately
with him as an
afraid of
author.
him.
He spent
One of
15
them
years
is really
working as a
blocking
journalist for
the
the
door to the
Sarasota Herald
synagogue, and
Tribune,
others
Houston
looks like he's
Chronicle,
bending down to
Newsday,
pick up
and
a
the Wall
rock
Street
to
Journal.
throw at him.
While at the Wall Street
Obviously,
Journal,
it's
he
a very
served as the bureau
close
chief in
and
Berlin
also kind
and
of
London.
image,
He's
but
a
it
securities
carries
analyst
some
at
of the
Ruane,
theme
Cunniff,
of
and
this.
Goldfarb,
Now,
the manager of the
there's a
Sequoia
lot more
Fund.
to say about the
Greg joined
second
us on the
half of
first
the
season of the
17th
podcast to talk
century,
about his newer book about
especially
Jay
the
Gould,
influence of
which
Shabbatai
is
Tzvi,
titled
the
American
false
Gospel,
messiah,
a true
who actually
creed.
found an
It's great to have you
increasingly
back to talk about
large
Jacob
and important
Fugler.
following in Amsterdam, one of
Just
the
kickstart
major
us off.
centers in
I'd love
Western
to hear the
Europe as
story
a
of
whole,
what made you
but
aware of
I'm not
Fugler
going to take
and
us
then
too
what
far in
drove
that
you to
direction.
make this
Just
your
suffice
first
to
work
say that
published, because that had to be
there are
quite an
amazing things
undertaking.
to say about
Thank
the
you very
Jewish
much. I really
Amsterdam. I
appreciate
want to
the chance to come
conclude,
back.
however, with
talk
this
about
one
this book.
idea of Amsterdam
When I
as
first
a
heard about
refuge,
Fugler
because
in a
although
freshman year history
Jewish
class at
community
college
struggled
about the
contain
Renaissance and Reformation,
its antinomians
the Reformation,
and
as we know, is one of the big moments
exceptional
in world history
individuals like Costa and like Spinoza,
cleaved
there's no question that they
Christianity between those
value
who follow
highly
the
the
Pope and
idea
those who
of
want to follow Martin
Amsterdam
Luther and
being
others
a
who are
point of
questioning
refuge, being a
papacy
place where
and
Jews
rule
could
of Rome.
flee to in the
Fugler
short
was
term
instrumental in
as
making
they
that
were
happen,
awaiting
and it
the
wasn't that he
Messianic
wanted
redemption in
to
Israel.
divide
And
the
we see
church.
this
He wanted
in
the other
particular
thing
in
to
one
happen. He wanted
place,
the Pope to
graphically at any rate.
maintain
What
its
you're looking at
supremacy.
right here
One of the
is
things the Pope was
one of
doing
the most
was
important literary
raising money
products
to
of
fight these
the
wars,
Spanish, the
maintain the
Sephardic
power of
diaspora.
papacy.
This is
At
the
the
so-called
time,
Ferrara Bible, which
the
was
papacy
published
has
in Italy
very little to do
of the 16th century.
with what it
And
does today.
it was a translation
of
from
King. He had his own
into
army. He was trying to
Spanish.
expand his
Very
territories.
valued by
He just did it a
Bible
little
scholars
differently. He
of
had
the
the
day.
extra weapon of being able
And it was
to promise
largely
people
translated
the
by
eternal
Spanish and
salvation.
Portuguese refugees who had made
He
their
and
way
Fugler
to
got
Italy,
involved in a
and there
money-making
was a
scheme
very
called
great
indulgences,
sponsorship
where
by
if you
two
paid a fee,
amazing
you
women
could
of that
lessen your
century,
time in
Gracia
purgatory.
Nassi
Fugler came up
and
with this idea.
also
He was instrumental in collecting the money,
Benedita
mostly from
Abravane, very
German
important figures
peasants,
from Spain,
to fill the
who
Pope's
used their great
pockets.
wealth
Martin
to
Luther got
promote
very
Jewish
upset about
causes.
this.
At any rate, on the frontispiece here, on the title page, you
Started
can
the
see here,
Reformation basically
there's
as a
this
reaction against
strange
the
choice
indulgences.
of an image
So anyway,
of
in freshman history class, this was
a
mentioned
ship
for about
in
one day,
distress,
but the name stuck in my head.
lost at
And then
sea
when
with
I
a
was in
broken
Germany,
mast, surrounded by monsters
in Germany, it's
and
something like
these
the name
strange
Rockefeller
looking
here.
like
If you want to say
winged
that someone's
gods and
loaded,
outside
you say he's as
graphics,
rich as
as
Fugler.
if to say that
And
the Spanish
okay, well,
expulsion
this guy.
had
I tried to find
tossed
a
the
book in English
Jews
about
out
it. There
into
wasn't
the
very much
Mediterranean,
except
out
some
into the
sort of dry
Atlantic
academic
on
texts.
uncertain
So I thought, well,
destinations.
I'm a
And
writer.
after
I could
great
maybe
difficulty,
write
they managed
something.
to find their way to places like
7
Ferrara
years of
and
effort
places
later,
like
I actually
Amsterdam.
got the book.
To show you the Amsterdam
So let's start with
this
his
is
lineage.
a very small
Teach us
detail
about the people
from a
before
book
him
you
and
may
the house
actually
of
have in your home,
Well, to become very
the
rich in
Maxwell
those
House
times, particularly as a
Agata,
peasant,
which
They
was
have to
based
start with some
originally
money.
on the
his
1695
grandfather
Amsterdam
was a
printing
peasant
of
in
the
the
Haggadah,
countryside
which
near Augsburg,
featured
which
some
is a
amazing
city in
illustrations
Bavaria,
by a man named
sort of
Abraham
a
Bar
distant
Yaakov.
suburb of Munich.
Abraham
Takes
Bar
about an hour on the
Yaakov
train.
was actually a
The
Christian.
grandfather
He
dabbled
served
in
as a
textiles.
Protestant minister
The area
before
was
leaving Germany
famous
and
for
migrating
its
to Amsterdam so he could study
they could
Judaism.
grow
He ended up
flax there,
converting
make
to
nice linen
Judaism
shirts,
and
which is not
displayed
much.
great talent
His
as an
grandfather, in addition
engraver. He
to being a
created the
farmer, got
illustrations
into this
for
business
one of the most
weaving.
popular
His
Haggadahs
son
in
took
all
it over
history, which has has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of this one unusual individual's conversion to Judaism and his interpretation of the stories in the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page. It's his signature. You can see at the bottom there, Avram Bar Yaakov. But he's portraying something which has no occurrence in the Haggadah whatsoever, but is his own personal view of his life connected inextricably to that. As you can see in the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Farrar Bible, of the ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, this
in those days,
terrible sea
it
monsters
was a
about to
show
swallow them,
of
but he
sophistication
transvalues that by putting in the lower right
and
corner
the way
the
that
figure of
Fugger
Jonah,
spelled F-U-G-G-E-R
disgorged by the great
spelled in
whale
German.
or
The
great
Latin
fish
translation came
onto
out
dry
as
land to safety.
F-U-C-K-E-R.
And as he
It's
looks
funny,
over his shoulder at
just,
the horrible danger that he has survived,
But there have been those
that's
who
when
have
he
said,
reflects on
the guy was
tremendous
exactly that.
kindness that Amsterdam showed him by being that place of refuge, intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of the Amsterdam tourist story in a very small image. So I'm hoping that we'll have the opportunity to speak at much more length about the entire history of the Jews of Amsterdam from their earliest origins up until the 21st century. But for now, I will conclude, and I'm going to hand this back to David. I look forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A bar. Thank you for your attention.
In Venice, there was a
Wow,
warehouse.
thank you, Henry.
The
This was,
Doges allowed
I have to tell you,
the Germans
such
to
a
bring their
interesting
goods
and
trade with Venice,
thoroughly
and keeping them all together in one
executed
building.
lecture
It was a way to keep an
that,
eye on
believe it
them,
or not, there
make
are no
sure
questions
that
because you said it
Venice
all.
collected all the taxes that were due to it. And Fugger went down
Thank you
there
very
for a
much.
while.
And
Ask questions, David. No one else is ready to ask. No, everyone is afraid to ask the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second question, we'll be good with that.
How they went after bad
maybe
debtors,
I
what
will again
the
act as the
politics
son
were of
during
trading
the Havana,
over state lines,
asking simple
like
questions.
And he
Because I know
got
you don't like hard
what at the
questions.
time
I will
was
leave that
probably
for the
the
vote.
best sort of business
I
trading
will think of
imaginable.
something very, very difficult
Business was
and
tough
that
in
I will
those
not do.
days. You probably
Maybe
slept on a straw mat
just
in
very
a
briefly, if you
in a
can
drafty attic room, something like
talk
that.
a bit on the
He was
role
very
of
interested in making money, and I'm sure the
print
hardships
in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam
meant
obviously was
nothing to him
very
because it
important
must have been so fascinating that
printing
a
center.
guy like him probably enjoyed it or ended up.
Yeah, sure. That is a
that,
fascinating
he
question.
learned
Thank you
also
for
when he
asking
was
it.
he learned about
We got to
bookkeeping,
place this in
which at the time,
context of the time, right?
modern-day accounting didn't exist north
The
of the
printing
Alps.
press comes out middle of
Double-entry
the
bookkeeping
15th century.
was in its infancy.
Jews are
Fugger
early
learned that down
adopters.
there, and he
They're
brought it
loving
back
it.
to
This is a great way to
Teach our
Jews are al-kitab, as the Arabs call us, the people of the book. And they really meant the people of the manuscript. But manuscripts are like hugely expensive, prone to error,
Well, Venice
very
is
easily
strategically
damaged,
located
fragile, hard to
in
replace.
northern
With
Italy,
the printing
and what
press,
is
and especially
about
movable type,
the
all of a
furthest
sudden,
north
you have
could
the
go
opportunity for a tremendous
ship.
new industry. And Jews
So if
are
you
big consumers
came,
of written material.
even
So there are
start
a few big centers that
in East
develop.
Asia,
The
and start
Spaniards
in
try to get
India,
into it early on,
or
but of course they're expelled
come up
very
through
early. But our first Talmuds, for
the
example, come
Straits of
from
Gibraltar through the Mediterranean, and if you want to get
Spain
to
in the
northern
1480s.
Europe,
And then
the easiest place to
Venetians
access
in
northern
particular,
Europe was in Venice.
in the beginning of the 16th century,
You
they
wanted to
start
keep
printing
your
big time.
goods on the
Amsterdam
water
is kind
as
of like
long
the
as you could.
third way
The
of
travel
publishing
time
for Jews.
wasn't so
And you have
bad,
a few
and the goods
major
were safer
printing
when
houses
they were on
that
ship
are established
than when
there,
you were
largely
going down
because
some
of
trail in
very
the middle of the woods where you
favorable
were
tax policies
vulnerable to
and
robber barons coming
the
in and
absence
taking
of
everything.
church oversight.
So Venice was
In
right
Catholic
there.
countries,
Very good
the
location.
church begins to say,
Genoa
wait
was
a
its rival, but it was on
second,
the
what
other
exactly
side.
are you Jews writing here? Because
Italian
it's all
Peninsula.
Hebrew, we don't know what you're saying. And they have
Very
to
well
impose lots
situated
of
to get
censors.
goods to
But
France.
in Amsterdam,
Venice
we
was
don't
very
have
well
that church
situated to
oversight.
get goods
And
to
you have
Germany
the
and the rest of
mercantile
East.
connection where they're shipping
Who were
goods
the
out
big
everywhere
banking names?
across the
In
ocean as
Germany,
well.
Italy,
So there's
places at the
this
time that
effervescence of
Fugger
Jewish
emerged.
printing. Also,
The names that
bear
we
in
know,
mind
of
that
course,
the Portuguese
are the
Jews,
Medici.
they're essentially Bale Trua. They're essentially
The
coming
Medici who made
to
the family fortune
Judaism
wasn't
with a
Lorenzo,
Christian
Piero
background, a
Lorenzo,
secular
because
background,
of
if
his
you will, for that
involvement
time and place.
Leonardo
And they're
and
willing
other
to
artists,
entertain new
private
ideas.
works.
It doesn't have to be
That's right. The one who
orthodox,
made the
small
money
or
was
orthodox.
close
But
involvement
you can
with
give us new thoughts. One of the
patriarch
most
of the family.
important Amsterdam Jews at the time was Manasseh ben Israel,
was such a
who published
successful
the theory
banker in
that
Florence that he ended up
some of the
grabbing a
10
lot of
tribes
political
that were
power.
lost in the 8th century before the Common
Yeah,
Era were
passed
actually
that to
alive
Lorenzo.
in the
I think
well
Lorenzo
and
actually
living
went
in
bankrupt. He
Colombia,
ran the company
in South
business
America.
around, and
And
there was
that
no
was a
money there that he
hugely popular
could
book,
sustain
very
his
influential
interest
across
in
the ocean,
making
translated
money
into English
as much
as well.
as his father's
It's
were.
available under the
So that
title
was
The
a big
Hope of
name.
Israel. So there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing in Amsterdam.
No one was a household name.
Thank you very much. We have another question,
About the
which
Hanseatic
is
League, which some of your
from
listeners might
Anonymous
be familiar
Effendi.
with. They were a trading outfit.
Any
that
idea what
controlled
Dutch Jews,
all of the trade in the
alone
Baltic
among
and
all
North
other
Sea.
Jews, wait only 1 hour between meat and milk?
They got to the point where
Yeah, I think the one answer to that is probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate, Toblerone,
working
right? Once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to eat it as soon as
this
possible.
trading up in.
Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laughed at that. It's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular minhag or custom developed. From a halakhic perspective, and I'm not a rabbi, but from a halakhic perspective, when you look at the passage in the Talmud that talks about meat and milk, it doesn't specify a specific amount of time. And when you get to the expositors of halakha, especially in terms of the Shulchan Aruch, 15th, 16th century and onward, that's when it begins to find its expression in text in a very reified fashion. So most of the Talmudic commentators of the early medical field tied it to the process of digestion. How long does it actually take to digest meat so that you're not really consuming meat and milk together? And especially the sense of taste, so you don't taste meat and milk together. That's why you have the development of a more strict opinion, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, the 3-hour time limit. And in Amsterdam, only, in Holland, only 1 hour. I'll have to look further into it to see if there is a justification on a historic basis. But excellent question. Anyways, I'm going to be thinking about that once I have lunch today.
But that's all it was a little steak. But it happened to sit
Thank
at
you.
the biggest silver deposit.
I think there are no more questions, so I would like to conclude the lecture part. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always, true pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. And I really hope that we will continue on the boat, and we will. I'm looking forward to that. So thank you, and now I will hand over to David Lauren, who has a few concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises, and Henry's an integral part of the team. It makes it, a really special experience. When we do our cruises, we're going all over the world, but we always try to have that Jewish aspect of it. We're a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process. When our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part. You got to understand both sides of the coin, and that which makes it really, really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have extra time. There's so much going on. As you know, and people have been on our cruises before, they start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. So there is always something scheduled, and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want, or do as little as you want. And again, this is something that we've tried for the last, I guess, cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Malcolm is one of the experts in cruising from large ships. We moved over to the small ships because we enjoy being just a community of Jews traveling together, and we think that's what makes it a really special experience. People who came in a little bit later, we are waiting to hear what's happening in Europe, what's happening with the governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. Once we know what's happening, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, our team now cruise later. which is just sign up. No deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed. And at that point, you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if the Netherlands doesn't go, again, our next cruises will start in October in Portugal. And then for next year, we have everything from, as you see on our website, updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming. Please contact us if you have any questions whatsoever. I'll be happy to answer them, and spread the word. We're here, and we're looking to travel all together soon. And once again, thank you, everybody.
So Fugger could loan with confidence that he could get his money back. So it was more like loaning against a home, more than just borrowing against the faith and credit of the sovereign. So in Argentina, right? You might not get paid back. It's a different situation because Argentina is not going to surrender, Patagonia to repay a loan.
Totally. You mentioned how important Frankfurt was from a commercial perspective, and you talked about the Frankfurt Festival.
Really excited
Can you
to
teach
share
our
with you
listeners
today
somewhat about
the
that?
results of a study that
In those days, trade fairs were a very big deal. Nowadays, they're still important, particularly in Germany, that tradition lives on. There's a lot of business that goes on at fairs, but in those days, that was the only place where business happened. So let's hear people from all over Europe would descend on Frankfurt and bring their stuff, and buyers would come and trade whatever they had.
So let's start
Fugger would bring textiles, other people would bring
fascinating. Talks about
gold,
the
silver,
genetic history of early Ashkenazi
livestock,
So first of all,
carpets,
let's
all sorts
understand
of things.
what are the
Would all
regions
happen
which
in
we talk about.
Frankfurt.
If you look at this
And
map here, you see basically the
made
settlement
it a
of
point to go
Ashkenazi
there
Jews
and
begins in this
not only to trade, but also to get new clients, to get information.
primarily Germany, the Rhineland.
It was very important
These
for the way
locations
business
were
went
where
on in
we
those
begin to
days.
see Jews
So
showing
Maximilian-
up
Of
from the
communication
6th
movement.
through the 11th
Yeah,
century,
Maximilian and
especially
Fugger
around the
met
9th
there.
century. Start getting
Would it be
much more
fair to say that
concrete
no one
about it.
expected
Then, of
what
course,
would
the
become of them? In other words, it's not like they shook hands and the Frankfurt Sea party and everyone said, "Oh my gosh, you've met the Christ, you're going to do business together." This was very unknown at that time.
Well, they were both young men in a hurry.
Questions in Jewish history has
Just
been
as no
like,
one could have
how
predicted that
exactly did the
Fugger,
Ashkenazi
who was
Jews jump
one
on?
of many
There are a few
people
different
who
models
was
of migration
working
that
in
have looked at this
textiles and
which
baking in
takes
Augsburg,
advantage of
would
the
become
research
the
available
richest
through
peasant who ever
DNA
lived.
studies.
No one would have
And the
predicted that
model, which
Maximilian
seems
would
to
one
be
day
the
become
most
emperor
definitive, in fact, the
of
study that I looked
everything
at with you today,
in Europe, with the exception of France, and have dominion that went all the way
or at least a
over to
plurality of
South
them,
America.
have their
Sure.
roots
And by the way, you also, I don't know
Middle
if you caught on this, but I think
East, Israel.
you were touching
There's a
on
strong
that
admixture
Airbnb has a
of
business model that's been
Italian
around
DNA.
for centuries. Because as you pointed out during the Frankfurt Festival, how much money people could make from renting out their floors of their homes or just space to sleep.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's fascinating.
There's also
So,
significant admixture
I
of
tried to
Sephardic
get in
Jewry. You see it
humorous
coming
or
from the
salacious
Iberian
stuff,
Peninsula
whatever I
after
could to make the
perhaps
book
trek
interesting.
across
So
North
there I
Africa,
got to mention
and then
that
moving into
prostitutes would come
France, and then
in
up
Frankfurt from
into
far and wide
the
to
Ashkenazi. But the
work the
main
fair.
trend of
Peasant girls
migration,
for one chance
which
a year
has
to make
historically
big
been
money.
accepted based on
Prostitution was
literary
actually
evidence,
legal.
like the
There
Columbus
was
family
no
settlers there and so on.
restrictions
And
on
that's
that.
been
So
the Italian
that sort of trade
and
was going
some
on.
partial DNA results
Yes,
have
people would rent
indicated
out their
that there's
homes,
support
people
for
would
DNA
rent out
research is
rooms,
definitely
people
the cutting edge of
would be able to
historical
earn enough money during that 1 week to last them the whole year
One
long.
of the studies
That's
that I looked at a little while ago
That's how
was
busy
the discovery of the remains of
Frankfurt got during that
who
those
were
few weeks.
sadly thrown
And
down a well in
You would, I
Norwich.
guess nowadays you're talking about surge bracing. Surge bracing definitely applied
Suggested that they came
at the
from
Frankfurt
Russia.
Fair.
It sounds like the Phoenix Open. Yeah, I was gonna say we have that going on here. It's 1 week, actually a couple weeks. He's got Barrett Jackson. You got the Phoenix Open.
Stiletto heels.
Yeah, you got
on the golf course.
Yeah, and the working and non-working folk, I'll call it, do show up, and the Airbnb market goes longer. So when you were saying that in your book, I thought, wow, the trade shows still go on.
Maximilian took control of the duchy via financing. Explain how he took advantage of the free spending segment.
complexion, eye color,
Sigmund
color,
was
things like that.
getting
They were
old.
also able to
He
determine,
might have had syphilis. He didn't have all his marbles intact. And Maximilian was able to work out a deal with him to let him hold on to some of the vestiges and power if he would turn over the keys to him.
The problem, however, is that
the way
Jewish
that
law,
they got Sigmund to agree was that
prohibited from
Fluger said,
digging
well,
up
I'm going
graves
to finance
and taking
Maximilian
DNA
instead.
samples. That's totally unacceptable. In fact,
Without access to
Israel,
capital,
whenever
that was the end of
you
Sigmund.
know, there's some kind of
So
construction
he
going on,
lived out his days as a doddering old fool in one of his castles.
cemetery, they have to take all kinds of
Maximilian
precautions. They
was
can't
about
just
Fluger's
dive
age.
in and start,
They got into business together.
dissecting the remains
Changed
of
history.
these.
So Sigmund
people
didn't die a
So
pauper.
there's always been
Maximilian let him live out his life. Do you think this, in today's culture, right? You think Joe Biden will let Donald Trump live out his life? Will show that kind of mercy in today's day and age?
That's going to be appearing in a
Lock
very
him up would probably be something that people would be saying about Biden, just like they were saying about Hillary. So, and if you look what Biden was trying to do to Trump, he's not letting Trump live out his
how
days.
it depicts.
Yeah, because that was a level of mercy in your book that we thought, wow, that is unprecedented in our
Their family, yeah, their family. I guess he realized Sigmund was harmless. But another interesting sidebar in
Title
Sigmund,
of the article is Genome-wide
he had so
Data
much silver
of Medieval
that he was
German
minting
Jews
these
show
silver
that the
coins, and they were
Ashkenazi
pure
founder
silver.
event
And everyone
predated the
knew
14th
that if
century.
they saw
And there are
Sigmund's
over 20
likeness on a
authors
coin, that it
really
was probably 100%
prestigious
silver.
all over, led
They
by
called these things the Taler,
putting together
which
this
was
amazing
the German word for valley. They came from the Tyrolean Valley.
I was so fascinated
And
here. Here's a photograph
the weight and that name Taler morphed into dollar, and it became the standard unit of gold currency. And that lasted for a long time, whether it was Spanish doubloons or French money or whatever else. It was always the same weight and the same purity is what Sigmund and Fugger wanted to
these were in fact Jews. The study
So Maximilian begins his empire building.
authorities of Jewish law.
Where does he march next from there?
Well, he goes into Southern Italy, and he has some successes, some failures, but he does well enough so that he wants more. Now, the way that Maximilian acquired territory wasn't just through war. He had a mixed record as a warrior, but he had a very good record for making advantageous marriages. So he married well, and more importantly, his son married very well. His son Charles married into the Spanish Empire. And through that, the Habsburgs had control of both Eastern Europe, extending all the way from Austria to the Balkans.
Please have a look at this diagram.
They also
I
had Spain.
created for you
And
that
because of
illustrates
Spain, they
how
ended
I
up
see
getting control of South America.
You've got these curving
Reading your
lines,
book
and they move
hit me
upwards in time. At the
very
bottom of
hard.
this
I
bottleneck, you
never
have
understood as a young person reading about World
at
War
the
I
top, you have
why
modern Ashkenazi
Archduke
Jews,
Ferdinand being killed in
Ashkenazi
Yugoslavia
Jews
caused all these
the,
nations to
the
line
results
up
of the Air Force.
at each other and start
So,
shooting across the
the
2-mile
Jewish nation,
expanse.
Israel,
And
there's
your
really
book
no
helped me
category of
understand
race within
based
this
on what you just
movement.
said. That was the connection.
Category.
Well, there
Tribal
was World War
affiliation.
II, there were all these
In
alliances, right?
lots of literary
So
sources that there
Russia
are
protected
tons
Serbia,
of people from
and
outside
Croatia
the
was
Jewish
allied
world
with
coming into
Austria
the Jewish
and
genetic
Germany.
population.
There are these secret
So, for example, in
alliances
the Bible,
that
there's
once
descriptions of
it's like NATO.
the,
It's the same thing as NATO. There was an attack on that NATO country. Everyone rallied to
Boaz, and later
and defend that NATO member. And that's what was going on in World War I. One of the best books for me that really explains
who was the father of King
the
Herod,
culture and the society down
you
in
have
the Balkans.
Helena of
We'll call it the bridge on the River Drina. You ever heard of that? What a Nobel Prize back when it was written. And it really talks about how in the Balkans you have these three tectonic plates that come together.
There is a
So it's very volatile on the margins. So you had the Orthodox Christians, the Catholics, and the Muslims. They all come together right in the Balkans. So every 50 years or so it goes up in flames.
Are displaced from ancient
Fugger
Israel
saw large
and taken
opportunities in
as
mining,
slaves to
obviously
Rome.
from
That
Schwaz,
number is
okay?
expanded with
But understood the risks
rebellion
inherently
70
involved.
odd years
Can you
later.
explain,
And
how
there's already
Fugger
an
looked
existing
at the
Jewish
risks of
diaspora
commodities? And
living in the Italian
because you
peninsula.
talked a little bit
So
about
that's
how
when you have a
you could go broke in
significant
this.
population of Jews
Yeah, well,
moving to
commodity
that part of the
prices
world.
fluctuate,
So beginning
and
in the first, second century,
it costs a lot of money
you have
to
Jews who are
mine
also
the commodities.
married
You're very
South
prone to
Italians,
having flooding in the
who are
mines. You could
North
ruin
Italians,
everything.
and the genetic
The way
base
that
of those Jews who were
did a
displaced
couple
in Italy
things to minimize this
is
risk. One,
naturally
it wasn't just the
expanded
mine
by
in
their connections with other people. Of course,
the Tyrol, which
we're
was
not
the
getting
biggest
here
silver
into
mine
the
in the
whole
world.
discussion
He
of
was involved in
various
other mines.
types of relationships.
Hungary was very rich in
Some of them
copper.
involve
There were
conversion
other
of
silver
one
belts
form or another.
in Europe where he
Some
was
of them
involved.
might involve
Again, all
forced
under the
relations, of
protection
course,
in
rape,
relation
but
to the
at any rate, we
Habsburgs.
definitely have
So
a
there
mixture
was some
of DNA
diversification
during the
there.
early part of
He
late
also,
antiquity. Then you
like I
get to
mentioned,
something
he hired the
which
best
we call
mining
founder
engineers
event.
in the
This
world
is the period when
to keep his
a
mines from
small
flooding.
number of
And he also created
Italian
demand
Jews
by reaching out
migrate
to buyers all over the world,
heartland,
including as far away as India,
where
where they just didn't have the resource that was available
genetically
in Europe.
calculated
So
be about 45 generations ago.
Arranged to trade
Look at a
metals
number of about
or
25
spices
years per
in
generation.
India. So
The
he
authors
kept
of
the
the study
markets.
suggest that
He did
founder event
his bid on the
takes
sales,
somewhere around
his
the
bid
year
on
800.
risk,
And that
and
corresponds
technology,
with a lot of
just to
the
make
data
sure
we
that
have from other sources,
that he always
including
stayed
literary
above water.
sources.
Now,
And when you
he was also
calculate that
lucky.
based
There
on
were
the Erfurt
others who were trying to
remains,
do the
it's
same
very
thing as
clear
Fugger was,
that
but we don't
people
hear
who were
about them
buried in
because
Erfurt,
they did get in over their skis
discovered
and
there
got wiped
are
out.
the descendants of
And
people
spent time
who
in
have
debtors'
this
prisons were
combination
very much a
of
thing in
Middle
those
Eastern
days.
and
And one of
Italian
his
DNA,
biggest rivals
to be sure.
in
Another fascinating thing is that
Augsburg ended up dying in
narrowing
debtors'
of the
prison.
genetic bottleneck
So
because
in the
people
copper
who were
deposits in
born from
Hungary, I think you
800
point out a really interesting
Ashkenazi
tidbit
till about
because he was the
1350
investor,
are
he was
basically
the
drawn
owner,
from this very
but he was
small
also
sample of
German,
people.
and
And in fact, the authors
Hungarians and
observed
Germans
that
might not
modern
mix.
Ashkenazi Jews,
Yeah.
even after another
But
700
they
years,
also
are
collected
also
money,
really closely
and
linked
that was
to
good enough
the genetic
if Fugger
profile
did
we
have
see
to
on the Erfurt remains. So
to keep his
even
guard
though
up
there's
and
been a
make sure
tremendous
that
amount of
in
change
addition to
in
having
Europe
Germans on his
over the last
payroll,
100
he
years or
needed
so,
to have some Hungarians
Ashkenazi
too,
Jews
and
still
Poles,
seem to
and
have
he
a very similar
he
profile
needed
to
some
medieval
local
ones. I
folks
don't
to
know what this
help
would look like
navigate
if we
those
were to examine it again in 200 years from now or
shoals.
something.
Yeah, because he ended up giving part of the
This
interest in the mine
describes
to
a
his
picture
Hungarian
of how
partner.
modern
And his name's not coming to me off the top of my
Ashkenazi
head, but it
Have a
shows
look
you
at this
also he
map
was a
here.
pragmatist. That he wanted to
The
make
picture we
money,
have is
but
where
was
the number
willing to
one
give a
is
cut
you
to
have
people
the
to
Jews
ensure that he could make
exiled
that money.
from
Yeah,
Israel
and that's
in the context
the old Roman
of the
Empire trick.
Jewish wars.
Don't
They
have
settle
too
in
firm a
Italy.
hand.
There
Let
they
the
mix
let
with
local
the
culture
local Italian population
coexist.
and eventually makes
Otherwise,
their
you're
way
going to be
up
fighting
to
rebellions
the
every day.
Ashkenazi heartland. And the
Where you
actual
explain the postal
percentages
advantage and branch
hard to
network
calculate
that Fugger
precisely
began
because
accumulating.
there's some times where
But
you
it's
have a lot of southern
it's
Italian
very
influence,
interesting
maybe northern Italian
to
influence.
think about
But the
how
authors of this
instead
study
of having
suggest that the
to
Middle
carry
Eastern
around
DNA
sacks of
of
gold between towns to
Erfurt
pay for
remains
things,
somewhere
his
between
empire
15
was so
and 45%,
fast,
depending
he
on
could just
the individual
credit
and how
an
you
account
measure the
in
difference
one
southern
branch
and
and
northern
debit it in
Italian
another.
influence. And that Italian
And
influence
that
is
was
somewhere
only possible
45
if
up to
you had
70%
operations
of their DNA.
and branches
So that's
all over
basically
the place.
forming
And he
the
did.
literary picture we
So
have
the
of
merchant
Ashkenazi
up
Jews
in
being essentially
on the North
the
Sea,
descendants of Middle
Rostock
Eastern
or
Jews
Lubeck or
making their
Hamburg or
way
something
to
might want to buy
Italian
something
country.
from Fugger.
I find that fascinating
Instead of having
just on its own
to
because
send
it
sacks
helps
of gold
solidify our
across
picture of
Germany,
how
go
the
through
Ashkenazi Jews came to be.
30
But of
different
course, there's a lot of other
duchies,
implications.
principalities,
As for
and other
example,
things to
the
make it
Northern study
Augsburg.
was able to identify
Fugger could
specific
just credit his
illnesses
bank up in
that
Hamburg,
affect
debit the one in
Ashkenazim,
Augsburg,
like, for example, breast
ship the
cancer,
goods. That was the end
cystic
of it.
fibrosis,
So that
things
gave
like
him a big
and that
advantage. No
may
one else
have
could do that.
implications for
He
later
had hands on the
cures.
ground. Explain the
They
advantage speech that gave him in his negotiation with King Henry and Maximilian to take back Burgundy.
For example, Khazarian influence on Ashkenazi
Well, he was involved a little bit with Henry VIII, or Henry VII,
and
who was a very good physical steward of
because there's so many
England.
people
And
are
because Fugger was so
fairly
rich,
vociferously arguing
Henry
that Ashkenazi Jews
had some
are
business
not
dealings with
actually
Fugger.
Jewish. Some
Now,
other
the
population
Burgundy
of Jews,
thing
which is
was
bizarre.
by
I mean,
marriage.
historically speaking, Jews have been accused of
Maximilian
communists,
married
accused of being
Mary of
capitalists.
Burgundy.
We're
It's
at a
interesting,
moment
we were
now
just
where
talking
Jews are
about the
accused
jewelry
of being
business
not
here in the
actually
office
Jews.
the other day.
That's
We asked
something new. At
wonder
any
how
rate,
the engagement ring
I'm fascinated
business
by
got
this study,
started, and that's
and
because
I'm really hoping
Maximilian
that
gave
if you
Mary
want to learn
a
more of this,
diamond.
please join
And
me on our
as we see now in the luxury goods market, once celebrities and rich people start
history of Ashkenazi Jewry
giving something
Thank
and
you very
making it
much for
popular,
watching this video.
then everyone wants to be part of that. And that's what happened in the engagement ring world. And because of Fugger, Maxwell was able to raise a nice endowment and marry this Mary of Burgundy. Burgundy at the time was, if not the most powerful part of France, certainly as powerful as anything else. Under Mary's father, Charles the Bold, it was renowned for having the best army in all of Europe. And because Maximilian could bring some money to the table, he was able to marry into that family. And because there weren't any sons that Charles the Bold had, Maximilian became king of Burgundy as well as Austria.
I'd like to take this opportunity now to speak about
As you point out, he was crowned in Worms. He was king. What was the German word that they hailed him as?
Kaiser. Is that the word you're thinking of?
Yeah.
Caesar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's great.
Hitler's whole 1,000-year reign thing was the 1,000-year reign with the Holy Roman Empire, which lasted from 800 to Napoleon 1,000 years later.
Small man's complex dominates. As you point out, it wasn't long before he was sitting in a Flemish jail, explaining also the electors he now had to deal with. There was no democracy, but it wasn't sole rule either.
Yeah, the Holy Roman Empire was a strange construct in that it was an empire in name only. Sort of the joke Napoleon is told that it was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. There were, I don't know, 1,000 city-states, principalities, and duchies, and kingdoms in German-speaking Europe. The original idea was to unite all of Christian Europe under a secular equivalent of the Pope. So you had the Pope down in Rome, and you had Charlemagne, who was crowned by the Pope in the year 800 as the secular equivalent, just to keep everyone together and keep the peace and resolve conflicts. Maximilian became the emperor of this thing, but the way it happened was by an election among 7 electors, 4 of whom were bishops, 3 of whom were secular rulers. They were all from different parts of Germany. So you had elector in Worms, you had one in Dresden, you had one in what's now the Czech Republic, but it was German in those days. You had Habsburgs. And it just it made things easier to keep electing Habsburgs to this post. But in the election where Maximilian became emperor, there were others who wanted it because they saw an opportunity to make more money for themselves. If they could turn this strange thing of being a Holy Roman Emperor into being an actual emperor with all the powers that entailed. So there's an election where Henry 8th put his hat in the ring. Had Maximilian put his hat in the ring, and there was one other dude. Do you remember who that was? It was France. It was Charles.
Yeah, France.
Yeah, Francis the First. France. And they all wanted it, and it became a contest who could bribe the electors the most. And because of Fugger, Maximilian was able to put up the most money, and he seized the day and won the election.
He understood the power of precious resources. He didn't become a winner-take-all business from here on out, from Maximilian and Habsburg dynasty.
Yeah, well, he was extremely ambitious, and he thought that God was on his side, so he kept fighting these little wars, mostly in Italy. Didn't get very far. The Pope was able to keep him out of Rome. Duke of Milan was able to hold him back for a while, and he never really achieved his territorial ambition in Europe. He was never able to wrest that much power from the other big monarchs in Germany, the other electors. And in some ways, being emperor was a ceremonial title. He could try to claim that he had more authority than the others, but when push came to shove, he really didn't. Although the people, the peasants working the fields, they thought that he was divine and would come up and touch him, thinking that he had magic healing powers and all that stuff.
Hello, fellows.
But again, what his best successes were with marriages, and how he was able to get friends or himself, and how he was able to get stable.
Today I'd like to speak about something quite fascinating.
Yeah, to your point, and Bill's point earlier on World War I think of it as like World War I was actually a family split where you had cousins falling on one side of the line or the other. Ultimately, and maybe that's why family starts with an F. So to another F, let's go back to Fugger. You make the case he was intellectual long before there was such a group, in call it the Renaissance time, or what we now know as kind of college-educated intellectualism in America. But you point out now that that's mainstream. He was also a fervent Catholic who believed that God had a plan for him, and God had blessed him to do what he did. There was a purpose. He was there on earth doing what he was doing. That is not mainstream today. So I guess this mix of pragmatism and business and providence seems like a big driver for him individually. In other words, he could go out with purpose because he was trying to solve something and he had God on his side.
So let's try to understand what exactly happened. So Amsterdam, as I'm sure you're aware, is traditionally known as a very liberal city.
There's so many
known for its
unknowns.
civic freedom and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shocking end when the Nazis invaded in May of 1940, and immediately they began to remove the Jews from various civil service professions, which they had integrated into very well almost everyone in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Jews protested against this. There was a street battle between the Dutch version of the brown shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups. And some of those protests and battles actually got rather violent. On the 11th of February, one of these WA members was hurt and later died. The Nazis reacted with their typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing off the entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at the time, including one rather important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved dousing the police with just kind of ammonia spray. And then there was a major pogrom on the 22nd and 23rd of February when Nazis seized 425 Jewish men, deported them, and almost all of them were killed in autopsies. The following day, after
like a lot of rich people, he was able to rationalize what he was doing.
Workers gathered for a spontaneous open-air meeting and with
Nothing you doing the Lord's work by making money for
Might have taken the millionaire's pledge, you might say, right?
They proclaimed a general
He didn't have children
Here
of
is
his own.
a
It's interesting. So he just
Let's pivot to you use a very interesting term in explaining him. What is vitamin B to a German? Because I had never heard that term as an American.
that's a German expression. Vitamin B means
the
it's a
participation
German word
was
for relationships.
300,000 people
And
in a wide
in those days where
this is believed to be
you really had to rely on trust much more than you
public
do today,
demonstration
because you have contracts, you have rule of law. Trust was a big deal in those days,
in solidarity with
connections are what made the world go around. Yeah, they still do.
to it is a
But
question
even more so in those days. So without the proper introductions,
This was something
it kept going.
specifically
By the way,
directed by civilians.
Fugger would be the last guy I'd ever want to be sitting across the table from playing a game of Texas Hold'em poker with.
Immediately with
Because you explained wonderfully, he gets involved in a copper cartel with these hungry assets. And then can you explain the strange twist of the plot that follows?
80%
Yeah, the copper mines in Hungary and Slovakia were the biggest around.
High rate of
He
murder,
was sort of at the height
higher
of his
than
powers,
anywhere else in
just as the Reformation was getting started.
About
And again,
one-third
he-
of those Jews were living in hiding,
not because he wanted it to
betrayed,
happen, but
discovered,
he
and then later
played a key
killed.
role in making the Reformation happen.
Frank family, whose daughter
And
Anne wrote
the peasants saw an opportunity to seize power from the monarchs, because the monarchs were
February
all
strike,
aligned with
however,
Rome.
represents
And
a unique moment.
Because of Luther and the way he publicized the inequities, it was plain to everyone, well, wait a minute, why are we listening to Mass that's in Latin? Why are we paying all this money to Rome? Who's to say that the priests are the only ones who can interpret the Bible? And they seem to be consistent. They seem to be actually doing things that the Bible says you shouldn't be doing. Enough of this. And there were rebellions that spread out all over Germany and also in Hungary. So Fugger had to defend his assets in Hungary, and that wasn't so easy because the peasants had enough resources to take over the mines, to hold Fugger's people in Hungary hostage, and Fugger had to fight back pretty hard and spend the latter years of his life negotiating to get back his territory and his mines in Hungary. There were rival politicians who aligned with the peasants and took over these properties. And Fugger wanted either restitution or he wanted to get his stuff back. And he finally did, just at the end of his life.
When prior to that, you also explained his in that copper cartel, he had joined it and then turned around and in kind of a Rockefeller cut-to-kill fashion, he chopped the legs off of everybody in the cartel by underpricing everyone and taking them out of business, which, again, that's why I mentioned earlier, he's a tough guy to play cards with because one minute he's your ally, and if he sees an opportunity to ruin you, he would take it.
Yeah, that's when you're playing poker, you know what the rules are, and you enter into that agreement when you sit down at the table. So people who did business with Fugger knew that, well, this arrangement's only going to last as long as it's in Fugger's interest.
Yeah.
A cartel is only as good as the willingness of the participants to play along and not slash prices. Fugger saw an opportunity. He was liquid enough that he could do that, and he made the calculation that he could wipe out the others, and he was correct in that calculation. He's a very smart guy.
He left himself an out, and nobody else did.
Yeah, he had the double entry accounting. Fugger married at age 39, speaking of alliances, to a younger woman. Fugger married for logical reasons, money and status. Augsburg, limited party size. How did Fugger deal with this?
Oh, the size of weddings?
Yeah, I love this.
Yeah. Well, Yeah, that anecdote, I forget exactly what happened. Maybe you can refresh me. I know he did have a big party. He brought in oysters. He had a wedding in January because the oysters would stay fresh.
Correct. Yeah, I remember that in your book, but I think it was there was a certain limit. I don't remember the number in your book, and so that I think the town had said, "Here's our limit of party size," and so he threw a massive wedding in comparison and just paid the tax.
Yeah, you see that today too, right? Okay, if the fine's only $1,000 for making noise after midnight, there's plenty of people who don't bat an eye.
Well, you know, also think back to the pandemic. You know, they said, "Hey, it's going to be $1,000 if you throw an unsanctioned party." Well, you just paid the $1,000 to throw a wonderful big party.
Yeah, you throw a $50,000 party.
Exactly.
Jewels became an interest for Fugger. Explain the Three Brothers Jewel and its historical significance.
Well, Fugger got a hold of one of the most interesting pieces of jewelry in the world, and he kept sort of his rainy day account was jewelry. People would use jewelry as a store of value. They would use silver plate, which whatever it would be, silverware, drinking vessels, whatever it is that you can make out of silver. You just have this stuff lying around. There's a way to have some somewhat liquid assets always at your disposal. Jewelry was one of those because, as it's today, it's portable, very valuable. That jewel somehow ended up belonging to Queen Elizabeth I in London. One of the most famous paintings of her shows her wearing this particular piece of jewelry, and it just got passed on through generation, through one monarchy after another. You have this thing.
Fugger and other financiers were not just affecting Europe. Explain how their investments were reaching to the New World and other continents.
Well, Maximilian I and his son, Charles married into the family of Ferdinand and Isabella. And as we know, Ferdinand and Isabella were the ones that bankrolled Columbus in 1492. And with the Spaniards in South America, Charles married one of their daughters, and so he inherited Spain, South America, and Fugger was involved a little bit with some of the transatlantic trade. It was just in its infancy. He was also involved, he did this secretly, he was involved with Portugal, which was Spain's great rival. Portugal, as you know, Magellan was Portuguese. Portugal paid for Magellan's round the world journey, all of this stuff. Fugger was the one who secretly bankrolled this adventure, thinking, okay, I'm going to not only have commercial dealings with the Habsburgs, make a lot of money off that, but I'm going to hedge my bets a little bit in case Portugal ends up being a winner in South America. And famously drew a line through South America, which granted the eastern portion to the Portuguese. That's Brazil. That's why they speak Portuguese in Brazil, and the rest of it went to Spain. This was all happening during Fugger's time.
Fugger sent copper and silver to Portugal. What did they send back?
Well, the Portuguese got spices from India, and that's what made that Portugal a little country, but they were very powerful. This was the heyday of the Portuguese empire. It's funny, just yesterday, I got a note from my agent, and that we sold the Portuguese rights to this book. And we already sold the Brazilian rights, and they got published in Brazil, but apparently the Portuguese is different enough in Portugal, so they wanted their own translation. So,
Well, it also proves that Fugger proved a long time ago that Germans love their spicy curry.
if you've been to Berlin, you know that.
Correct.
Very close. Yeah.
Exactly. So, first unsecured lending on Fugger was no way to market, right? no one was going to show up to your discussion earlier about the poker table and tell Fugger to lend, and you have no other option. I'm going to quote your book here. Quote, they fail to understand that it is for the common good that honorable, brave, and honest companies are in the room. And Fugger is obviously saying this. For it is not disreputable, but rather it is a wonderful jewel that such companies are in the kingdom. End quote. He ended the letter with a vague threat. Quote, reasonable people know this and would be wise to consider. End quote. So Fugger's saying this in a backhanded way to Maximilian at the time. Doesn't this sound like any of the political rhetoric of our day as well? It was kind of, you're going to be forced to do this as a rich person in society. It was, between him and the king, it was really kind of a soak the rich. You're going to have to do this whether you like it. But Fugger, had options. Switzerland was not that far away as a tax haven even then. And again, that's true today. So when you look at this idea, and I actually really thought of it in almost an estate planning context. You could die, pay 45% of your quote-unquote taxable estate here in the United States and whatever you pay to your state, if any. Or you could end up in the Bahamas, a.k.a. the Western Hemisphere's Switzerland. Isn't this identical? It's just the same problem. Completely manifests in a different era.
Yeah, rich people have choices. Right? They can go wherever they want. And if someone promises them a more favorable tax regime and the assets can be relocated, yeah, sure, it's identical. But this point about some of that stuff you were just reading about, that to me that's the importance of food. He was the first commoner who was able to stand up to power and say, we have a contract here, you have to pay up. And the thing that made Fugger was that he had leverage over his borrowers that no other banker before him ever had. The sovereigns would look down on him because he was a commoner. He didn't have the hand of God looking over them like the emperor thought that he did, the electors did. He didn't have the divine sanction, and yet he was able to have power over them. And it's been like that ever since, where those who have the money. You're talking about Argentina and sovereign debt before. The creditors have a lot of power. We talked about Abraham was the big concern about financing during the Civil War. What would happen to the faith and credit of the U.S. government if they couldn't pay back on those bonds after the war? This sort of thinking, the ability of someone with a contract to get a sovereign to pay, force the sovereign to pay, just did not exist before. He was the first one to really stand up and make it work. And then open up the doors for others, holding others to belong to sovereigns.
So Fugger was a banker with unlimited liability. Explain how his banking operation worked.
Well, he got deposits just like banks do today. Rich people would give them money in return for interest, and he would let the money out, use it to not just make loans, but to use it to do without private equity deals, mines, ventures, trading spices, trading other commodities, trading textiles, and then he would pay his depositors interest on it, and he always paid, and he did not have enough people who wanted to come to him and give them their money. Same as today, if you have money, what are you going to do? You got to get some trust of his depositors, and he made a contract for them.
Cardinal MacCallum died. How did this cause a solution?
Well, he was one of Fugger's big depositors, and when he died, there's an assumption that his money,
Thanks, Jeff.
he was a cardinal, would stay in the family, and there was no family. He didn't officially have children. They weren't heirs. And there was the assumption that this money would just float around, and Rome was not going to keep it as so there was a run on the bank, and Fugger, in a stunt that you still see today, pretended that there was nothing wrong, pretended that things were never better. He hosted a party, which was he went around from town to town in southern Germany, dressed in his finest clothes, his best horses, 13 horses leading his coach, throwing coins to the peasants who were following after his coach. He just wanted to show, even though he was facing the greatest crisis in his career, to show that he was by doing this, and then by working out at money with the Fuggers, he was able to get out of this jam. That was the most precarious moment in Fugger's career, that he was able to fake his way out of trouble.
By random chance at 6:30 in the morning, Monday morning, after Friday that Ivan Boesky was arrested, I was at Milken's trading floor with the guy that ran half the retail for Drexel Burnham, and Milken was making all his calls, getting Erwin Jacobs on the line and Carl Icahn. He was making every attempt to make it look like it was business as usual, just like you're describing. Whereas the 30 men, I think it was almost all men, surrounding him, the way it was all centered, him in the middle with them all around. You could hear a pin drop in there. I mean, they weren't saying anything, and so it's a very analogous situation. As we invest abroad for our investors, we think strong insider ownership is important to deal with, to deal with the inside baseball places that you can't know. Explain how it was first a strong insider in Rome with the Vatican.
Through his Augsburg connections, it got to be friendly with a very corrupt lobbyist, as it were, who worked the halls of the Vatican to Fugger's benefit. When they came up with the indulgence scheme that Luther vilified, it was they could negotiate terms of how that transaction would work, where they would split the money between the Vatican and Fugger. And so, he was the bag man, he was the lobbyist, he was the German guy who had the ear of the papal officials. And Fugger was willing to bribe, he was willing to do whatever it took to get what he wanted. And Sigma was the guy who made it happen.
Sounds like that one guy from Game of Thrones or Glencore Partners. I think the other thing that made me think a lot about is the interaction, which was they go to the peasants. You kind of touch on this. I think we're going to come back to this in just a second. But they go to the peasants and say, "This is for St. Peter." St. Peter's Basilica. They were going to rebuild it from its. I think you mentioned it was just wood. It was nothing, and so it was all under the heading of let's put the apostle in a great resting place. That was a small use of the money, and then the profits are split between the Pope and Fugger from there.
And the Pope really wanted to show his wealth, show his power. Influence or something like that. But in those days, you would do it by building something very large. Because when people would talk about the sea, we're really the biggest building at our Pope on Hill. This giant complex, is a lot of money to do it. Fooder had an issue with that. One of the electors, 7, decided to be borrows a bunch of money to bribe people to make food on their back. Pay it back with raise money. This indulgence program, folks signed off on it in return for an indulgence program for eaters. Workers, people, and some huckster priests. A story about how if you get money to realm for this prize. What the promoters here weren't saying is this would pay to make this one guy an elector. The program had success, they raised a lot of money. First people were with the hucksters every step of the way, counting money, making sure it got to a speed, keeping record. And this went on for several months and raised a lot of money. Land they can expect nothing. The idea that you make money from the money defied logic because you're not someone something that has tangible value. If you give something, if they give you back $1, that should be enough. Like if I give you my car, you give me back another. That's an even split. But it's loaning money, $1, then you pay me back $1.10. They trade to people, and it's like this because the church wasn't all evil. They did have one very good and one with them. They tried to protect people. They did it. Money changers were pretty common. And there were people who charged for their borrowers. Borrowers would pay back thousands and $100,000 more usury. And the fact is, borrowing what makes
Miss Aquarius.
despite
How you living, girl? Kicking ass, taking names. Kicking ass, taking names. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let me get on the app for you guys. Send it. Okay, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Bingo.
Here we go. Yay. Did you win anyway today?
Oh, I win every day, girl. Oh, look at you. Getting 9. That one just fell over. That's the way to stay. All right, get this one. Oh, you came as close as I think you can. You shaved it. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about. That's get it. 9 again. All right, get this one.
Nope.
It's a tough one to get. Almost. All right, I need to get this split. Get it. Ooh, doggy. That was good. All right. You can get this split. Oh, okay, you got one. Get it. All right. That's all right. We're going to get these two. No doubt. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Here you go. Get this. Ooh, that was right on. Uh-oh. Oh, for sure. No doubt. No doubt. I'm doing okay. I'll take. Oh, but look at you. Don't call it a comeback. Two more. Okay. Get two. The goal is two.
Can't get it. Anyway, come on, Rabbi.
You kissed that one.
I got it. All right, go ahead.
I'm going to get these four. Maybe not. Okay. All right. 291.
Yay.
On the way to 300.
Okay, you want to run 300? Look at you.
All right, Miss Aquarius. You're
All
up.
right.
Let's see you win.
No, what the world happened? This baby lying.
All right.
Okay, come on ahead.
No doubt. I'm going to get this one, and everybody's going to cheer. I do. Come on. There we go.
Yay.
Yay. That was on. Get it, Mr. Aquarius. That's it. It was looking good. Get it. Oh, that was almost it.
Okay, come on, Rabbi.
Oh, no. No.
So Jews actually, I'm talking now crypto Jews, they actually succeeded under this social environment because they were no longer held back
Almost.
by these artificial restraints
Yeah.
that society had placed on
You
them.
have that down. So come on, Rabbi. You got it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Miss Aquarius.
Because they were illiterate,
All right, we did this.
they were urbanized, they had a very high level that they placed on education. And so over the next 100 years,
Get it.
Nope, I thought I could. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt. No doubt. All right, now this is a serious split.
People who trace their origins back to Jewish roots and may have been extremely
Oh, come on.
Ooh.
I should have gotten it. That was good enough. That was Miss Aquarius.
So closer to the end of the 15th century, decides
Get this.
found
You got it. Perfect. Perfect shot.
Which was not technically speaking directed.
Get this. Get this.
Was directed at
No,
Jews
but
You got
close.
this, Rabbi.
who had been
I'm
baptized
close up to you. Come on, Rabbi.
You made a nice comeback.
more severe, they were not believed to be behaving in this manner.
No doubt.
They had this whole purge-like
Yay, yes,
setup
there.
where
Thank you, ma'am.
they would arrest these suspected
Get it.
people of Judaizing to wonder
That's all right. I'll take it.
torture them for
A win's a win. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling and undefeated in. All right, Miss Aquarius.
Say it again. Undefeated.
In bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yay!
Yay is right.
Yeah, you say it.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
say it. Yay!
Yay.
It's Labor Day, so I don't have.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius. Well, sweet dreams and
See you in the morning. Hey, guys, really.
that's right.
Meat shops, and they're still maintaining, rabbinical services, and so the crypto Jews are always being drawn back
Hey, but let
to
me tell you
these
something.
sources of
That's it. That's what I'm going in. I'm on first. I know.
So there's a lot of argument.
I know. Yeah. Dude. And then he's my rabbit. Then you don't come to oh, slave. Yeah. Me too. Slave. Somebody said, "Oh, you trying to be racist?" I said, "I would get them out of here." No, he can't talk shit about you, but I just kept it mute, like whatever. Bill came back.
That's all.
I told him I will get them out of there, but he left. So maybe get that mind on you.
Good on you, man. Right.
So you want to tell me?
Right. I get that too. People think that the only people who are between the ages of 84, and it's like, no, we started the internet.
So I ain't got time for it. I don't do nothing. Turn it down.
Do.
Yeah, when I go to sleep, I turn it down. But I heard him, then I said, "What you say?" He was coming for you, and he was coming for me, though. And he was coming, I said, "Boo, you trying to be racist? I would get a mod up here." I said, "I get a mod." He left, and he came back.
Of course. He doesn't want to get banned.
He didn't want to get bad, but I was wondering about that other group, though, huh? I think they was going to they was going to call it because this dude was and I heard him, and he was telling me he was calling behind us. And he's telling me his mother, and I think the mom came out of there. I'm like, really? Y'all come out here. But that's why I don't be on the lives. Only be able to when I go to sleep because there's so many youngins on there.
Yeah, that's why I don't talk to people in there.
Amazing. All right.
All right, Miss Aquarius, sweet dreams.
All right, sweet dreams. Yeah.
Back to what's going on in the Netherlands, they have this idea of indulgence, illegal but unofficially tolerated. So even who was controlling all this at that point, and there was a lot of Spanish influence and so on, they basically said, well, listen, these Portuguese people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes and things like that, but they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specifically involved in draining actual land, but they are controlling society through their mercantile. They're keeping their head down, not one. So why should we be persecuting them? This was also in line with the form of Protestantism that was very strong in this region, in contrast to Lutheranism, much more prevalent in parts of Germany. Calvinism was a tolerant version of Protestantism that held to kind of Luther's original position that so on there were these persecuted Jews. So these Portuguese Jews were the first to make a really strong foothold in the Netherlands, establishing communities there. Officially, only in 1608, but Moody had been there for decades. Like that. And later on, they would join coming from Eastern Europe, particularly in the wake of the Khmelnyts, 1648-49. Ironically, we live in an era that tends to be Ashkenaz-centric, with the population movements in the Jewish world. Western Europe, again, is predominantly Ashkenazic. That tends to be a wealthier part of the world. And so, we have this stereotype of Ashkenazis kind of being the big brothers helping out the Sephardim and the Portuguese Jews, who are the younger brothers. In reality, at this time, it was definitely the opposite to the Ashkenazim. The needy Jewish population. Very different attitudes, very different perspectives on life in the world, and it creates some of the most fascinating ideologies. And that's what we see, especially perhaps the most famous Jewish inhabitants in second, really, second but famous one, Uriel da Costa. This is a remarkable event. If you've heard any of my lectures on Costa before, please, I return to this figure quite often. He is someone that I think is extremely important for our understanding of Jewish modernity. Uriel da Costa was a Portuguese Jew who many did not lose Jewish identity until he was hurt. It was very dangerous for Portuguese Jews to tell their kids that they were in fact Jewish. So his parents had already earned a degree from the University of and he was very, very excited about it. He said, "Oh, this is fantastic." And he came to Amsterdam. He actually spent some time elsewhere in Europe as well. But he was unable to fit in with Dutch society, Dutch Jewish society, because largely he had this, this idea of what Jew would be like that was entirely on only the version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. He wrote about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses. Jews are fantastic, but we got that from some of the regular people that they were of a gadfly on the community, and he took it to extremes. He actually was criticizing the Jews and criticism. Ultimately, he was excommunicated by the Dutch Jewish community more than once. And after a third, he kept on coming back saying, "Please, I have to live on my new, I can't be separated." Ultimately, after a third and ritually humiliating rapprochement, he decided that he should rather take his life, and he died by suicide after 12 example of human life that says a lot. Is what Jewish identity means in modern. Now, sitting on the lap in this remarkable picture, you see that Costa has this, he's all dressed in black and has this kind of like claw-like grip on the edge of the chair. He's got this 1,000-yard stare. He looks very somber and a little morbid. And sitting on his lap is this carefree boy with long golden curls, and he's languidly holding onto some flowers while looking askance at the text of a book that's supposed to represent Susa. For those who went through much of the same process as Acosta did, but unlike Acosta, he was able to somehow, I'm going to go on my merry way. And here, the same artist, 19 years later, made this version of Spinoza extradicated. He was in other perspectives on the Bible, and in fact, what would be called later biblical. There's a lot more to say about Spinoza, more than I would expect. But in many ways, he is the art of modern philosophy. He was also affiliated by the community. He felt that his ideas were not only antithetical, but they were also antithetical of the community because the Ashkenaz Jewish community did not want to rely on this idea of illegal demolition tolerated. They wanted everyone to stay in line and have their ties on and look proper. And they regarded him with some hatred and fear, whereas in this painting we see his attitude was, well, sorry about that, but I'm going to go on my merry way. Much more to say about Spinoza because he is indicative of the intellectual ferment of the Jewish community there, depending on how you understand. It was a place of activity, a tremendous exchange of ideas, huge center of printing. You may recognize this piece from the Amsterdam, which is a landmark in printing that's copper engravings were illustrated that Haggadah used hundreds of thousands of Jewish tables every hour. It was illustrated by Abraham Barnes, fascinating convert to Judaism who lived in Amsterdam. This picture, which depicts himself as being none other than Prophet Jonah, being tied and swallowed up by that great sea, finally deposited on solid ground. Abraham Bar Yaakov, who signed his name at the bottom there, clearly saw him as someone who was lost in the sea of intellectual Judaism and became a very important master copper engraver. And his work has been seen at the tables of who knows how many untold families in America, because one of the most famous Haggadahs that survived the use primarily because it was available for is essentially the Amsterdam Haggadah. It went for the longest time it was the Amsterdam Haggadah itself. So we get to the 20th century, and this is very quick overview. Jews are finding themselves very much at home in Dutch society, and one of the lowest points in history, and specifically during the Holocaust. And one of the things that is really unprecedented in Europe during the period of Nazi occupation is a widespread general strike in Amsterdam, specific protest of the treatment of Jews by the Nazis. As you can see, here's the actual document that was circulated. You can see strikes, stack, which means strike. You get a sense of the anger that average workers in Amsterdam felt over the abuse of their traditional tolerance had been extended to Nazis who used collective punishment, which was their go-to tool for in a matter of days. Only one of its example in all of Nazi. This is a wonderful statue that was erected to memorialize that general sorry, I forgot the name who constructed it. I have a video where they talk about it. The artist has chosen not to portray something like neo-Soviet hero. The way he's just a regular working Joe. But he's looking up to the sky. His hands are like slowly clenching as he begins to feel the how Judah treated his fellow citizens in Amsterdam. And as his anger builds, comes resolved to engage in this general structure. Very, very touching and worthwhile statue. I can't wait to see it. Unfortunately, the larger story of the Jewish Holocaust is not one of great. There was in Amsterdam, in particular, of course, that and Frank lost life after recording her thoughts in a remarkable diary later published. And in fact, Amsterdam had a horrific demographic impact under the Holocaust, worse than most other countries. That's the sad reality. So Spinoza was forced to leave them behind, and that way they could fund their primarily the summer. The crown definitely stood to benefit from something like this. Just engagement. There's Stacey Adams that one of the Jewish writers, Spanish Jews, were embarrassed by the poor immigrant Jews and actually pitched in to send them off to the British. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that we look to. We're also, they have a very creative enthusiasm that repeats itself, unfortunately, many times in Jewish history. In Amsterdam specifically, the Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves. First, but the bulk of their charge of the nation actually collaboration of both states in the West as their racial equals and how they treated slaves. For example, which they regard as the racial under and very, very different. Very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and I came across this one individual who is so fascinating that I have to share his life story with you. His name is Lopo Ramirez, and he also had a guest named David Kuri. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew, and he became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of risk in many other classes. This gave them unusual advantages in society because as Christians, they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions, not allowing them to attend higher education. Families maintained some internal Jewish identity, married amongst people of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of bizarre dual lifestyle. When he ended up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there. Very fascinating. Okay, so the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had all the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially out Portuguese members as being crypto. So the Portuguese branch of the family is very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism in secret. We know that way because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested of the tortures and the confessions and things like that, and so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway, so frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled first to France, and our protagonist, Lopo, was 15 years at the time. They lived in France, but his mother died 5 years later, and Lopo, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals out of a rabbit hole, looking at particular aspects of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria, and you should not be confused by that name, Maria. You know, his actual name was Rachel Nahar. He was a crypto Jew as well. So, working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Gabbai of the Beit Jacob Synagogue in Amsterdam. Very, very important position, and he handled it very well. He was especially involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minion, which happens all the time, and he managed to sort of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion, and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were buying their funds to ensure that the poor were to be properly treatable funds. He was later very influential in several decades later in bringing together now 3 synagogues to one single organization. So very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. It was a particularly dramatic moment in his life. kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled, and on tour, the family would read this scroll every year. Involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments, and especially when Portugal seceded 40, Lopo became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. And we see an unusual phenomenon. He was officially at night. Another great example of this is the Latin name very famous Jewish doctor who was, original services, because he can be quite, where we would see this perhaps, this other side of him is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. And I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look on the YouTube that will give you the link to an article where it's discussed pretty detail. Basically, there were three Jewish men married three each other. Locals are was one of them. One of the other brothers, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter, before he passed away, and he named some of that money for themselves. This was viewed, and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal organization, formal community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including our local Ramirez, in Lidui, which is ostracism that is one level short of terror, which is much more stringent and sometimes called excommunication. In general, the Amsterdam white You may be familiar with the case involving this status injury lasted a very, very long time. And local leaders themselves, because it's very proud men, tremendous achievements, very wealthy, kept organizing for himself. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, in the course of my research and preparation for the post-political exam later this year, I came across this remarkable story, this fantastic biography of someone known as Rabbi Rothschild of Amsterdam. His story was just so mind-blowing. I got to tell you about it. Let me start first of all by talking about the period of time in which we live. It's an era of the so-called Batavian Republic. This is a period of time when Amsterdam was invaded by the French, who brought with them the tremendous ideals that were encapsulated in the Revolution of 1789. Specifically important for Jewish history, but of course important for general world history, is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen that the French had proclaimed as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795, the Dutch Republic, Batavian Republic, they inherited some of these ideas, and there were many local Dutchmen who said, yeah, this is great, let's do this, let's stay with these French invaders, and let us adopt some of those ideas. The Jews at this time were rather divided, as they were among most of Europe, actually. There were some Jews who were very much in favor of maintaining the status quo with the old regime. They were known as the Orangists, and there were those who were saying, no, let's adopt these new values. They're teaching important emancipation and so on. The divisions between Jews was so intense that actually there were fist fights, fighting in the street over this, with some Jewish Orangists attacking those revolutionaries, not just Jews but non-Jews. This was eventually closed in August of 1790 when the authority of the Batavian Republic put the Parnassen, those were the traditional leaders of the old-style Megillah or Jewish community, in charge, and actually placed guards at the edges of the Jewish border to make sure that people behaved. So it shows that Jews were united on this at all, just to get a sense of the kind of mental sort of conservatism of many elements of the Jewish community. Here's a beautiful mantle dating from 1898, 100 years later, but it actually has written on it the Top Keter Torah, the crown of Torah, in the year of the coronation of the Queen Wilhelmina. I've never seen a Torah mantle that actually specifically is dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish president. Here it is, and it shows you some of the systematic services that have anyway, on the other side, the progressive part of the community, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of the French Revolution came with the invasion, organized themselves in a group called Felix Libertate, which essentially means happy liberty. 1/3 third of the membership of this group was non-Jewish, and 2/3 were Jews. But equal rights for Jews modeled on French example. To recap, if you want to look at some of the other videos when I talked about the Arab and so on, we go to Richmond in 1709, and when we explained this rights of man and citizen, there was a question, hey, what about us Jews? And the French government at the time, they waited thinking about that. They took basically about a year. They said, okay, we smarted them. They're close enough to regular French people will emancipate them. And then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, all the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote and also the right of residency, very important from the territories of Russia. Right to pursue various occupations, right of higher education, so on and so forth.
Oh, it's not this, it's not this, Susan.
The Canadian Republic in 1796, in September, the Jews there were also emancipated. We got the vote, and they began to exercise that privilege. Ultimately, in 1798, a Jew was finally appointed to public office. Moses Salomon Aqua became a member of the city judicial. Now, there's some great internal change going on at the same time. Felix Libertate, with democratization, not only they wanted to remove the quasi-democratic leadership of the Jewish community, which was called Kehillah. The Kehillah leadership was typically made up of obviously men, usually property holders. The right to elect those men was limited by the wealth and so on. So this is a structure that stood the Jews in good stead for really almost 2,000 years at this point. Many people said they should franchise expand.
Precedent.
The traditional leadership really didn't want to make that change. Progressive values, they really didn't want to get involved in the internal machination of the Jewish community, and so they both guarded place because they, after all, were responsible for peace, and they had done very well during. What happened was in 1797, these progressive Jews, acting under the title Felix Libertate, separated from the single monolithic Jewish people. They established their own Kehillah, they called the Nayek, or New Kehillah, New Community, and they had their own shul, Adat Yeshua. We should understand that, today, Jews and shul do over, whether we serve this kind of herring or that kind of herring in Kiddush, and they break away and set up a separate menu and the shul happens. That's kind of like the American way of doing things. But the traditional Europe, one community for Jews, those several synagogues, but they're all sort of organized under a single, almost feudal kind of structure, represented a tremendous break. It would also later, when Rabbi Samson in Frankfurt am Main would famously succeed in something that was known as the Auschwitz, the separation, secession of the more Orthodox leaning Jews from the more liberal leaning Jews in that city. So this actually preceded it by a good century. At any rate, New Kehillah, and they have their own shul called respected unity judge and Dayan to be the new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Yitzhak Ger. His years were 1738. We're going to return to him. But just under this Naya Kehillah was there were about 20 members of the old Kehillah. The new Kehillah only had about 700 people, and only 108 of them were actually paying members in 1799. There was a taxation to keep the membership going. So it was much smaller than the large community, but it was certainly worth its weight in Machlokas, in controversy between Jews. I would love to go into this. I really intend to do a deep dive on this later before the cruise, but there was kind of like a year-long literary war between the old Kehillah and the new Kehillah, where they published competing Yiddish language pamphlets called discourses, where they attacked each other, the new community, and they attacked their separation. So, and some of it reads like poor. Actually, example, published fake advertisements for events to be hosted by the new community, saying that they were going to be serving lobsters and oyster Friday night, smoking, which were huge violations of Jewish law, and completely weren't doing anything like that. And sponsoring kiddish and things like that. I mean, it's not like they're not ritual services to make the announcements, but switching to the Dutch language was a statement of civic membership that although the rest of the literature, the rest of the prayers were in Hebrew, this particular one exception. Second, amazingly again, but it's pretty funny because almost I've never prayed on Friday night always has this particular psalm or another psalm. It's a hymn that was composed in the 16th century spot in Israel, beautiful Kabbalistic hymn. Welcome Sabbath Bride. That's although I did pray for many years in a very Lithuanian style, very subdued kind of Friday night service, where we would alternate between singing parts and then sing parts to ourselves. But at any the night, he said, no, we're all going to sing it together, which has basically the norm until sometimes today. The third really radical thing that they proposed, there are all these long, kind of like Homeric epic poems that are composed, maybe not Homeric, okay, but that are inserted in the prayers that make this service drag out. These things are extra, they're added later, they're very beautiful, but today to skip all those used in most prayer books today. These are relatively minor, but nevertheless caused a huge uplift. One of the most cool of the changes, however, was that Naya said that they would adopt the Sephardic method of eating kidneys on Pesach for certain foods, which are clearly not bread, like rice, for example, that Ashkenazim nevertheless have a custom. But the Naya said that since we are essentially starting fresh, starting new, we're going to adopt new customs and eat these foods, even though Ashkenazim did. That's a little bit more radical, but still, hardly earth-shattering. Some of the things that the conflict was hot and heavy for those innovations. Always said that the leadership of the Naya Kehillah has to be reintegrated. In that context, they were able to ultimately affect a lot of policy. Okay, let's get back to our main topic, though, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Ger Rabin. So Ger, of course, means convert. And besides the fact that there is a general Talmudic prohibition against reminding a person that they are a convert or they are descended from converts. Nevertheless, this is the way this rabbi was typically known for an amazing story that relates to comes from an amazing family of converts from Sweden, 1807, and from a Mr. Ole S. of Amsterdam, who was apparently a descendant of and posted Mr. Mississippi. And sort of next to him in this kind of diorama, or I guess it's like an allusion to his book, which was Sarah Yitzhaki wrote this book in 1789, and in the text in which the world stands.
Welcome to A Book with Legs, a podcast presented by Spade Capital Management.
Capital Management. Fucking geniuses over there. Gonna be like just that, like I told you. It was a idea. This
information for filtering.
folks.
Investing is the last great liberal art, and the best way to spend a life. Business-minded people and investors who want to grow their knowledge from great authors and their writing. John Munger often talks about using multiple methods. For joining us today. Hey, great to be here. So, Greg, you're probably gaining. I'm probably the biggest fanboy as it pertains to your book. I've really enjoyed it, and I have to ask that you live in New Jersey. What inspired you to write this book?
That's a good question. I'm an East Coast guy. And, my wife's West Coast. So I never been to some of those places. So, little towns in Oklahoma, Texas, from one. That's where you oil and gas running out. And talking to me. So, frankly, this baby is a full story. People would be highly what were their stories? How did they play out?
You have George Mitchell, you have Tom Moore, and you have Harold hand, you have you know, pop in the story. But you kind of use Mitchell as you're talking about really how this industry evolved, meeting
My first interview for this book, I think, I talked to an analyst or two, but in terms of the main character, so I flew out to Houston, and here I am, this East Coast guy who doesn't know that much about energy. I've done a little bit of writing. What do I know from George Mitchell in Houston? One, no Baron. His father, Sabas Paraskopopoulos, and he says how Sabas was off Ellis Island. They said go work on the building the rail. I think it was sort of Texas. One day, he's a paymaster. And it says, Sabas, I can't spell his name. With his name. Well, journey. He goes, my name is Mike Mitchell. And Sabas is like, all right, I'll be Mike Mitchell too. Took his story, his family, but just the fact that he had to persevere. Outsiders, said, yes, there we know there's a lot of oil and gas packets to shell, but don't waste your time. He had skeptics with his own company, his own president, Bill Stevens, opposed and frankly, he was 8 years old, he had survived her. Wife had Alzheimer's, he had death problems, debt problems, days, charity that the idea of energy independence. 20 years ago, that was thought as impossible. As we talked about even 15 years ago, no one thought that was possible either. Are you blown away that we've gone from this that we were dependent on equals that running out of oil and gas in the United States, and then today we're at the point where we're exporting it. It's so much exporting of gas, even oil. We're exporting to the Saudis. It's a great, one of the most
Tell the story, like you said earlier, classic American story, Lebanese immigrant who gets this idea to, in effect, import natural gas under the heading of we don't have enough here in the United States. Could you kind of teach our listeners, that story out of your book? Because I think it's fascinating to see the pivot and about face that you had to do.
Yeah, there are really fewer more unlikely characters to lead the U.S. energy revolution. Usually, he's an immigrant from Lebanon, 10 years as an investment banker, he retired to go ski in Aspen. He started some bars and some restaurants there in Los Angeles, and he started a restaurant called the Mezzaluna Restaurant, which is pretty well known for a while, or infamous, because that's where the O.J. Simpson restaurant and Nicole Brown Simpson was in that restaurant one evening and left her glasses there at the restaurant. And a young man brought glasses to her home, and then O.J. Simpson allegedly property both. That restaurant for a while was just world renowned. People came from all over the world to go there afterwards. And Suki was kind of sickened by the whole thing. He's like, they're coming here now for food, but because there was a murder associated with my restaurant, and he just needed something new. He was running out of money, and he thought at the time, the oil and gas industry, there was a lot of investments. This is around the time of the dot-com boom and bubble around 2000 or so, and we saw the money was going elsewhere. Shares and companies, not enough to run to oil and gas. So said, maybe I can on oil and gas. They started and they worked very well. He said, okay, well, what if we start importing gas into the United States? Because all the experts say we're running out of gas, so maybe we should be importing oil and gas. And it's a really persuasive, convincing visual. He raised billions and billions of dollars. Huge plants in Louisiana for natural gas. And all of a sudden, we have this surplus gas that's developing, and you talk to people like Robert Rothschild. They were like, yeah. So much gas. I don't know why you're in. Gas. Coming in. He was in trouble. His company. In trouble. So Suki and Chenier were in trouble. They were about to import natural gas.
Parallels of then seem like they're kind of ringing in our ears now, and I don't know if that's something you've kind of paralleled with that in the oil and gas business.
It's a great point. In many ways, there's similarities. That it's just hard to get capital if you're in the oil and gas business today. the banks from investors. And frankly, there's been a change.
Yeah, because you go through some of the cycles of this industry. More a kid comes from a very simple means and ends up the drilling and fracking.
Parents were poor. He had to help them. They were sharecroppers. And it was so cold that anymore. He did the field. So, I mean, he was so poor that he told me a story that he got his first pair of shoes in the shack of a home burned down, and his neighbors chipped in. Positive story. He broke down, so Danny stepped up and people chipped in, and he got a pair of shoes. And the said, no, all going to stick it together. Most others would kind of see their home burning down as a negative experience. And then the third, he didn't go to have a geology degree of any kind. All these gas for $1 an hour after high school credits. He started as low as you can get, kind of cleaning up the sediment from oil tankers at the bottom of those trucks, clenching it there and raking up the debris, the sediment from these tankers. And frankly, for years, he then threw himself into the oil business. He kind of said, all right, I don't want to be warning. There's a well, who's well, these oil guys that I see around. He said, I want to be like that. And on the fly, but he said, I'm going to be like these guys. I'm going to save money some exploration. And he made some money. And locally in Oklahoma. And I visited the little town that he's from, Enid, Oklahoma. We grew up in our local pasture, and I got to experience it and talk to people. It's just a privilege and a pleasure to go to some starting fresh, starting new. And anyway, Harold started this company, and people snickered. People made fun of him. He talked rough. He didn't really Dale Carnegie at one point to try to present himself. Him storing where an airplane, and we all entered trying to fly it. Suing people, and he had to get no geology or any other kind of course in college. He's from this little town, Enid, the ninth largest in Oklahoma. But he heard on the pocket, he heard about the promise of the pocket. He kind of believed it. Tight limestone there. In North Dakota, Montana, and he thought it might yield a lot of when other people could have, all the Exxon, the majors, they ain't giving up on America. They were offshore, they were in Africa, they were in Asia, they were betting on America, and Harold Hamm and the other people in my book, the frackers, who were, and I just love that belief in both this country and the promise of the natural resources, but in what we can do, what we can innovate, how creative we can be, and that's what it was. And listen, part of my book is about gas and the people who use gas. That's all the Clemens and Tom Ward and others. But oil is even harder to tail on from some of those people. That's what Harold Ham was about.
Yeah, so Harold is really kind of the central character of the story, as I felt as a reader. And he kind of, back to the cycles of this, he sold his drilling business. I think it was in 1982 for like $1 million. So he had made good money early on, and then a lot of these characters had to walk through the crisis that Oklahoma had with Penn Square, failing. And interestingly, Greg, I've been to Penn Square just by random circumstances. Was that Penn Square discussion for these Oklahoma people? I mean, was that as big of a tipping point in the local economy and the industry as your book led on to be?
Oh, it was huge. Yeah, you guys heard stories about that. And frankly, there are these people there have gone through cycles. Outsiders don't appreciate resilience and the ability to handle ups and downs. So, we in the press will get about the latest downturn. It's difficult right now. And I'm not saying it's not difficult to challenge. When you talk to veterans, they say, Greg, we've gone through so much. It's been so many ups and downs. They never get too high, they never get too low. And it's a really big trademark of the industry and the veterans industry. They've been through it all, and they don't blow their money in some ways. They in some other industries, not buying. Sometimes they're buying their ocean liner kind of things. Even sort of the landman, when they're making a lot of money, they seem to save it. I'm not saying they don't enjoy themselves as well, but they save a little bit more. Because they know that right around the bend is going to be some downturn. It's an ups and downs volatility that other people couldn't handle. But when you talk to veterans, they sort of they know to ride. It's a volatile industry, and they're prepared for that.
Yeah, you pointed out in your book that oil went from $36 in 1981 to $15 in 1986. I know the late Boone Pickens had put a quote on the front of your book, but that was kind of a Boone Pickens era, and I know your book didn't talk a lot about that, but in many ways, the people that survived that were really the seeds of your book, because that's who got to finally build the energy independence at the end.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You survivors have the capital, they have the experience, the knowledge, and I think you can say the same thing today. Those are the guys who experience.
Modern period and restrictions on these things. And
downturn right on them. There's also another upturn, and it's all about the most technological innovation in this industry. So people in the media, and I talk about my brethren here, we think of Silicon Valley when it comes to American technological innovation. You don't think of the oil and gas industry, and when you think of horizontal drilling, how it's perfected, and that's the other half of the revolution. You talk about fracking, but horizontal drilling is just as important. And to go from high level rabbi, I think it was about stage of fracking. It was one when I was reading the book, they've improved on that since then. That's so innovative, and people don't understand. The average layer doesn't understand the creativity in the industry, and it's a technological revolution as well.
So you kind of get into some of the interesting history of via breaking up rock, about Civil War situations and these original ideas. Why is it that you think that fracking and horizontal drilling took so long to catch on? Was it just the unique geographies that people ran into, or was it just stupid thinking in the industry itself?
It's a combination of two things. First of all, it's very expensive. So you need high oil and gas prices to justify it. So, listen, we all knew everyone shales, packed with oil and gas. But it was just too far down there, too challenging a rock, too expensive to get at, and so it took higher prices. But part of it also is just conventional wisdom in an industry. It's not just the oil and gas industry. I would talk about it a lot. I mean, I just wrote a book about the vaccine revolution and how effective vaccines to save the world. Companies just like Lee, as Mitchell and Ham's companies, and don't care much about it. There are a lot of similarities, believe it or not. So mRNA is an approach that everyone said, yeah, maybe it could work, but probably not. And there were some stubborn scientists that ignored the conventional wisdom.
Hello, fellas.
Here, people say, yeah, fracking, hypothetical work, shale, yeah. That's an interesting rock.
Production of it,
God, all that oil and gas, but don't waste your time on it. And it took
guys, I did a little more research and
Mitchell and his
look
team,
at it.
people I write about,
Actually,
Harold Ham and all the
the National
to ignore the conventional wisdom, and sometimes too, in the conventional wisdom, among the giants was don't waste your time
by
with
a
shale
Jewish
and
cartographer named Abraham
stubborn
Rothschild.
entrepreneurs,
I'm going to spend a little bit of time
wildcatters,
talking about
to
his
ignore the
biography, the
conventional
relationship
wisdom.
of
When
Jews to
everyone else
navigation
preached,
and
go to Africa, go to Asia,
then we're going to
go
look
into a planet America, I mean, exile
and a little bit about
headquarters are
other
literally
Jewish
on top
activity, which is just
of
fascinating.
ground zero.
First of all,
for
let's
this
get his
revolution.
name right.
Barnett
It is
Shale.
kind of
It was
confusing.
exile exploring.
He's known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Rothschild, but actually Rothschild was his given name, and Abraham was his father's name. This is a typical way of
Yeah, so there's this interaction. Like you said, it takes a lot of capital to frack and do these exercises and techniques. So there's this constant interaction in your book between the public market and these companies. It's enhanced by, like we said, the cycles, the Penn Squared situation. Mitchell, developing the woodlands is kind of a sideshow to his life, and selling out in 01, and then you have Chesapeake, who went as low as $1 in '99.
We see many
so I guess
14th, 15th, 16th century
capital structure, time and time again, was really important for these people. Your book kind of goes through the idea that some were good and some were bad, and some had great ideas and could never make it.
And that's exactly right. I talk about some wildcatters and others who believe in shale just as much as George Mitchell.
So they're involved
Just
heavily
as much
in
as
studying the latest
Harold Ham.
scientific information.
Go on and on, and yet they
Pretty much
didn't make
abreast
it.
of
They
what
didn't
was
succeed.
going on
They had
scientifically.
abject failure, embarrassing
Secondly,
failure often.
they're
And I
long
think it's important to tell their
associated
stories as
with
well,
travel.
just to show that it
An earlier
wasn't
video
just
about the
about
Ladanite merchants
the
in the
idea.
9th century
Just
who were
not
literally
just
over
seizing
Europe,
on
the
shale
Middle East,
and
and
similar kinds
Asia
of
in
rock
their
formations.
absolute
It
fascinating.
takes a lot
And
more
we have
than
travelogues
figures
figures like
that
Benjamin
are like that
Tapia,
believe you
Reagan,
that
and others
will
who
stay with
you
you.
know, their travels from Jewish community to Germany
The
throughout
first
Europe
sign
and
of
further
failure.
to the East.
None of
So
them
with the
had that,
combination
and
of mathematical skills, wide base of accuracy, long association with astronomy, it's not surprising
with
Jews
investors
were heavily involved in the creation of maps and star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were maritime powers
That's
who were
just as
deeply
important
involved in
as
exploration
the
at the time.
ideas and the
And they're involved in the creation of
creativity
navigational
there
instruments
as well
like
for the
this beautiful
entrepreneurs
astrolabe, which is
thinking about starting companies that are looking to
and you
back
can see that
new ones.
it's written in
Yeah, to your point about McClendon, if there was ever kind of a love child between Wall Street and the oil business, Aubrey, he seemed to be that. His family's background that you kind of lay out. So I'd love you to take listeners just through a little bit about Aubrey, because he maybe understood the markets better than anyone.
All of McClendon is fascinating. People said to me after the manufacturers, Greg, I really like the book. I just don't know if I like these characters. Sometimes I don't, which is a chain reaction. And if that were to have, they're great characters. No one more so than Aubrey McClendon.
Thank you for listening to that product.
Oklahoma
So the
oil
map was
mobility,
probably commissioned
sort
by
of.
John
His mother's family was the
out
part
of
that Carnegie
and it was
family.
intended
But
most likely
right
as a
side
gift
of
for
his
his
family,
cousin,
so
Charles
they had money, but not
VI
a ton of money.
It has been ever since. It's
not necessarily
now available online as well in the
family industry.
I would put a little
link
person information box.
There's going to be an account.
And it has been studied for centuries
Besides
by
the job
scholars.
that the family
I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fine.
and
Dr. Fine
goes
is
into the
absolutely
industry. He's very
work on this
charismatic.
in
He's
a
a
few different
man,
places, including a website called
he
Smart
realizes
History,
making real
which
money
I
with
discovered it
inspiration.
was just filled
Shifts
with
gears
fantastic
and
articles
tries his
on
hand
Jewish art history. So I'm going to spend a lot more
And
time
frankly,
on
he's a
this
fast follower.
but a lot of the research I
not
present
George
comes from
Mitchell.
Dr.
He didn't come
Fine.
up with the idea of
So
targeting
the
shale.
atlas
He
itself,
realized, hey, I think there's
there are
something
about
going on here.
65 by
I think
50
that
centimeters
this
in
country
dimension.
we
Or about
produce a lot
25
of
by
gas.
20
He was all about natural gas.
Over time, they have
he says,
integrated, they
to
were
do
put
it
onto like hard stiff
It's a land
boards, folded up so you can
never
see them kind of like
before
separated
seen
like
in
this.
the nation.
The map
He
that I have
borrowed
behind
personally
the actual
buy shares in his
here, the
company.
graphic
He
part of the
believes he's a
map.
mover. I
The
love that.
first
So
two leaves
another
have
issue
like
sometimes you see
introduction
people
materials,
selling
which are more like
on the way up. He was buying
astronomical,
on the way up.
especially connected
No one
to
believes
zodiac, things like
in
that.
this, in his
Absolutely
approach, but
fascinating.
in this
These
nation,
are actually reproductions that give you a sense of natural origins, the colors, especially when they were original. Unfortunately, the original has been split in half. When you go to the bibliotech site, you'll see what it looks like actually. Now, a couple of ways in which this
basketball franchise,
you should use a geographic
enjoy the
limelight, just so worlds ahead.
going,
It's so fantastic, far ahead.
and the
of
problem
other
was
maps
too
out
much.
there. Basically, two ways
on the
of
way up, and
representing
then
the world in
when
graphic
he was a
format.
victim of his
You
own
have, for
success.
example,
He found
kind of
so
like
much
a
gas. He and his colleagues,
theological,
companies,
philosophical
found
type
so much
representation
gas
of like this
gas
map
prices
Salter, which
collapsed.
comes
It was
from
about
century
13
prior.
dollars to
It's kind of interesting. It shows the relationship of religious figures like Jesus at the top of angels to kind of fanciful sort of legend aspect of the world, where the Garden of Eden is, things like that. Very interesting, but not especially practical. Actually,
robbery.
And you have maps like this, the line charts, which are especially laid out with latitude and longitude. It looks a lot more like what we would call a map today, but by comparison with roughly contemporary atlas, they're pretty dull. It's just like names, places, and alternatives. So amazing about the controversial figure was something that like an encyclopedia. It was not just a reliable representation.
Yeah, as a Seattle kid growing up, rereading your story and listening to him partnering with Clay Bennett to take the slides away is always a painful part of your book. Yeah, I know. And like you said, they were having so much success. It's the kind of stuff that's prone to cause issues. I have to jump into this because it's too interesting from a corporate perspective. Can you talk about what their headquarters, kind of the opulence layout, and then also Bert and McLennan were doing on the side?
Yes, so Oklahoma City, backwater.
So let's have a look.
Got there. I don't want to exaggerate.
So here is a representation. See on the upper right. It's actually zooming into the screenshot from the bibliotech website. So this is the way it looks over there.
Just the higher.
You can see that a couple of things. First of all, it's not like on modern day maps that you read sitting in one position. You would literally either turn the map around, or I think they probably lay it out on a big table and they walk around the table to meet it from different positions. Because sometimes the material is presented sideways up and down, things like that. But it gives you, first of all, some interesting kind of like place names, of course, like the but also gives you a sense of like there. You see, for example, the Star of David frequency seems to indicate the presence of Jewish tradition. And as you'll see, there's lots of references of geographic features that are found and so on. Sometimes political issues. These guys got a whole paradigm, so it receives kind of a special level of decoration. So, here you see there's some political and economic information.
surface, oil and gas are both. And that is promising, and you can't see people like Oliver Clinton. And yeah, it wasn't just about oil and gas for him, and he believed Oklahoma City, and he really built to help
Our idea of capital, you kind of go to the whole bunch too many times, and you can run into a lot of trouble. Obviously, Oryx ran into that trench. A lot is still that interaction between, like a charismatic salesman and a banker and investors at the end of the day. And kind of the question that I cropped up in my mind, to your point about a visionary, is what was your, as an investor, turn away from a lot of this? Was it something that interested you, or is it something you just looked and said, you know what, if it's a good salesman, I might not want to be at the table.
So it's really interesting. The era of the flat earthers. It looks like proportions. You spend a lot of time focusing on the big church that sits in Jerusalem, right? Get a lot of is expression. I would location. So much. Here you have moving to the east, fascinating cartographer who never actually saw an elephant in real life. People could find portions of size of but nevertheless, you try really hard to rely properties, whatever get of it. He also represents revolutions. So the country, all the way out to China, the whole economy. Right on wheels. The housing collapse. So he's lying to have a shot in the arm. Travel not on navigation accounts to actually map out the true benefits. There's a lot of benefited things in there based on his logbook. We're able to shift away from the powers that are still out in the world. There are some exaggeration. Punctuation for this cash flow sure and looking at kind of thing with its benefits is that notion eventually several figures of prioritize cash flow and until years ago that was still the case in the oil and gas industry. There's part of that, like but they won't at the same time and others pioneers to shift gears. Their whole mindset. States or you know It's like a mantra.
chemistry or something.
It almost
Rare.
together.
For example,
Is
Spain.
not about earnings.
Jewish
Everything
poet
turned on
and
its eye. So
Talmudic scholar who published in
it's really
areas.
that's what
Clear
that
also
investors right. They were not the
Muslim
priority.
for 16 years.
Everything else
Right, like, it just doesn't happen.
flow and free
They
cash
have
flow.
great rabbis in Lakewood.
This
Colorado,
country
various
allowed us to have so much freedom
absolutely fascinating.
internationally in terms of
Okay,
politics. Thanks to the there
If not, I really look forward to sharing some videos.
continents like others back in the day, and they did not benefit large extent. Not as much as they should have, and there's a lot about how much how little free cash flow. From these rebel still happen, and I think there's some really interesting entrepreneurial work on that version. Franklin, you've got ideas for your audience. I'd love to hear about them. I'd love to write about them for the journal, but it's changed in that regard, and I guess it's positive for the industry. Shake out the consolidation. Most, just as a writer looking for characters and drama, and people should be doing what they were doing in hindsight. And Tom Ward too quickly. In hindsight, Harold Camp should have been focused on free cash flow. That makes sense reasonably, but as a storyteller, it's background in this industry. Yeah, I kind of read everything helpful. So booklet Mitchell's people kind of an obscure book. Frankly, I got it on Amazon. It was expensive. We don't have that opportunity enough from society today, and it's living this big divide. And again, with my new book, which is vaccines and people about so everyone's believing size in our American society, and it's so sad. And I think it's a reflection of the fact that we just don't have an opportunity to meet each other, and I've had that opportunity, and I'm so grateful that I can bring bread and people, little towns in Oklahoma, and get to know each other, and we also got so much more in common.
Who actually started a riot
People on the coast are very wary, people on the west coast are very wary of those in the heartland, and vice versa. And it's like tribal at this point. My team is your team, and it's so sad for me because we're Americans, and we're sharing so much more than you would think. For a while to meet each other, yeah, maybe disagreements and different lifestyles to some extent, but then we have they had that opposes us, that opportunity that I had.
Yeah, in your book, you talk about Mark Papa and EOG Resources came out of Enron, obviously standing around oil and gas. Then get to 2007, here we are in Phoenix, Arizona, at our company, and within 15 minutes of our office, he's sitting there telling all the executives that we got to get out of the gas business, we got to the oil, there's way too much there. So, I think about the pivots in the evolution industry. Here we are in 2021. Company, is there a person or is there a story that you'd love to grasp?
What he did a lot is both precedent and surprising. Natural gas. And this was around, I forget, around 2009.
Economically allied
He was scared to death. His employees were high-fiving and celebrating, and Mark Papa said, hold on a second.
They are also all the
oil, gas, I'm sorry, all the gas is natural. The others are also. Maybe there's a company in trouble. His own employees, and he invented the resistance.
Yeah. The German
let's go after.
Well, this article is
United States. It is touch on, like I said, as we step forward to 2021, that you think is missing
that's been said.
And there's types of sources that are not innovative.
Right, that emerges is really easy to love production. George Mitchell, we were running out of oil and gas, so we had to come up with creativity. And I never counted the industry out as a result, but that's kind of one thing that emerged. Sharif Suit. Remember Sharif Suit? He was on the stretcher. I was on in 2008. You see also in industries how it's smaller upstarts and innovating the giants. You see freshers as well.
But I think your idea of back against the wall is just like instead of succeeding and survive. Greg, your newest book, A Shot to Save the World. Greg, where can listeners of the podcast get that book?
I love hearing it. So, my new book, A Shot to Save the World, I really much love to hear from people.
Great. I'd love to have you back on sometime if it works. And we look forward to the next episode of A Book with Legs podcast.
Thanks for having me. Frank, it was frankly
There was also
most fun experience writing the book. I tried to send it to me. Interested in
Thank you for listening to A Book with Legs, a podcast brought to you by Sneed Capital Management. The material provided in this podcast is for informational use only and should not be construed as investment advice. You can learn more about Sneed Capital Management and its products at sneedcap.com. Call your financial advisor.
Evil speech, gossip, and heckling the synagogue, things like this that really should not happen in a decorous environment. This reminds me of that word that's been used quite a bit about our own times. There's a level of stochastic, is random, but is bound to happen. Right? For example, if a kid is running with a pair, it's almost guaranteed to happen. Or as the another Amsterdam resident from about this time, Moshe Sato put, a blind man walking beside a river is bound to fall in. It's not guaranteed, but the randomness of it and the likelihood of harm is such that so this was also compounded by one last
President Trump announced a new tariff, essentially to tax Chinese goods coming into this. And now, Beijing is
French language, which you might think should be reasonable. But
so can it really win a trade
where
the Empire's peace?
posture of European countries would say that, but this is not at all common in ways countries.
With me today is Gupta, who is And the way, I should also mention well, if there's one thing we know about Donald Trump,
had to urge
no,
terrorists. He had a beautiful voice.
and he also thinks they're useful
He introduced innovation to move around quite a bit. What exactly
Before we go any further,
he started
we need to cover some
thinker
basics.
and a pass. So
You see, a tarot is a tax on
prayer
goods from foreign countries. Tarot is a tax on
backup
is that true? No, it's not necessarily the country that pays all the tariffs.
Prayers,
Business
you would
that
have
typically pays that
like
extra charge.
happening in Mexico.
largely
There was camps for
those
In some ways, this is work to show in some ways we kind of are a good deal because, as you say, Canada and Mexico did seem to Trump's demands when it came to having extra border security. But there's also the US trading off too in some ways, and many experts have said that you didn't need necessarily the threat of tariffs to get some of those things done, and it also does cause concern and uncertainty about tit for tat and the escalation of a global trade war as well, and that's what many experts and economists have been warning of the dangers of this.
the biggest target of Trump's tariffs so far though has been China.
Whenever a member of one of those camps got up and got Aaliyah, he would say, "And a special thank you to you." The boss so beautifully, and that and so much so that in the year 1700, the rabbi at the time, at least he imposed a fine Reichsdale. And anyone who like started trouble during Mishra should be ejected from it. That seemed to work for a little while. But then, after Rabbi Leib Harich passed away, they appointed in 1708 a new rabbi. So the Arya Leib and David, very, very well regarded scholars. But he didn't
billions more goods than exports to China. So I think President Trump, when he sees that, saw that big
Sabbath,
wants to do some value.
holiday of Rosh Hashanah, and the holiday of Kippur, which is
Also,
the high
turning
holy
off
day.
so some
Very specific
which
So your
President
idea is
about China for
familiar with this word. That Sabbath is yourself. Be a better person. Go into Yom Kippur and conquer your sin.
technology to Chinese firms. If they wanted to set up operation, they do it say with a joint venture, they had to transfer their technology. Also, he accused China of essentially keeping the particular make those exports cheaper.
Like China has
So
always
right away,
done
they step up and they ban this thing. It would not
Trump
work.
speaking
By 10%, 10% again, 25 cases. Also, trade organisation is stopped by the user, which incidentally is the kind of tools which is already using now.
Tariffs on Chinese goods. So some of the TVs, your laptops, game consoles, and it's also major supplier. Appliances as well, and also footwear. You see a lot of footwear products also being imported into the US from China. And what your tariffs into that tech giant.
Together, there's opportunity here. There is a certain freedom from the history,
That's and also to a certain extent, as you suggested, Eric,
so what I'd like to look
many ways
today is the fact that, you know, tolerance
We know
in
Donald
heaven
Trump sees
did not
tariffs as a
come
way
as
to
all do
prevent
this, let's all tolerate difference and all this that could happen.
so
Not
that China's economic
those
China is selling
non-economic.
So, unlike France, which has a citizen, and like the United States of America, with civil century examples, with the Declaration of the rights, things like that. There is France.
Everyone talks about President Trump being very transactional. Two of them are well, in some respects, quite similar. I mean, I think trying to out loud what his policy, his foreign policy, and what his two factors is early to say. But I think if there is a overall so in that respect, it is transactional. It's constantly trying to trade is published. Most important. Is that it creates price rises that ultimately end back to consumers. Do you think that these new tariffs and
So,
could really impact consumers?
That is something that economists more of Americans low. And then there's also the issues of the monetary policy side. Policy would be impacting whether they have to lift rates and how that could impact the economy and economic growth.
Mark Booster is ironically considered a peer of
then that
together different groups of religious values. Shaper of Protestant doctrine, recently governance, which is why it's especially relevant to the Jews.
And you could argue whether China goes to deal with that deal. It might
About
that's certainly what President Trump would argue, but
mobile entitlements to land
I think would be prepared not to go the whole hog.
He asked Martin Booster, okay, how am I supposed to deal?
And I think they've got some really
And
good
Martin
measures
Booster
or measures that
formulated a
could
response
potentially hurt
that was ultimately not successful, but nevertheless illustrates a very important
they don't have
hole on these two streams of
a limited time frame. They've got a longer time frame. So
the way in which this was posed to me was fascinating. Philip presented
and I know
to
it's him been a
a
holiday in
petition
China, so we haven't seen
that
the
he said
response.
given
But has
to
there been any
a lot of scholars believe that actually this petition may have been
excellent
as he is looking for
Canadians
a way
moving their staff
to deal with his Jews out of the advantage of their economic productivity without necessarily
this case, they would want to
church.
try and
So
Communist Party.
Philip had a couple of possibilities, right?
too many problems without getting everybody out of it in a way which makes it then difficult for the government to back down and do some deal with the I think in the future, if this continues, that nationalist further will certainly play a part in
Rishika, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nikki.
Thank you.
If you want more episodes of The Global Story, you can find us wherever you get your podcasts. Each day, we dive deep into one big international story. Don't forget to subscribe, leave some comments. We love to hear from you. Wherever you've been watching
Go
us.
back to
Thanks
that
so
kind
much.
of model, or those wondering, maybe we should give the Jews more freedom, and that will generate more economic benefit for us because we can especially tax them. So this petition that various ways.
Get any pizza, any toppings for just $9.99 online. Try the Domino's Spiral Pizza or invent a new.
This is the BBC World Service. I'm Johnny Diamond, and welcome
Jews should
to
be
World
allowed
Questions.
to be economically active.
President Trump, the first state of the USA, and
very
has
jealous
threatened
of
economic force to make
demanded
that high tariff.
that profession. So the Jews realized they
Canadian
wanted
Prime
to
Minister
challenge
says the
that
country is the most significant basis of our life.
Secondly,
Full steam ahead.
we
Passionate questions from
Jews
across
should be
this
allowed
world.
to carry on any kind of business. And nobody's subject under the state and right
Now,
manage their own affairs, supervise their own activities, and to meet outcomes. This is also something we see
Daniel
in
Erskine
the
Smith,
the Jews will be happy to pay
was the largest party of the position in the last
so that was their
Harris
proposal.
is vice chair of super strategies. And
Six, this is one that's, this definitely didn't come from the Jews, but someone added it, I guess, it's a low number, that the Jews should be
founder member of
something.
Okay, so while most Canadians are aware
Those
that
are the
the people of
petitions.
the
It
UK
seems
and
like some
Europe
sort of
stand with
plan
Canada
that Philip
regarding
hoped
their
that Luther would say
determination
that
to
in
remain
the
sovereign. We are
Protestant environment,
dismayed
now
by
that
the lack of
Protestants are making
support
new
publicly
rules,
expressed by the
we
leaders
should
of
accept
these
these. Now, what did Protestant think? We don't have a really clear
for
definition
Canada,
of how
and why is
Protestants
there
really deal
seemingly
with
such
Jews.
reluctance
If we
to
look to Martin
upset
Luther, we have
these
kind of
very
a
much loyal acquaintances?
bifurcated record. For example, Lincoln's work, he published this book in 1523. Das Jesus Christus ein geborener Jude sein, that Jesus Christ was the Jew. Wow, so really emphasize that Christians should pay attention to Jews and their needs and so on, because after all, Jesus Christ was a Jew.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and it's a
However,
great
this
question.
was
I think it's something that as you
felt
mentioned, Johnny,
that
lots of
the
Canadians
reason why
are
Jews
thinking
did not
about
be Christians because
where are our allies?
Catholicism was not the
And
right
one thing I
church.
will say is that,
But once
Trump has
Catholicism
changed
was
everything. He has
reformed
changed the world
through his
order.
Protestant
He has shown
then of course the Jews were
Canada,
Christians.
the UK,
When this failed
Europe,
to happen,
the
Martin
world
Luther had
cannot
a pretty
trust Donald
severe
Trump.
change of heart.
You no longer count on the U.S. It's
Well,
far enough away to Canada.
their lies, which is a
And
very nasty,
pushing the entire world,
very critical of
pretending
the
to hide
Jews.
from him.
And so,
all
to be
countries should extend.
really very positive
Those of us
disposal as a Jew, and then later,
respect the rule of law, respect the order, respect democracy.
what exactly did
We need
Protestantism
to stand
to say
together
about
and
this? Was a question
certainly
that was posed
that
to Martin Luther.
allies
It comes up with this document which is called
as
the Castle 5 Basic Starting Points. First of all, there's only one true religion, and government officials have to protect false religion.
I think
All
the nations right in the
Secondly, Jews and terrorists.
So they stay silent about what's going on. Try to retaliate in some matters.
Recognition is given
for
both
Canada,
secular and the church
and
ignored
it has been shown
previous
when
principles,
Charles
and so
III
maybe
came to
have to make
Canada,
some compromises.
and that whole
So
from
a very
say something about
the Catholic advice,
Canada,
not at all what
instead
some
of
of us
that
hoping
being for an
find
official visit,
principles.
Laurel is
Luther lays
surprised.
out
We weren't
a
surprised, but I
system
think
that definitely
Canadians
is not
in general were
First of all,
surprised by that.
they've got to take an oath to refrain from harming Christianity. They're allowed to study the Bible. They're forbidden to study the Talmud.
They've all said they stand by something. But I think because the man's right, there was reticence there because of fear of retaliatory
synagogues,
measures.
this sounds a
And
little bit
those
like the
measures are
doctrine,
coming anyway,
it's a
whether
little
they
bit like the doctrine of
are or not, they're always coming.
you know, Jews may worship, but they
And so
can't.
I think you are going to see a more concerted united effort
This one, like
across countries.
Jews may mark you with
Push back and say, this is
religion,
all of us.
unless the Christian is,
So my question this election
you
is,
know,
who is
there's a
standing
concern
Donald
that
Trump
if
in Canada?
Christians.
And so, yeah, it's nice for world
They
leaders
might
to
end
stand
up
up for us for sure, but and that's the valid
And
question.
finally,
in space.
same things we saw
Canadians are recently looking at this and saying,
the Jews
I
must
want someone that experience is going to have this. We need
The
this.
Castle advice, by the way, you would call the petition started with economic. And later, the Castle advice is not
Thank you, Alexander, for the question. I don't know.
economics have three editions.
Every nation leader has their own considerations to make when it comes to how the Trump and tariff threats.
Unless the
To
state
me, though,
takes
Alexander, what this does
control
do is reinforce the importance of,
Jews
and
will not
I would argue that the policies of leaders of the liberal government have left us exposed and vulnerable to some of these challenges that we are now facing. Canada
but they can only engage in
had
work which is
significant challenges
subordinating.
before tariff. We had some of
Jobs
the
are
lowest
subordinating.
as a country.
Several examples are
Average
listed.
Canadians are
Ditch digging,
$200 or less
masonry,
away from
stone
being
and wood
unable to
cutting,
for the basics. And from my
chimney sweeping,
perspective, it's important
sewer
that
and
become more self-reliant,
those are the kinds
but
of
also
jobs
that we're
Jews
building
are
up
allowed
those
to
relationships and
those
avoiding
occupations,
that
and that's it.
dependency on the
And
U.S.,
third,
which has
Jews should pay a special
so
tax
much
for the
worse and so
privilege.
much more chaotic than just
Like they had been expelled over the course of the last couple of hundred years from many different parts of Canada. We would do that too. But you know what? If we're going to allow them to live here, the conditions we pretty harsh. Oh, stressed ruling. That's the president was worse. That's how it's like. Honest era and you look forward.
But
I would say
significant question that
so that's just way too much.
given
There's an
the
economic
threat
balance here. Economically defensive.
voice
We can tax them.
border between us, part of the
Now, he still makes
unhappy.
very
I'm
and by the way, and
We'll move on to our next questioner, it is Roberta
look
Spinoza
at this
in
wood cut that appeared during Philip's apparent writing. Shows on the right. Third, and he's issued a bill to peasants, literally turn their to him, and they asked him, this is essentially what we see.
Stefan Bergeron.
This pretty nasty kind of stuff.
Thank you for a very
But there's an interesting kind of notice that we should mention. The Jews kind of dodged a bullet because Philip did not approve
this first state going to France,
but there's
United Kingdom
no
first.
footnote because what
Instead,
happened
the
was
United
personal life
States
to
wants to
Christine of Saxony.
establish
Very,
relations
very
with
unhappy marriage, despite the fact that they had
reliable
10 kids together.
allies
And
who should work closer together.
right, Protestantism.
We have
I know the Catholics have
agreement with
engaged
Europe,
in this
and I
relations,
think
but
the changes, the economic changes, the
when I read my Bible, like a good
Canada and Europe have come a
I
lot
see that
since
Abraham had multiple wives, Jacob
we
had
have
multiple wives, so
set up the
Philip,
conflict
and
with
he had in particular Margaret.
we have now a land border with Europe. That might be something
and he basically
Thanks very much. Kate Harris.
coerced as well to go along with this second marriage, which was performed in 1540. And Philip went on to have 9 more kids with Machiavelli as well.
There is a distinct
Overall message here, this is the one extreme
what that
where
for Canada much more complicated than it appears. And when I think about how we relate to other European countries on defense, Canada
not allowed to have
in that group,
beyond
our is 1.3% GDP on defense spending. Most European allies are far exceeding that. So perhaps less about whether last
6
in a time of such emotional tension and anxiety based on the relationship with the U.S. I prefer to have the conversation around tend to have with the future of Canada's nation of sovereignty. Once we're
on the
through the
freedom
opinion
of
of such a threat.
very unusual work. But what's his act? Well, it's a fascinating Renaissance man at 18 years old. He
idea of a formal
owned the wilderness. So he ended up becoming initially a copper engraver. Protestant
existing relationships.
one of his
And
major
one
projects
of those
was
relationships
this
is native
document,
nature
which strengthens
that alliance with like-minded countries that are going to stand up for one another that are under threat, under attack. Another example of fictitious about this is with the Israeli trade yesterday. The EU, of course, is now the next step.
it's it was all dedicated not to a particular church to freedom.
Free trade
In many ways, the
Australia
same
and
time,
some
the
Asia as well to
Arabia,
realize
Spain,
the geography of the
between.
force has
So, of course, there's also
has to flying honestly to make sure that we want the dynamics of
all these
our
characters
develop
speaking
overseas,
in
not just
like
these
play
West
format, the dialogue formats of their respective views, and the hero of it is one particular visual happens to be George Gamaliel the Pharisee, who is mentioned in the New Testament.
I like should be off the table.
5 verses.
Our interests are far more aligned right now with progressive with Donald Trump's administration. Obviously, there's geographic challenges there. I would say I agree with Nate that we need to one example of how we are looking at Asia and South Asian countries, and look at the African continent. This is the fastest growing economic bloc in the world at the moment, and
He basically takes this
but
position, which I
absolutely
don't think Gamaliel would have taken, but
European continuing to build those. We can no longer count on the U.S. as a trade plus we have a large relationship. There's no longer
and we unable to discern
Canada.
the Bible correctly.
Canada, they're going to take the lead in a formal way. Does that include how does Canada take the lead?
Catholics, Protestants are various points. Gamaliel goes on to say, for example, how ridiculous it is to force much better to allow people simply to have free exchange of ideas and that people will be able to follow their conscience. It's about religion.
What really matters is
advocating for,
if the U.S.
boundaries between religions to allow people to
that between 1960 and 1980.
This was really amazing for this question. We're talking about something that, 100 years before we get to the discussion of something like this.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for that question. Listen, that we need to increase our military spending. There's two things that you brought up in your question that I disagree with a little on. One is the idea of the nuclear, rearming us with nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence. The idea is based on the principle that leaders are rational actors. We don't have rational actors that we're working with. Trump and Putin are chaotic, they are disruptive, and the fact that they would not risk that the nature of a deterrence is the issue here, and I don't have that confidence. And the other thing I think that we also should think about is, we look at military spending, but at the same time that we look at military spending, the other things we need to make the security of the world better. More diplomacy, more investment, and the leader of the opposition say that he would cut international development funding to fund the military. I think that's the absolute wrong direction.
Netherlands is at the center of maritime economy.
I think that it's fair to say that foreign aid approach to the current government has been ineffectual. It's also fair to say that the current government has not made significant advancements on defense and military spending. We have significant recruitment retention issues for the armed forces. The point to your question, Canada does have a very mature nuclear industry that does not necessarily translate to the needs. But I think the root is we need to get straight on procurement and spending, have recruitment and retention, and then have these conversations around deterrence. My perspective is that's best done in a more collaborative as opposed to just for Canada going in.
Alors, bonjour, ma question, Denis. Your question is a serious one. And the fact is, I was in Brussels last February taking part in the meeting of the Parliamentary Associations of NATO. We discussed that question about if the United States were to invade Greenland or Canada, and the fact is that this threat coming from outside, so NATO wouldn't be there to defend Canada. One of our obligations within NATO is to increase our military spending, and I do think that the local government under the States we know supporting
as I was
consensus that was established for the first decade. All political parties agreed on the fact that we should raise military spending, and the government decided not to do so.
I just don't know why more people aren't Jewish historians, because this is just so much fun. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this and share it with you. So, first of all, what do we know about Jews in Belgium? A lot. Most of the earliest data that we have is pristine in nature. There was a reference to a medieval town having a castle, which is a parent castle, probably a synagogue, something like that. They have malls, rentals, like that. It's almost always in Latin. Although we do have court that has some Hebrew annotation of these probably for one of the participants in the deal who wants to support himself. So I was doing this research across the board, the college, and years of 1846 to 1920, as an author of a four-part article that was published in it's almost a small book called Notes Documentaires de It's basically about the Jews in coming up to fascinating material. And he published it in the prestigious journal the Review of Jewish Studies in the years 1883 to 1884. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as a conservateur honoraire des manuscrits de la Bibliothèque Royale de Belgique. And he is an honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly. Conserving manuscripts. There was Royal Library. We found a lot of really interesting things, like, for example, not exactly what we're going to study, but so cool. This is a Hebrew seal that was attached to one document in your archives in 1378 or possibly 1379. And if you look at it, this is obviously a drawing
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
His three articles. In the center of the seal, it looks like a Jewish man. And then surrounding the seal, looking from like say 11 o'clock and then moving counterclockwise. And it's also written down there in the bottom. Hebrew. Yaakov. And then there is an abbreviation.
Down the river. Now, the river doesn't.
Yoel is a strange word. She translates as Jacob. And the abbreviation enters as son of the saint or son of the holy. Right now, it's just so amazing. I was discovered in a town called West.
I was teaching my children,
and they were doing
in Alberta, they can't remember a summer when we haven't had
orchard
forest
of
fires.
the civil hospital in
It illustrates
1872.
how the world is changing and how we really do need to do this as an urgent issue. And frankly, the number one thing we need to do is we need to deal with non-diversification. Our
renovated only about a foot
start
down
investing in renewable energies so far.
and here you
And
can
finally, Ken Harrison,
see of
Conservative Strategist.
the hospital building at the time. I don't know where the chapel
We
was
should be
located.
very focused on the technology and innovation and subsidizing support for energy producers of all types to make sure that they're investing and we are developing carbon capture storage and other emissions reduction technologies that will allow us to produce clean energy in Canada, really especially the country.
By 64 centimeters, which is about 2 feet.
If I could just
Written in very small print, Assyrian print. Thankfully, most of it, but Israel provided us with a transcription. Here's what it looks like. So it begins with this strange word, Dada, which means grave.
we really have my own house, I have 4 panels,
One
I have
stone.
electric car. I don't
And
use
this
it.
must be the stone.
And,
Right? This stone
I think
is
that,
grave. And here's the interesting thing. The word one
That's it for World Questions
is
Canada. A
spelled
big thank you
because the
to
word
our
heaven
panel and of course, all of our questions.
irregular.
I'm Johnny Diamond.
In
Goodbye.
Hebrew, it appears to be a, but it is always so it should be. And that's interesting. Why would there be obvious grammatical mistakes unless of learning of the community?
Welcome to Malaysia. This is the BBC World Service. This multi-ethnic, multiracial nation has gone from rural poverty to urban affluent nations. It trades with China and the US, but as they, which way will it?
It's spelled Rosh, is Kavan, Rosh, and it refers to the stone, which is now, of course, stands at the head of
This Southeast Asian nation is divided into east and west by the South China Sea. It's an heir to immigration from India and China and beyond. And it's a country where Islam is dominant and freedom of worship is guaranteed by the Constitution. Modernity has come at a rush to Malaysia. Growth has brought many questions. China and the US. Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim has said of Malaysia, we have to emerge as a judge directly in open. We have an audience in the freely offered challenge on the issues and a panel very ready to address. Our panel, Senator Dr. Fiasal, Minister for Trade. Dr. Patricia Yeo is Associate Professor of Practice at the University of Malaysia School of Politics and International Relations. The former Minister for National Unity and the opposition spokesman on foreign affairs. Our final guest is Virashini Sonia, head of the Gender Studies program at the University of Malaysia. She is an anthropologist specializing in the lives of marginalized people in Malaysia, where she is your proud. Let's go. From that.
Good evening, Guru Najwa. Okay. My question is, as we can observe now, these people's out, right? Go and do, your second job, your second hustle on what do you call your online job, and so on and so forth. And the triples and this is why you can't get 30%, which, by the way, is a number that I hate personally. The moment you put that number, it's going to be a problem, because it also means to say my 100% is equivalent to your 30% participation.
Would you like policies like affirmative action?
Of course, I'd like to see that.
Thank you. I am going to come to the audience on this. I'm warning you now. We're going to go to the lone man on our panel. Come on up, Pez. What are your thoughts? Where are the women?
Well, in Malaysia, outnumbered the male. Maybe the opportunities in certain sectors are quite limited, especially politics. Earlier, if you feel a woman candidate lower than the male candidate, so this must be corrected. Education to the masses. That women and female and gents are assemblymen of Jewish equal in their abilities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Johnny, I need everybody. I just really. I'll let you get away with this for 5 seconds.
Okay,
the cost of politics is very high. Training costs are very high. So we have a high rate in the 20s, but once and you have a home to take care of,
after that,
they don't come
many
back
of
to
them
work.
living as
I'm very proud of my husband over here and my family to allow me to do the work that I'm doing, to be here tonight to be with you.
to very
Thank you very much.
Charles V. Safe contact Portuguese which was right on time because he took the position would have as well in 15. And according to Samuel, he was one of the refugees of Portugal at the time, who wrote the Consolation for Israel, a really remarkable book. The Portuguese Inquisition played a very, very important role in in Portugal, that is, Jews who had been forcibly converted their religion. They had to get out of there in order to re-adopt their identity. By boycott on lanes in the papal states.
Taking charge of committees like food and
Not
drinks.
right now. At any rate, the Nasser family used Antwerp as one of their passages to get out of Portugal to get to
And we have over the years, especially now in my
ultimately, the Portuguese pressure increased on Antwerp, and they eventually had to way station.
Thank you very much.
Were expelled.
No, I didn't mean any disrespect. I just want to say this. I understand Trisha, Senator, coming in here and making it important places in which men have some. But here in life, the problem for me, we constantly go back to this celebratory language for this very minimal participation of men. We constantly what do you call it? We amplify the equality. That. And so it's not about thank you very much, men, for doing that.
Tracks displacement of Jews from the tail of settlement.
I want to hear from
I've been working with some with a lot of European forces are all men. So I'm like, wow, where's the woman? I hope in 10 years, 20 years to come, this can be.
Make their way to America, 45 Israel, smaller numbers, South America, Australia, and elsewhere. And Antwerp is
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Tamina. I am a woman in India. I feel we need policies positively
this coincided with a huge rise in
that men also need the ones to step up. So not only encourage the men already doing this, we also acknowledge single fathers, but we also acknowledge fathers in equitable home life.
Thank you very much. Other thoughts on this? I see in front right there.
Europe. Many of them said,
I edited Shibon, which is a health news website, and frankly, nothing on you, it's just that cross-party lines when the government parties or opposition parties, women behave exactly like men. You don't do the right thing. Chase positions of power and for what?
some ways
Because
they
you
were
don't care about the
exposed.
I just want to comment on the one of Faisal's statement saying that women, there are more female students than male students in the university because I teach at the university. It is true. So the reality is that when we have more women graduated from the university and people disinterested to pursue working and decided to choose housewife and etc.
Thank you very much. Lady just there.
And I tend to agree with the lady from me just now. I'm also in media. I have my own show. My current affairs and news is also a woman. So I don't think that it's about getting women into the work. And I feel that with affirmative policies rather, it reduces our talents because it feels like you need a lifeline to get ahead. So I'd rather merit all the way.
Number of actually straight on to our next question. Prior to the war, from definitely I pronounced that correctly. Horrible devastation.
In the top 20 bands, 3 bands in Malaysia, and this is the top 20 versus the rest of us.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Just a little bit of statistics about some. They're the richest percent in Malaysia, I think 38. Highly concentrated in certain areas and in certain cities. It actually has the highest rate from Jewish in Europe. I think Jewish children Jewish contemporary access population resources, especially those will be placed in the rural area. 5,000, like in my constituency, those who study here in Glen Valley. So I really look forward to seeing Antwerp. Access to great quality education, teachers, materials, and support system. So until and unless those can being addressed, we will always face this issue. I mean, for the last 50 years at least, the government, this when it goes to the Pakistan national government, they had managed through the new economic policy. Things have challenges ahead, and definitely those gaps have been getting wider in certain aspects, for example, in technology. So we can speak about his activity during Civil War. The rules are structural.
Yes, also that GDP ratio in Malaysia is among the highest in Asia Pacific, right? So it's about 69.3%. But beyond that statistic, what constitutes that? Where does it come from? Mostly comes from loans, housing, loans for motor vehicles. So the question for me would be, is there a better question to ask about policy around the price of automobiles?
By the Nazis to become essentially their
By the way, Malaysia has very high inflated costs of vehicles, and housing policy is something that really needs to be
radios, whatever, all the way up to deportation and annihilation. Typically, what happened when the Nazis set up these is that they would come in and they would make demands, and the leadership would refuse. They would typically be shot on the spot. And the Nazis would say, who's second in charge, who's third in charge. Sometimes they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate because they were forced It was a big moral question with regards to the functioning of the military, which was that wrong with that. We definitely have some leaders, like for example, General
The majority of the people are going falling into insolvency because of this who must get somewhere who are realized even public transportation, right? And not only that, you can't even walk on this interesting job and you can't afford the bus. You have to get there and you're sweaty, right? That doesn't send a good signal, and these are the people. I also have to add that I think one thing we've not in the conversation is this whole thing about this switch generation. There's a cultural expectation that married and have start a family, but now I also want to take care of my parents. You're sandwiched between these two, really huge burdens essentially, right? And this is why it's also speaking to this large conversation, and I think it's happening globally as well. About birth rates. People are taking the decision to say, I don't want children, can't afford children, and I see difference which really is also about elitism. Is that
they will be taken away
at the top. You can have 5 kids, and I
small
can
children backpacks that even laundry baskets were shipped out by suburb to Jewish children saved
and I have
Jewish and non-Jewish to make sure they cooperate.
something that I perceive
They work together. Unfortunately, Susskind himself and his
reality of Malaysia prioritizing the
many members of the Iraq, even they were just simply Susskind itself would eventually die. The death marches of February.
So I get to start this way. Roshni, thank you for that question. I'm the only person on this panel who is shown maybe more than my racial. And I get it. With the way in which we constantly talk about identity in this country boils down to a very important national word, tolerance. I've heard since I was a child. There's this thing, tolerant, we call it in Malaysia. And I have a huge problem with that. I tell my students this all the time. Would you tell your girlfriend I tolerate you? You won't, right? And I think therein lies the problem for me, who has an Indian father, an indigenous mother who was born in Sabah, who is a woman who lives her life as plus. I think that there is a lot to be said about this because I constantly have to mask and try to fit in something that is in a sphere above me. At a global level, we want to talk about identity as a way we're celebratory, there's a kind of a happiness about reclaiming your agency and your identity, but that's easier said than done. And I think if there's a way to sort of mitigate that, without constantly feeling so afraid of, sharing the feeling of those here who are in power, members of the status quo. Start by saying that more than 10 years ago,
his years are 16, 15, and 16, who had made their way from Algeria
it is a process
to
to make people
Amsterdam as his
understand
family.
that it's not their right, it's because they belong to
Specifically in his literary work and in his
but it's
analysis
because
of
they
the
need.
stock market.
So,
So before we
if a
get back to
Malay
it, let's just have
gets
a
it
quick
at
look
the
at the
Chinese
status
town,
of the
would
economy
buy
in Amsterdam
what
in
about
the
the
17th
Indians?
century. A lot of that activity has to do with opening up of
Why
new
does the
markets as a
Malay
result
have higher earnings,
Europe with the
enjoy the same
Americas, also with
benefits?
the Far East
So
as well. Have a look at this map of the United States.
we need to reorient the thinking.
Kindred countries, these are all country connections. Local economies was import and export points. And Jews, particularly the Portuguese Jews who had led the initiative looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in very important was the market in what was.
Let's address it by Article 153. The Federal Constitution provides what the special position is. So it is special, it is not special privilege. I think that Malaysia has lived too long under the shadow of 13 May 1969. 13 May and 1969 were racial riots. So my point is that let's have some kind of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the likes of what South Africa did after apartheid, because we need to close that chapter.
Thank you very much. I apologize if I'm hurrying off along a little bit. I'm short
Of
of
course,
time.
for our purposes, very important is South Africa, which would be
Malaysia
very
was born
significantly
or was
connected
not
to the
born.
Dutch trade, which runs its way
Malaysia
through
was a nation
Belgium
state
and
that was given
Amsterdam as
birth
well.
during
So
post-colonial
all of
era
this
of
new
decolonization
economic
of the
activity
British. And
is
prior to that,
concentrating itself
Malaysia
especially
was
in
ruled by the
Portuguese
Portuguese
established
French.
Antwerp, far away from Amsterdam in 1836.
I would
Had a lot
reconfigure
of
the word.
invasion of Portuguese
I would
Jews.
rather use
The Amsterdam
Because
exchange really got going in
yes,
1670.
stewardship
About
means
13%
you are the
of
majority
all of the
race.
activity there
Your role
was
is to
involving
ensure
Portuguese
peace
Jews, which
and
is very
harmony of the
significant
nation.
given the fact that their
It's
population
a burden.
was a new
We were taught to
economic
be
nation
tolerant.
could be
We were
well
in Islam. We were
exploited
taught
by their
to understand
numeracy
this phrase
and their
called muhibba,
literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670 that gives you a sense of what this
Thank you very much.
His father was a victim
Let
of
it
the
be known that you're talking about
Isaac and
Kiba,
Sophia Felix,
love,
and he was
and yes, the previous generation, according to social media monitoring report by CIJ Center for
while he was held
Anti-Terrorism.
back
So I hope that you are able to see some of those comments that they are.
many Jews, descendants of Jews, who had been forcibly converted in the
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
position, of course, was created specifically to prohibit those Jews from their faith and
Thank you.
maintaining
Definitely there are weaknesses among my
It was fortunate that he made his way first to work with his family and later on to Middleburg, and there he openly accepted his Jewish identity without fear. He was also known to have been extremely charitable individual, giving out about 8,000 privately must have been very wealthy. Now his son, Jose, born in the year 1660, an honorary individual, gave a long account writing not only of letters that were later published, but also of several books. One that's most significant for our purpose is a book called
My question is, how can we ensure that rights to freedom of expression and assembly are safeguarded for young people,
obviously
and that
English
there will be
confusion,
political
and it
pressures and
was
restrictive laws?
published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock
the exchange of works. He's actually retained a lot of his value.
This edition
to English
is cited as a
still fastidious
figures. Other figures.
Erudite stockholder. He gets all kinds of things. He explains that. Really, really quite interesting. Retain their value to the present day. A lot of people would say that this is what it's all about. Here they are. I'll give it to you first. The first rule is never advise anyone to buy more shares. That doesn't sound so much like an economic idea. It's more of like a don't give anyone a it goes on to say that basically, it's you don't want to give people bad advice and then give them. Second rule, accept both your profits. Regret. Awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have, bought that when it was cheap and things like that. I should have sold it for the crash. There's no point to it. It's going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than a
reflecting on what we should
have done. The third rule, and really, profit in the share market. At one moment, it is comical. One diamond, the next level, the profits that you are. Below up, and it can also,
Thank you very much.
the way I see it is that young people are really influenced by things that are happening on a global scale. They get most of their education from TikTok, not university, right? And if you don't reclaim and you don't seek your own agency and you don't stand up for if you then would be very all kinds of so this kind of decolonizing approach.
I hope you enjoy this video. I realize that
necessary, and I'm for it. I as a need for it. So you can't talk about being the ideal me if you can't secure a job. And you can't talk about securing a job if you can't talk about not just your gender, your race, but certainly, and I need to put this out there, your sexuality, your gender, right? If you're a trans person in this country, and I think I have to, is that we have not created enough of this concept of safe spaces. But
thank you very much.
Our practice government as a country are increasing the development. Stop giving excuses about slow reforms because we are we have a unity government. The fact of the matter is,
nations began to find ways to be very active in these markets, and particularly here in New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once Europe. It's fascinating that people want to let the Jews in, but officials in Amsterdam said, they're really useless and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition. Now this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America.
I feel freedom of expression is so important, especially in our country, is it underpins our rights, right? And when we talk about freedom of expression, and specifically the targeting of youth activists and student protests, what we are really doing is sending a very chilling message to say that we are suffering dissent.
Thank you very much.
When I'm cruising with Kosher River Cruises, I think about,
freedom of expression is creating a lot of migration. A lot of Malaysians are leaving the country because of the lack of expression. Migrating to Singapore, taking up citizenship in Singapore, going to the UK, Australia, people are not able to express themselves freely. The economy, they are
they also prepare for more minor differences that affect private lives, like bring but if they
sensitive.
minority
And we are not
to be able to flourish in a
sensitivity. I would love to have a discussion
so
of the
yesterday
name
was
of
phenomenal
proselytizing, something like that. It is illegal. It is, you can be in prison, you can disappear, you can be kidnapped for what they say, preaching to Muslims. But we just want to start with dialogue, because if we can't talk about things that's sensitive, if we have to keep quiet and just tolerate the situation, it's never going to be solved.
blood
Yeah.
was otherwise starving. So exactly just I think the most dramatic especially to distribute charitable funds, and we should see that especially in towards and it's characters that mean it.
Can the government enact a law to make
Separate set of ideas related to the legal act, and of course, especially appropriate because
I really do need shorters on this one.
real big question regarding this unusual
A law to provide accountable
So the answer is yes. But there are very major caveats. First of all, it is highly unlikely, especially with their
so we have learned our lesson not to overpromise. Being told promises
tend to be critical of their enforcement.
That's what the political party manifesto is for. Make sure you study it. Make sure you keep your politicians and the parties accountable.
Thank you, Senator Fujian.
You're being in government and being in opposition is totally different. And understanding it from being from
actually
very different perspective. So we'll be more careful about it next time.
The last guest of the city, Sonia.
Thank you very much for that question. I come from Sabah. Thanks. No. I come from Sabah, so I know exactly what you're talking about. If there's any way to do it, stop voting along people who come from legacy. Stop voting for people along the money lines. Start voting for people who read something for people.
With that burst of enthusiasm for our audience, we have to say farewell. I'm afraid that is it for World Presidents Malaysia. On behalf of my producer, Charlie Taylor, the BBC World Service, and in particular, a huge thank you to our panel. You have been brilliant, you've been patient, you've given time and your experience. Thank you. Thank you also to our questioners. Fantastic questions. To a brilliant audience here in Kuala Lumpur, and of course everyone listening around the world. I'm Johnny Diamond. Thank you very much.
Her home to life, because the life is kind of gross, but there you go. And the comparisons to Catholic are very obvious, especially when you look at the actual ritual of communion. So, back to our question: why would the Portuguese Jews adopt this origins of it, like they did with
World question Serbia. Now this Balkan nation is being robbed by stupid charitable funds. Protesters investors being part of foreign influence.
Phenomenal wealth.
Cases of corruption will demonstrate his lack of democracy. Then as the future direction Serbia wants to join the EU. Minister of Foreign Affairs for the governing Serbian Progressive Party. Thank you for joining us, President.
My pleasure. Thanks for just so fascinating.
Borko Stefanovic is Deputy President of the Opposition.
Thank you for having me. Enjoyed that.
Serbian as a journalist, formerly on BBC.
Thank you very much.
Radio. Thanks to you 2 times.
It's good to be here again.
And Philip Bladunov is a research fellow. Has been perhaps affecting the current test climate. We would rather not identify
their deportation from
Serbia. Okay, well, we're obviously here. Turn up 300.
Start playing. You guys learn about me, and then you start playing like 5 languages. Hebrew, Dutch. And we're having a few things about aspects that we have kind of experience here.
Social actors, actually, not only opposition and the students, and also activists, NGOs, and all sorts of various spheres of our life, in order to keep
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Have just returned. Amazing. Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River cruises made a couple of short videos of those 2 of them. The highlight, without question, was this amazing Shabbos we spent in Middleburg, where we visited the synagogue that is just so fantastic. I can tell you that. So if you walk down a street called Harrisburg, you'll see this tiny little building that goes through an alley. At the top of it says Beit HaKnesset synagogue, and it has the year to Hallel. Will praise that works out to the year 1704. But I think it's especially unusual is that on the left, which is only in Dutch, and this is the story. And you can see that the Star of David and kind of the Lion of Judah is at 4 dates. Built in 1704.
Democratic and free elections by Nazis in 1940. Register voters destroyed, in this case, by a British order in 1944. Those 3 lines you will frequently see on disappeared from this hillside town. I'll tell you the whole story. First of all, let's just see the map of Europe. Netherlands is located just about equal to London, and then we went all the way down to the city of Edinburgh. It's a great experience tasting air and things like that. Then we village of Ghent, nearby Bruges, also very important.
And then we made our way up to this little place called Silver, nearby Vienna. Vienna was very important because that's the home of Anne Voss, who is going to be a major player in this story. Then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw a pretty bizarre reconstruction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was in Amsterdam, the airport. So let's focus in on Middleburg. Here's an old map of the city, and you can see at the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says Jewish Church. In other words, this map is the entrance is on the restaurant to the right, but to the left is the home of the original. He had a behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family did during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to become a synagogue. And so that's the structure we want to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780 with very fascinating entries about what they believe and what they do with synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this one. Very easy to win the election here. And we even have some photographs of the beginning of the furniture that was in place in the synagogue.
Okay, let's see if we can stop the allegations of
windows featured in the
stolen elections.
Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middleburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to death camps. It was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies conquered the region in the context of fighting a British order landed on the synagogue and destroyed it. Shells of walls that stand around the urban space that once was the synagogue. Through in the consecrated ground, there's one that goes right where the contemporary Bema stands. The elements had their, basically, by the time we got to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a exterior. And this is the way it would be. We're not for the intervention of Anne Voss, showing people rules in his remarkable theater, which is just a few kilometers away from Middleburg. There's a picture of some other guy with by the way, he's not Jewish, but he's long for the community to exist. Centuries of holy place to Jews. And so he engineered a tremendous effort bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local communities to support raising the funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that time. But that's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is what happened after? Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middleburg. And now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence and Kosher Riverboat Cruises done. We invited Anne Voss and Smith, very important in the community, to come join us on the ship before Shabbat. They came Friday night before Shabbat began. We heard the word. So a video of them
to the mix of yes, thank you for
propaganda about this whole Jewish language the war crimes from the nice committee by political body. Church,
Hello to everyone.
Let's just recap. You have this shell of a bill, 300-year-old school. That attracts more Jews, and ultimately, praying in Middleburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance. And then we were very fortunate to hear the first.
Fortunately, there are a lot of feminists in
Mother
Serbia,
was Jewish and
and we're
survived the
all
Holocaust by going underground as a young girl. Posing as a Christian. War was over, her entire family was killed. Teenager, she just went on living as a Christian, and she raised her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his priests, and they occasionally have to call him to make a dinner. Luke's story was absolutely joyous.
He said that President his political legacy precisely comes from the 1990s, and he was a right-wing partner to Milosevic, especially in the late 1990s.
Philip, I want to bring you back to this question of judiciary. This question is about
Shabbat happening there.
independence. Do you believe the judiciary is independent?
No, I answered the question. The judiciary is not in the best way. Anything that should be public is independent. And of course, Mr. Jurich mentioned the late socialist deal and the traces, and this is really fun. The traces of corruption in contemporary Serbia date back to the late socialism. The problem of contemporary Serbia, among others, is that contemporary Serbia gave up on the most progressive parts of the socialist heritage. It dates actually in the years when Mr. Vučić in the 1990s was part of the criminal organization called Serbian.
It was when you were in power. What steps do you think needed to be taken?
It's pretty obvious. We're trying to tackle, if you allow me, just a few seconds. Because it's not amusing at all. I think it's quite disturbing. Because the celebrating Rosh Hashanah or primitive corruption and violence. We don't have a free media, we don't have free elections, and we have violence. Tell me any country in Europe in which police officers wearing clothes, sometimes without badges,
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middleburg, but they're bringing rabbis from.
Very interesting, and I'm coming to the question that our jury is absolutely many years, and we are not really
They organize properly. Yes, sir. Quite the patients and how to respond.
I listen very patiently to kind of accusations, but before I answer, I would like to just briefly comment on what is unacceptable. I believe that every Serbian former Yugoslav family has a story of injustice related to refugees and genocides and other for the past 8 months continues to spread truth against the judiciary by the supporters of the opposition, who very often get thinking the judges and prosecutors act aligned with their political or ideological views.
They have Milan going on their circumcision. They have young people, children in the community. And here's a pigeon event with a child who's somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it's beautiful to see.
Violence. Develop much since everybody is telling you you are safe, don't worry, you're not alone, but indeed you are.
So absolutely fantastic that this live.
My question today is what
the opportunity to see this community being resurrected.
That means that years ago, as many as 7% of Serbs would be in favor of joining, which is not the case today. So that question, why the sentiment actually for the governing party and peer presence. So many of these
we walk through the Red Sea. Thank you. Let's get to it. Also, likely to identify as European and want to join the EU.
I often get this question actually if we compare protests in Serbia, protests in Georgia, similar countries where people wave with the European Union flag.
Can I just remind you, Philip, of the question, why is Serbia still trying to join despite the hostile attitude from the West towards Serbia?
I wouldn't say there is hostile attitude. Mr. Vučić is very good friends with those major European representatives. And here I'm not talking about the European Parliament or European Commission or European Council. I'm talking about people who actually make decisions in Europe and European Union. Mr. Vučić succeeded in Russia and China, United States, Germany, and all these countries have their own issues. In doing business with Mr.
Vučić, there's a long list of conditions that Serbia will have to meet before it will be granted membership, one of which we just talked about, the independence of the judiciary, Kosovo, normalizing relationships. How far from membership is Serbia?
Well, I think it's say that
people and this is something they have in common in particular with Christian culture. Here's an amazing map. The famous Clovis map of globally at the center of which are military. You don't see that. You see that England is kind of stuck on here, and then you've got America and North, right? This new world monsters threatening doing. They're trying to over here, looks like a North man, perhaps, and then of course, right, and Serbia should in many ways, reflecting the fact that Israel really was to bring was the city through which accession process is looking at normalization. This is our job, our culture, and we will do it in a peaceful, democratic way. It is at this time, though, fasting.
And in fact, under the Jewish history professor Rothschild, Serbia is often the biggest number of chapters and clusters for EU members. And in the past 12 years, Serbia is
year of his reign on 10 months, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem and he besieged it, and it took all those through the Talmudic tradition, we have the fast that is marked recent member states in terms of macroeconomic two reminders of it, such as this
some principles that have been mentioned here. It's interesting to hear people ostensibly advocating rule of law and respect for laws, while at the same time they're violently lost every day on the streets of Belgrade, on the streets of Serbia. Can you imagine what happened in the UK if someone would attempt to block the N6 highway or drive along Heathrow, and to do all of this without registering gatherings with the police?
Sorry for the interruption, but I need to bring you back to the question. Will Serbia ever recognize the independence of Kosovo?
Well, for Serbs, I would say Kosovo and Metohija, as we say, is not just about 30% of the territory. It answers one of the most fundamental questions for every community, and that is, we are, the seat of the Serbian Orthodox Church is in Peč, a UNESCO World Heritage Monastery. One of the four World Heritage Monasteries of Serbia. 38 municipalities in Kosovo are Serb majority municipalities. So obviously, for compromise, we've had to play agreements so far, and we need to work on building bridges in economic sphere so to ensure that there is some kind of a perspective for young people, because one of the concerns that we share with some of the interlocutors here is that we want to keep the youth in our region, keep the youth in Serbia.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go back to our question to Yoram. Yoram, would you explain why you say the West is hostile to Serbia?
First of all, thank you for your answers. Second of all, I think that Western countries are hostile to Serbia because of their stance on Kosovo. They fully back Kosovo in their independence. And second of all, they are a bit critical of Serbian society because they profess their dedication to democracy, yet do not think about the decreasing state of democracy in Serbia.
That's it for World Question Serbia. A big thank you to our panel and all the questions that contributed to this fascinating debate. And thank you for watching wherever you are in the world. I'm Alistair.
certainly much more wrong side.
Right. What the generation to come? We've got questions from across Australia. Drop out to discuss.
Stores that they set aside to protect themselves against the last seat.
Get some answers and let me introduce our panel. Katie Gallagher is the Minister for Finance in the Labour government. Katie Gallagher.
Thanks very much.
Not a politician with the opposition Liberal Party until very recently he was in the state of Victoria. Senator Hanson Young has been a senator 2008. She represents the Australian Greens. Hello, Sarah.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you.
State editor with the Sydney Morning Herald newspaper. Alexandra Our first question, it comes from Adelaide in southern Australia.
Hello, Johnny. My question is, we urgently need more housing with the climate and the environment developing any more land. How do we resolve this problem?
Thank you. How do we resolve the problem of housing against the environment? One of the biggest issues in Australia right now, housing is getting priced out of too many people's pockets. While just a few years ago, which is at its lowest for a decade. Our first answer from Senator Sarah Hanson-Young, that trade-off between the environment and the desperately new housing, Sarah.
Madeline, and hello to fellow South Australian. Look, I think it's a really good thing. Lots of people will try and make you believe that the environment is a trade-off for everything, a trade-off for jobs, a trade-off for business. New houses in our subsidized already built up areas where we could be making homes that the idea that we just have to keep cutting down and further and pushing out further and further to the outer suburbs is actually not what's needed. And in fact, when governments end up just doing that as the easy option, you find communities transport systems that don't have the health access. So actually we need to be looking at how we can be retrofitting existing housing stock, retrofitting existing infrastructure, and making sure that we build houses in the right places, not just where it might be commercially cost effective. Cheaper is always best. Thank you very much.
They also built the ceremonial arch in site of a major parade celebrating the victory against including what many scenarios for representation inside the Victoria schools. This looks like today, scholars at Yeshiva University have reconstructed what it looked like the outside because they covered the paint. Young family. So this is the victory over their heads. So you have to say the Torah or the tablets of the law.
your family.
Right, separate the order
In the city or something
there, which was
certainly, as I said, it's a country.
nevertheless, it was always regarded as a choice.
And that's what I mean. We're not attached to homes. And I think governments have more.
This senior Jerusalem identified as the center, just like the look at the detail, which is actually a fairly accurate representation of what only a time reflection of sadness and destruction. Also, a moment to look forward to this year, which is an unusual year. Typically,
that a little bit further down the road, there are going to be a hell of a lot more homeless people. Some of the homeless people, and that's due to our screwed up attitude about climate. We can have it all. We can't. We have to change our attitude. Andrew is absolutely correct. We need, I'm sorry, social. Look at this. If we don't join together and fix this, it's not my I'm 60 years old. 10 years is my garden. I won't be able to grow plants in my garden.
I come from a place called Denmark, which is on the south coast of Western Australia, and a 2-year-old commentary around climate, because
so that's another 3
a
sections.
town of refuge
Shown here was
in the northern parts of West Australia. But my question
that the
it's not about
suggested
my question is, Australia has failed to solve its own first. Aboriginal people in Australia have significantly shorter lives, suffer a greater burden of chronic illness and higher rates of incarceration.
ultimately resulted
Yes, we improve outcomes for them and recognition of their culture and knowledge, not just
like 1949, that's another major west. To see that the food area now by the Jewish state on Israel.
and
Gaza is held by Egypt, and the West Bank is held by Jordan. Into Australia,
and we had to have some form of nations on
front
panels
line in such a way that many of the city were part of the lines that
Australia's
color with the Arabic fell into Jordanian side. So Jerusalem was actually divided, Jewish quarter, and the old city on the Arab side of the border. Everything changed, of course, with the massive victory in 67, which was really
there was a program
represented a
closing
culmination
of
Jewish
aspirations
aspirations for Jerusalem that
some
went
people
back
were indigenous
2,000
or
years.
non-indigenous populations in Australia and judged
Format
favour
on the right is
that you
the
concerned
construction
about the gap
image and soldiers.
Closing the gap.
This has been a very brief presentation, but I
it
want
remains
to
like
remind you that tomorrow morning there will be
progress that
another
some,
by
including the
chapter
birthday of First Nations babies and areas like that. But there hasn't been enough progress.
trying
Some
to
areas
use
will be
this
making
history
no
that we
progress.
described.
Areas like incarceration rates, in education, we can get younger children. But there's, as you say, against closing the gap, we haven't reached the targets. It shows you how important it's treated. I think the voice referendum, just to return to that briefly, I think unfortunately we were supporting a yes case. It became very political. Referendums traditionally have to have bipartisan.
Chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians, or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and about increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values. And on the other hand, there are those who are more traditional, who says no, that they had to raise population began to become involved in this because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by Emmanuel. The Hellenists always offered more money. And after one humiliating military and political get to Zeus, to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practices, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really Jews themselves. Those Jews who wanted more accommodation, values, those who disagree and said that had to be
actually country Victoria, and back then, 40 odd years ago, we had babies at the local hospital. There were wives available, and
maybe surprising, but our best history of the Maccabean revolt, which was a he was certainly the most famous man. He was a jet. With primarily as a historian, as an official expert for the Jew that the late 21st century. Extremely important work of all kinds of. However, as I just gave you a couple of comments about his biography, there are some difficulties with Josephus. Only in Greek, which was the language of the people, writing kind of as a captive is and it gives an incredibly detailed role involved in the words themselves from the Jewish side. Now, this had to the Bible of Christians, in particular the Catholic Bible, but it was not made into the Bible. Now, this book thing would definitely make it into the Jewish Bible. So rabbis, they went through the translation process to determine who made the cut, elected to pass on the Book of Maccabees. Now, I hope to discuss rabbis. By this I mean the Pharisees were not especially enthusiastic about everything that the Hashmonaim, the dynasty that the Maccabees founded, represented. And there's a lot of questionable things about whether or not they wanted to support and encourage and identify themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of ambiguities that have emerged from the first Maccabees that made the rabbis think, you know what, this might not be the best thing to put in every measure. So even though it was in the Bible as by Christian groups, nevertheless, the Book of the Maccabees is absolutely fascinating for our purposes, and it's going to give us an idea of what was happening during this period of
Australia has a flourishing overseas population. Some say university secretaries dependent on overseas students. There's about 800,000 of them. That's one in every third.
The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating. And there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabees, an incredible figure who was a military leader who understood that the asymmetry with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70, a straightforward, middle of the field kind of battle. who supported a tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish could not handle them, and then increasingly large real reputation brilliant strategic light that they would put some kind of fortified soldiers would sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so Yehuda's brothers thinking incorrectly might be in one of the elephants, and the other would attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, so it has been described in all kinds of amazing medieval pieces of art describing this particular event. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse maybe, and got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. Here's another one which also has the elephant is some kind of horse-like creature. In fact, it looks exactly like a horse because apparently artists could not believe that an elephant really exists. But we have lots of other examples. Here is one that makes a horse look something like a, sort of a happy Doberman picture of the size or something like that. This one's great, like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got some effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. Fascinating. Okay, sorry for that sort of detour into the death of Eliezer. So basically, under the remarkable and brave leadership of the Maccabees, under Yehuda's leadership, the Syrian Greek forces eventually have to retreat.
So, they were saying the legislation wasn't good, that it wasn't enough in the sense. We think it was a measured way, that it did provide that certainty and it was allowing for a sustainable international education system, which I don't think anyone demonises international students. They should. But we need to make sure it's manageable.
At this point, you might be wondering what exactly happened billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably good. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking battles. We're talking about drawn out conflict that temple grounds, cleanse it in Antiochus-inspired poetry, and restore back to its original function as a monotheistic site of God. Let us recall that the very name Hanukkah means dedication. Dedicating the temple. And one of the elements is the menorah, which is shown here. Being used arch of Titus. This is a Roman monumental art. Commemorates the day, first that is a Baraita that included tractate of Shabbat. A Baraita is essentially a which is made but in this program we several times talked the collection of teaching that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Yehuda. So that is essentially the place where
First, let me thank God for
the story
your time and your experience. Thanks to all our questions. Thanks to you. Next month, we will be
there are and other early sources such as the Tanakh, which is a school of fast days that list not really fast days per se, mainly list days in which fasting is not permitted, and Hanukkah is one of those days. Versus to make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably but the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is on top of this, however, is that if you have time, there's no resuscitation. The fact that Yehuda Maccabei's earliest supporters were called a pious one. The traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous the book of the Maccabees foster their support and for the importance of his mission. He had so much. They did not, however, the Maccabees would not have full independence. That is putting independence and the freedom from paying tribute that is tax years. They wouldn't get that so long after you when it was gone. 142, and even then only briefly. We're not talking about a full political warmly about Allenby and the British in particular because of the harsh nature of the League of Nations mandate and the dissatisfaction with the British after the White Paper and so on. But it's actually similar to what we're talking about here, because what happened is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting this general this year what let's have a duo. Ritual. Okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so you do that. The loan, and they went back to Scotty. They were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political following, who is actually more amenable to the Hasidim. They were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda will press the issue further. Now it's a message I mentioned earlier on the book of the Maccabees didn't make it Jewish tradition. Obviously, Jews were aware of the general scope of things. They had the description of the events in the Talmud. They had some access to Josephus, but they hardly ever looked at the book, so they didn't have much more than a hazy idea of Middle Ages. Christians, however, as I showed you with some of these illustrations, the era of the breakup of the church, the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, there is that Swiss writer Karl Boxer, and the title of this book is interesting, Judas Maccabeus, of course, our hero. Ein Volk kennt den Glaube, ein small people, this is the subtitle, a small people fights for faith and homeland. Which I think is a pretty good crazy of what Jewish family. And I have to say, Hanukkah was the best time for all my friends were totally psyched about Christmas, about Santa Claus, and about presents. And I was just bummed out every so let me set it up. And so my mother had mercy on me and so she let me set it up. And the next morning I came out, all the needles had fallen off as they dried out. I felt terrible about it. So I have like a big dispute about Hanukkah that happens to all at the same time here. Which means basically, right? And I wouldn't even get a lot didn't have a lot of and sometimes it wasn't even, like actual currency. It was like explicit reference. Yeah. Show on Hanukkah. Very nice and century. Like, for example, take Instagram. Photographs of the president. Every single night, which probably made me feel better when I was a kid, but that didn't happen in the 1960s. So there's no reference. Historically, and there are a lot of them actions. Myself. But otherwise, I have to say there is really century in particular as Christmas becomes much more commercialized, particularly in, so then you have this as the Christian world moves, the Jewish world also moves. So just like Christians don't deep-rooted tradition of Christmas, there is a small tradition that you'll see in some countries, but again, it's not that. But in the very commercial enterprise we call the United States of America, came quite a bit of a thing. So therefore, which is an iconic Jewish talk that is labeled with these four Hebrew letters, which is yeah. There was a great miracle that occurred here. The letter Shin. Fortunately, the dreidel and jam with the dreidel This is from a Jewish source. It actually comes from a medieval back to the 1800s. The German letters are actually identical. That the letters on a German is how guns got line, which means if it lands on the end, you get nothing. On the H, G, you get lines on the yes, you have to put that sounds
but also not to give up. Understand that.
but I don't want you to think a fairly young man is an associate primarily with the Pharisees over at the time. He's given command of the north, very important, but unfortunately the first that is attacked by this base, who comes in with 62 troops. And in the space of 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there you see the city of which is where was housed. He actually withstood a long siege over a month. So finally, they were forced to surrender. result of our suicide pact that Josephus manages to survive. He surrenders to Vespasian, and then Vespasian that he can be a very useful and a tool for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word and were actually attacked by a village, a Jewish village of En Gedi, on Passover night as a result of Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem. It takes his time and he locks up the naval resistance at Yaakov. There were several sea battles there, and some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone throughout the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general. Titus approaches Jerusalem. There are two main leaders left in the region. Shimon ben Gloria and John Piscala. And they're fighting literally with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus, they decide to put aside their differences temporarily. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city who are fighting against 4 Roman legions, about 80,000 battle partnerships. On the map here you can see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian and his forces reach the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to reach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount, which is the primary goal up there. They attack the Antonia fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod at the very north of the Temple Mount complex. You see in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in mid-June that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They were softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that the zealots, in their zeal to beat one another, they actually burned most of their siege supplies. They did not have extensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being in place, then he makes a second advance in late July of the year 70. The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of Av, a little bit late August of 70, and to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting by Jews all around the world. They sit on the floor, they read the Book of Lamentations, and they endure this day of mourning for an event that occurred 2,000 years ago.
This is the BBC World Service. I'm Johnny Diamond, and welcome to World Questions Canada. President Trump called it the 50th state of the USA and has threatened to use economic force to make that claim a reality, starting with high tariffs of 25%. The Canadian Prime Minister says the country is facing the most significant crisis of our lifetimes, with its sovereignty under threat. The federal election full steam ahead will debate passionate questions from across this vast nation.
Understanding of this as a trivial, where some Greeks or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks invaded the land of Israel,
Once upon a time, the
oppressed
first
it,
visit to
and
the
then
new president of the new
Maccabees
Canadian
rose
Prime
against
Minister
them,
was
drove
their
them out,
closest neighbor,
and
known as now
rededicated the temple, which had been
The US
defiled,
hasn't just
and there
turned
was
its
this
back
miracle
on
that
Canada,
some
it's
oil,
turned
and
on
it
its
lasted
northern
very
neighbor,
big, and
slapping
so
down
like all
import
Jewish holidays,
taxes
they
that
tried to kill us, we
Canada's
survived.
economy and taunted
That's the basic understanding of the Maccabean
existence
revolt
as an
that
independent
we
nation.
tend to get in
That has
after
upended politics
school
as Canada
classes at Talmud
plunges
Torah
through
or
a federal
Sunday
election.
mornings and things like
Burning
that.
issues
But
such as
when we
immigration,
actually get into the
housing,
history of
and
it,
the
there's
cost
so
of living
much other
now
fascinating material.
enmeshed in a
First of all,
macro
we should understand that the
best
Maccabean
deal
revolt was
with Donald
at
Trump.
its root
With me to
essentially a
debate some
civil
of
war.
the many questions we've received
Described
from around
a
the country
fissure
are
between
Nathaniel Erskine
large
Smith, the
groups
current
of
Minister
Jews,
for
how they
Housing
felt they
in
should
the
relate to
Liberal
the world
Party
around them.
government.
This is
The
a result
Conservative
of the
Party
political
was the largest
situation
party
in
of
which Israel
opposition
had been
in the
under
last Parliament.
Greek dominance, that is
His vice
Hellenistic
chair of
dominance, Greek
summa
cultural
strategies
dominance,
and
since
conservative
Alexander conquered the
strategies.
region
She's an
and then
activist
died
and
suddenly in the
right
year
of centre
322 before the
commentator
Chaldeans.
in this
As
election.
I mentioned in the
She's
previous
not
video,
the official
the
spokesperson.
Greeks were guests of the
Stefan
Jews long
Bergeron
before
is a
they
founder
became
member
an
of the
occupying
Bloc
power. But
Québécois,
let's just try to understand the political
independence for a
circumstances
largely
first.
French
So here, if you have a look at
province
this map,
of
you'll see
Quebec. He's
that
been the party's
after
spokesperson
Alexander
on foreign
died,
affairs
his
and
empire was
international
divided amongst
trade.
his successors.
But first,
The
is a
two
member
empires
of
that
the
are especially important
Democratic
for us
Party,
are
which
the
was supported
Seleucid
by
Empire,
the election.
the yellow occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in
foreign
Asia.
affairs.
Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what was today called Syria. But they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 2 was it fairly firmly in the hands of most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt. A story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who the leader of the Seleucid Empire died at 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to
the question, and it's a great thing that
his
you
predecessors
mentioned,
had,
Johnny,
and was
because
responsible
are
for some terrible
this,
persecution
where are our allies
in
in this
the
moment?
middle of the second
And one
century.
thing I will say
He was also a bit of a
Trump has
madman. In
changed
fact, he
everything.
had the
He's changed
nickname
the world order.
Epiphanes means God made
He's shown
manifest, which is
that
kind of like
Canada, the
typical name
UK,
that you
Europe,
might want to take if
the
you were
world
an
cannot
emperor
trust
of
Donald
a
Trump,
large
which
region like
is
this.
no longer
But he was known behind his
US
back as
trade.
Epimanes, which
He
in
has torn
Latin
up the
would be
trade agreement
translated as sugar.
Canada has
He
had
used
for a
to
very
do
long
things
time
like dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being in fact the emperor himself. And he would ask to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He still had a very troubled childhood, which I talked about in the previous lecture. At any rate, what is he specifically saying with Jewish religious practices? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths. That's really part of what polytheism is all about. Your God, my God, or you have your many gods, my many gods. They would trade them like hockey cards or something like that. And that's the typical response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasties in general, because it was just another one of these Eastern faiths. What do we have to bother with? But there was a controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an eternal case among Jews.
Now we can build on that and
favor of
increasing
their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing
retaliate
their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that
I must admit that as a Semitic,
very
very
and on the other And there were those who were more
always said
traditional
that
who
it
said,
was
no,
very
this is too much.
useful
Take
in
this
any way for Canada.
was
And
a
it has been shown
divide,
Charles
Jerusalem
III,
particularly
King of
dominated
Canada,
by Hellenizing
would have
elements, and the countryside tended to be favored by
say
the
something about protecting Canada,
Antiochus, who
but
was singing
instead
from
of that,
some
he
military
invited
losses
Trump
and had a significant
for an
tax
official
burden
visit.
that he had to raise from his population.
Surprised. We weren't
Began
surprised, but
to
I
become
think Canadians
involved in this
in general
kind of
were a
dispute
bit surprised by that.
the highest office that's used to vote in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions here vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, a more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the Semites who favored someone named the Hellenists, first with Jason and even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenue, specifically suggesting that they would raise the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in
the second thing is, look,
back the first Jason and later man Menelaus, and after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing element by ransacking the temple itself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the office of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were
Thank you,
really
Alexander, for the question. I don't think surprised
more
is the word I would use. Every nation and
values
leader has
on
their
one
own
hand, on the other
decisions
hand,
to make when it
those
comes
agrees
how
and
they
said
plan on
that
managing the
the
immediacy.
Greek
To
the
me, though,
Maccabean
Alexander,
Wars
what this
were
does do is
absolutely
reinforce the
fascinating,
importance
and there
of
were a series
strong
of battles
bilateral
that was
relationships
primarily
with other
led by
countries.
Yuda
Canada has been
Maccabee,
left
an
for too long
incredible
far too
figure
dependent
who
on the
was
United
a
States.
brilliant military leader
I would
who
argue
understood
that
that
the
the
policies of the
asymmetrical
last 9 years
nature
of the
of the
Liberal government
conflict
have left us
with a
exposed and
large
vulnerable
Syrian
to
Greek
some of
army
these
of as many
challenges
as
that we are now facing.
70,000
Canada had
simply
significant
could not be
challenges
engaged
before tariffs,
in a
now
straightforward
worse
middle of the
by the
field
tariff
combat.
threat that
And
was
so we
we had
pioneered a
some
lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics
as a
in order to
country.
defeat that. But let's go
Canadians
to the
are
beginnings of
$200 less away from
as
being
I
able to
mentioned
afford the
earlier, there was a
basics
big
every
sort
month.
of
From my
global
perspective, it's
divide
important
over
that
how
become
Hellenistic
more self-reliant,
should
but also that we're building out those
and in a
relationships
town
and
called
avoiding that
Montpellier,
dependency on the U.S., which
some
has
enthusiasts
so
of
much
the
worse,
Hellenistic
so much
way
more
of
chaotic
life
and disruptive
came and
because of
ordered
this
in
new tariff,
accordance
this
with
new tariff policy
the
from
decrees
the
of
US administration.
Antiochus that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matisiatus with his several sons, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisiatus and he fled quite literally with Judaism. And from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and more significantly on Jews who supported them. A tremendous amount of conflict here that made it local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities recently large deal was brought in. This is Matisiatus himself passed away early in the conflict, and his son the Maccabee proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity, who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his soldiers to the base when
as his first going defense and fire against the United States, indicating that outnumbered after establish versions and the entire with reliable allies indications that Canada and Europe should work closer. We have a free trade agreement with Europe, and I think the changes that covers Canada and Europe have grown since this accord. And since we have set up, we have now that might mean something for future elements.
The elephant below Sabbath, which he did successfully. However, just take a few seconds because it's so fascinating.
I would separate that though from this question, which I had in terms of perhaps just depends when you're separated by an ocean.
They don't know what an elephant's like, so they sort of imagine
between Canada, I would say it's much more complicated than it appears. And you know, when I think about
obviously this example.
That's Canada. So we're making 1.3%. Spending. Most European allies are far exceeding that. Perhaps less than what Canada wishes to join. Conditions being that Europe would place on having Canada.
Today, by the Romans in the first century, 200 years later, and they're parting away the spoils from the temple.
There's a huge opportunity there as well. No.
By the way, more or less how
I would say that really should be off the table.
the opera of
Our interest more aligned right now with the progressive European governments. They are with
Well, that is essentially what they get. So
what does that actually mean?
there are other early sources, such as the Hagis, which is a school of, say, nameless days of which do make reference to this for some kind of way of taking light, presumably because of the of this, however, is that the U.S. time and others vote the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact day Antiochus first significant things from a historical perspective.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thanks for that question. Question that I think I might disagree with you a little bit on. One is the idea, rearm us. Deterrence. The idea of nuclear deterrence. I think that we also should think about it. Same time that we look at military, let's look at the other security of the world better. More investment in the military. I think that's the absolute
Thanks very much. The Maccabees would not have full that is, including Hecatron's pay and tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians.
I think that in terms of the foreign aid approach of that the current government has not made significant cuts on defense and military spending. We have recruitment and retention for the armed forces. To the point unclear to your question, I'm sure
what would happen if the United States were to invade NATO. there.
In many ways, the end of the Maccabean revolt. Even though Yehuda would try
$1 economy, it is significant. Different spending on an annual basis as a percentage of GDP. The government to say we're going to get 2% by 2032. Prime Minister Carney comes in and says they're going to expedite that timeline to 2030. Heather's right. This is just a huge blind spot for conservatives. Is, a previous question said, what is Canada's role? What does it mean for Canada to lead? Yes. More of a holiday. Absolutely. Choice and selection. Suggestion. I don't want that these unreasonable. Thank you very much. Thanks.
One of the most important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the 9th and 10th of November, 1938. This is also known Kristallnacht is remarkable for many reasons. First off, it represents a dramatic escalation of state-sponsored attacks on the Jewish population as a whole, with literally hundreds of smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of violence of the attacks as well. The precise number of those
to vouch for this question.
There's
I
also
think we are
collection. This
our energy.
It happened that the date of a pretext occurred quite close to the anniversary of the Spirit which we discussed earlier, so this happened to fall very nicely into Gerber's lap as a major propaganda.
The technology.
Jews in their territory. Germany retaliated expelling them to Poland. Poland, however, and Germany before they could finally Richmond, who was a student living in France at the time, received
Navigate the clash of the great powers
unable to address population as a whole. But nevertheless,
Dr. Fuzias Salah is Secretary General of the Prime Minister's Associate Professor at the University of Nottingham,
Goebbels argued for a nice of rage that spread across the entire throughout the city's prime towns. Destroyed shop windows whenever they felt that it was
program
by Jews,
University of Malaysia.
burning
She
synagogues,
is an
looting, destroying, death, killed is a matter of fact. This happened to be a very the final number is but estimates are reasonable estimates.
My question is, as we can observe now, most Marxists believe leader corporations are men. Where around the woman
roundups of
because we're
Jews
so
and
emotional.
sent to the concentration
Men
camps.
getting Jews, so what are your thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Series, but this is the first time that I mentioned that Jews were rounded up.
I delighted to
They were
say the director of news at BBC is a woman.
set.
The press generally is a man. 14% of seats in Parliament.
The Jews were also subject to a collective punishment. The Nazis argued that the Jews collectively in Germany were responsible for expansion. They held
Thanks so much for that question, Lauren. I mean, you know, I
demanded
was
that they
for it.
some 500 It's
Maybe don't.
which I personally find very. This photograph is a raised float. That was taken just a few months after Kristallnacht. Absolutely horrific thing. The film itself has the title Literesse. It literally means feeds on you.
Female
Humor, that there's this kind of monstrous thing, and here there are people who can kind of climb up as if some kind of ride. Step up and they actually enter into the mouth of this beast. This is actually as a whole. Very well demonstrated kind of activity. There's a tremendous amount of Jews were allowed to Jesus into various countries. It was simply kind of like an outward show of displeasure with much enforcement going on. In Germany, that there was general disapproval among the population for Kristallnacht. But not so much for his anti-Semitic contact. Or because of the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course, as it is, that persecution
defection.
but it had to happen out of sight. It could not be something that was so
language for this very
strategy that Hitler had
creation of come on, man, you can do more. That's the position I wanted to take. Sorry. Yeah.
very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience. So many people have the same kind of passion. I spent way too much time preparing this class. I enjoy doing the research on this. So let's go straight to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history. The first century of the first millennium. Right? The zero is up to 100. And we'll just edge over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. In Jewish history, and I share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival. That will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger, and all of those battles that I described, the Jews essentially lost, running our heads up against tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless we were defeated in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is, how it provides Jewish survival over the next centuries. To want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews over and over again, and have never managed not only to survive but to thrive. They have through heroic kind of renaissance, despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of care of oppression. And we will see directly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of these. Observer in the history that we'll be studying today. The church historians will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and offer quite enlightening perspective on the material. A very reliable source, as we said before, because trying to write this to teach ethical, theological concepts and yet historical purpose. So we will see the Talmud view on Sunday. We are also looking at some great archaeological finds. Most notably, the amazing finds in mid-century. Here's one of my. If you're, this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Kosher River boat cruises. So if you want to do something fun this summer, yeah. Oh, okay. Anyways, okay. One of an example of amazing documents we get from the archive or the archaeological example of the Magatha archive. There's phenomenal trove of the otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was for period, and she left. Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a prime inheritor of Paris. The Romans, of course, did not allow Jewish client kings to designate the successors. They would have to approve themselves. So they gave Archelaus which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. Philip took Gaulantius the division. The brothers of Rome complained at disarray. There was an altercation between Romans and the violence actually taking on soldiers under would be looted the next 100 There's not. One of the units of the Roman, they say that still have of the temple which we have destroyed is going to be tied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome. While the three would-be kings in Rome, there are two other Jews standing up saying we're actually the kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the at this time. Darius, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this infighting, and he captures as many rebels and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends them off to the south of France, to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the Kosher Riverboat cruises. Okay. So, now let's think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at this time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The procurators were based in Area. You recall this is the city that Herod built specifically for the Romans, with all kinds of amphitheaters and gymnasia and a beautiful deep water port and things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, but it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, so lots of Roman idolatry, and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled the E with the English spelling, or just with the as it was spelled in America. And it seemed to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a finance collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate. And in 1916, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem that actually names Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have from the period, then Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression in English. Here he is. You can see the inserted letters, which are kind of right there, from Augustus Caesar Tiberius to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews or of Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. I thought that was funny, but I just made it up now. So, okay. So it's interesting, though. It clearly is an archaeological point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some historicity as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor was where the real military political power would come, and that's very significant, as we shall see during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture that they'd encountered. We worshipped an invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other God. We would not bow down to idols, which in the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem at a ball game. Refusing to stand, which of course is in today's politics is a principle, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine the Roman Empire how much more so they would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Kelly, we'll see him in a second, nobody took religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually God. Nobody thought that the statues really had power, because what you did is just normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refused to work one day out of 7, which was considered incredibly lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, which was considered mutilation of human form. And of course, we refrained from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like pork. So there are all these kinds of things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money and our taxes or tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were perfectly fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception though. The big exception is Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated about 4 years too. He believed he was a god, and wanted everyone to know there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered anti-Jewish pogrom in history. There was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's a very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in the city of Yavne. And so he said, that's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want to plant it in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stone, and he ordered it carved. It was actually carved in the city of Sidon in the north of Lebanon. And even local Roman governors, Roman prefects are saying, please, the Jews won't. So what's the point of this? The Jews, he's just going to make a lot of trouble, and really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. It actually ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is the general rule that until the 60s of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples, if a Jew was called to court in a Roman court of law, they were exempted from attending on. I'm not sure if we can say that about many European countries, if they have courts of law on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes on Shabbat. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, well, that's no problem for you. By the way, I'm a dean at an amazing college, rural college. We have a lot of people complain about anti-Semitism rising on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campus in Brooklyn. Okay. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and in the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifice ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feasts. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as we did not fight back. They also made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, but they were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge, which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things, because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images, and the interpretation that was common then. Literally, no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so they were not terribly awful as oppressors go, but we'll see that this was going to south very rapidly in the 60s. So let us turn now briefly to the two major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippus. They're actually both named Herod, simply as Agrippus, or even Agrippa. Agrippus the first, this is a coin mint by Agrippus the first. He ruled in Israel between the years 37 and 41. You can see this is actually a pruta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Mishnaic and Talmudic period. This is the minimum. It's about the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum amount of money that it takes to seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously, in the Triassic Fiducian, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive. I understand. But you can see that on the left it says Exileus, which means which I think is kind of like a protection of shade, like that. And on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of plenty, of harvest, and so on. So Agrippus was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. We see this quite often with minor loyalty, that they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the host city in order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, borrowing money, essentially against. He was so impoverished, so heavily in debt. According to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in with the emperor Caligula, who found. And he actually traveled with Caligula, like a Caligula group. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble. Because what was he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this. He makes his way to Israel, and he becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism. It is the traditional rabbinic form of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually express some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideas. For example, this famous passage in Tractate Sota, where Agrippa the king is given an aliyah within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry, because you may not appoint a foreigner. And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and it's a very good passage for which the Jews are all criticized. It says in the Torah, the passage, it doesn't change. It was not so stark. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced gymnastics and things like that, and we even have coins in which he printed images of him. Around the year 50 until possibly from 92. There's a lot of disparity about that. Even more complicated. New Testament, the Christian where Paul is put on trial. So like his father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel. And your book was fantastic. Just as his father was understanding all painting. He said, "How did that queen is right next to Agrippa on the throne." And he had some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as we see from this particular famous passage that occurs in the book of Acts, where Paul defends the correspondence about the Spirit. So those are the client kings that are the roots of the First Roman-Jewish War that ended in such disaster. So we commemorate it every year with the 9th of the war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many people who are upset with Roman rule. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesced into a group which are known in general as the Zealots, the Kanoim. In Josephus, he tends to call them not Zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's a Roman audience. And they see these people as kind of like, hoodlums who are wandering around the north and attacking Roman caravans and things like that. And many of them put together significant followings. There's Judas of Gamala, there's John of Giscala, very important figures in actual fighting Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developed, he was described as he actually gives us half a dozen kinds of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt who is known simply as the Egyptian. He claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century, and he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem, and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about this. They simply take a group of troops over there and they massacre them all in the field. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. They just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptian may have been, to use the technical term, Meshuggah, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response. And so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii from these short knives called Sicarii that they carried, and these were essentially political assassins who Jews their modus operandi recorded by Josephus is they would dress like regular Jews. They would go to and then they would blend away into the crowd. So the Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them a little bit of obviously that was kind of going back to the 80s, but so that really felt like backs. Particular portion at one point decides to raise the temple for a remarkably small amount of money. These procurators like around baskets asking for collect talents. Guess the Jews who are making fun of him, those who would have not simply rabble, but and Florus, because he doesn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will, they actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, by the way, where the Talmud has, and I won't go into in great detail here because I'm familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right, where there are two people with very similar names and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. But by accident, the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, "Wow, I can't wait." Let's say it's Kamsa invited by Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa invited me to his wedding. After wedding, I'm not saying at this point you should compromise, let them stay already. Submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. Rabbis are discussing about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on the don't sacrifice it, then the Roman Empire is going to even more do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law, and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. Flemish sacrifice was discussed and started because it said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice, and at this point the sacrifices were on Saturday mornings. We always read a prayer for the government. That's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the people. If we're making a public statement of saying, this government not going to pray. And so it contributes. This is where the story in Josephus intersects. Cestius Gallus. He brings down a legion and some associated troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down. There's a valley which is quite exposed. As they're narrow path when rebels attack and they completely destroy the legion. Cestius Gallus, the leader governor of Syria. And this was at the hands of Satan that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of from the corpses of that legion was extremely against you because we're unarmed. We didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. And expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus to be in charge of defending the north front line. So Josephus marches up there. Although he has a lot of hesitations about the cause because he really likes the Romans. Don't forget, because Josephus tells us just how. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I believe those Jews destroyed an entire That's incredible. We have to send, we're not sending Alice back there. Obviously, he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian. So here in this picture, Vespasian is tasked with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying he will invite
it was
his
around the
son,
same time
Titus,
that went horrible
to assist him in this
But talk
task.
us a little bit about
And
what sort of
unlike
market looked like for the financial crisis, and obviously the
takes a
relativity
very
of it too, because I
methodical
think what was
approach,
happening
in a
huge at
rush.
the time and
He
record setting at the
realizes
time,
that the
but in a
siege
modern
to convince Vespasian that that this for a long, long time. And many other such cases that Josephus is very fertile imagination advice for his readers.
$90
Ultimately,
Yale
thought
public stock.
is fall under Vespasian's other soldiers. And they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to the Romans. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws isn't it? His idea, he's holding straws. He managed to draw the sort of straw. The others,
it was
and does not kill himself. He surrenders to Vespasian. Suture and so the fighters there in this first battle 2,000 years ago. Turns to Jerusalem and it is
perspective, right?
really
But you
awful.
also
It
do
is
really good job explaining some of the mechanics and origination
hold
fee.
off
They
the
made some nice
Romans
fees at the
is
start
an
of the
incredible
deal.
matter. In fact,
The
at
question
one
is,
point,
we're
and
still
really
looking
destroy
at
a legion
yeah,
while
it's a hot
besieging them.
bridge on
It's a
Twitter,
really
and they're
incredible
starting
thing.
to mark
They do
the
things
dead
like when the
finally.
Romans build the siege engines to bring them close to the walls, the tunnel underneath the road, and they put in lots of wood. And then when the big heavy engines are on the roads, they set it on fire, collapsing the amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. They have a stunning inability to get along.
Payment in
You
kind,
have
which you introduce to your readers to make sure they understand
several
how
different
that's used.
groups,
That
Simon
just
Gloria,
elongates the
John
runway,
Bengascala,
but that's all it does.
fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean,
and so
thank
yes,
God we
Brent's
don't
gonna
have
get
that
things
anymore.
financed.
Now we have an election. We just decide to do it over. They actually learn their own brain to try and weaken the reserves of their ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus' siege was destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific that, of course, are commemorated that
gave
so that represents
the
the end of the main
to start
part of the
capturing
First
discount,
War.
right?
The last holdout is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that first, which was originally the palace of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years, and it's rather not also commit suicide. It is clear to them that they will not be able to hold out the Romans anymore. They also quite significant, and with a longer time to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political hay out of this. We should recall that although it is a long war, we're talking about years. And of course, as you go on the right-hand side of this shows the Jews being taken off into captivity with the spoils of the temple.
It's a little bit
my colleague
theme
was
of one
a great historian at Yeshiva University, the other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism rate in this city. He did some phenomenal work. Remains of pigmentation that's very deep in Roman, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would have looked to Romans in the first century, because the Romans actually, this is what it would have looked like to Romans. It's rather garish, I think. I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you see in the standard, it says, Leges Judeorum, the Jews, which may have been Torah scroll, or even the Russo tablet. Then, of course, you see the menorah, and to the right it says Candelabrum Judeorum, the candelabra of the Jews. And on the right, it appears to be the Shulchan, the temple, Sacra Judeorum, the holy thing of the Jews.
And we're seeing this now even to this day.
And this is meant to be a monument
that the home builders do. This was a little bit about
they also minted
behind these
about 2 dozen variety coins, Judea capta, Judea is captured, that invariably has a left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, while his son was
yeah,
and on the right, you see Judea captured, Judea captured, and usually there is balsam tree, which was the region, and on the left, you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing fallen, sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose, clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal, like, for example, this version here, where she actually has her hands like tied behind her back, and quite a bit more submissive state, and the space looks even more for example. But these coins were incredibly really put an end to the
IRS definition has to
so that's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman Jewish War. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba, which is incredibly important. So we'll do it very quickly, though, so at least we can cover it.
And it's not,
there's a lot of repercussions for the Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands killed. The numbers are hard to really count. Josephus, I believe, cites 600,000 Jews, which is a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge. And the Jews are still restive. The Jews are still angry about this. There is a flare-up in the so-called Titus Rebellion, sometimes called the Titus War, which is about 60 years, and it occurs in the context of the Emperor Trajan, Trajan, in his and what
That's a deal they did.
It's just
And
across
we show the next in Baltimore. And then Caesars Interactive Entertainment.
the heartland, but
Part
the
of the question
Babylonian
here, but
heartland,
I do
where
want
the
to
Talmud is
maybe
rewritten.
mention like how
And
interesting
when
was this asset because this
Trajan
might have
comes
been
into the region,
beyond
the
the Planet
Jewish
Hollywood story.
minority
It's really one of the more
are
interesting
actually
assets
quite
that kind of
loyal to
blew
the
up. It
Persians.
ended up
Fight
in some
back
respect.
against
Well, yeah,
the
for
Romans,
the final
and
deal
there is a
cast.
Romans not only against the Babylonian Jewish minority, they are of course pushed back and are able to maintain their independence. They will become but all across the Roman Empire there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs quite a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not war the largest sense. More like a so to speak, a police action used in American terms. However, is quite a bit different. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba. Actually, you might wonder, that's pretty amazing that this rebel, they were essentially made out of silver. They heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things with them. So you can see on the left there's an evocation of the temple.
Second here at the age of 41.
Reconstructed as that they were
when Chris Moneymaker woke
and on the right you see
that's what
a
caused the
lulav,
gambling to
and
explode. And to
this is kind of like their
it's
way
like
of
it
taking
wasn't
over
legal in every jurisdiction. So I remember being in college,
as best they could,
let's just say I might have played some online poker. These were some very emerging business models. They were not set. Today, gambling is accepted. Your point, it's institutionalized, invested in.
Siva, which is the son of a lie, and it was only when some of in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who it was. And in fact, the archaeologists recovered actually led Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we acting to, or whether Hadrian's decrees were reaction to Kokhba's rebellion.
But again,
most historians argue that in fact the rebellion came about as a result over Hadrian's ban on
this growth transaction comes
placed an empire to me, and as many other people did actually,
this really what opens Pandora's
circumcision was
box,
now
the idea
banned.
of fraudulent conveyance.
The
Can you
straw
explain
that
briefly
broke
what the
the
idea of
back
fraudulent
and
conveyance is? And how
other
applicable it was beginning
possible
with this.
interpretations of the
And I would say in
theology,
addition to
disastrous bans of Shabbat, the Torah, any other public, it could very well be that these were in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly make sense after the revolt as well. And this a tremendous battle ensued. It took about 3 years, from about 132 to 135, where leading a band of rebels who were living in caves in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla style these Roman and they were incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages raised by the Romans in an attempt to called it coming up into it. But among the things found in the cave litters I mentioned earlier there were men, women, and children living with the in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Baba. God forbid you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave somewhere with rebels. Which documents would you take with you? Probably your passport, maybe your deeds to your house, maybe your marriage certificate. And that's exactly what Baba took with him. Grabbed all the most important had, including her deeds to sell. She kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents give you such a picture of what, we just on the surface, I want to go so far. That she could own property, did engage in legal dispute. She was a legalist. We're not sure she was literate because many documents are written in other languages, but many say that well, they're like legal letters, right? I can barely read mine anyways, right? Because it's all in boilerplate legal text. That was like to be a woman at that time. Rebellion ended at a horrible massacre. Every time Jews say grace over meals, the Rothschild had told Ramesi was composed memory of the game. The Jews were killed in one last great battle shown here. That's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the now, a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was actually had family who were among the zealots, and he felt that a millennial woman who was born in 1983. So concocted a plan to having smell appear dead and smuggle the zealots, including I believe his nephew, were suspicious and wanted to confirm that in fact he was dead. And they proposed even stabbing the coffin with iron rods, but he nevertheless suffered. Was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to the station and he said, listen, you know, this is going to happen, I understand it, but there's a whole story there. But essentially, the station gives him three wishes. He says, okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing. What do you want from me? And the first thing that he asked for is, Ainli, Yavne, let me have the city of Yamnia, or Jamnia, which in Hebrew is Yavne, and its dangers. Have a suburb close to the ocean where religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grabs this, and in so doing, makes the next possible. Because there in Yavne is of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, would be the Sanhedrin. In that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I'd love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. Here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing holidays. The second is the Sabbath, and things like that. The third is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, it indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to write to women. That's why there's the biggest section. But it's like marriage. The yeshiva joke ways I'll probably cut this out of the internet. After you have to study damages. Right? So damages are like, the homicide, the blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last two sections deal with the temple rituals.
And then I think the other thing that
personal laws of purity was like things like that. And this was a document that suddenly made portable, because when it would modify into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which is a great risk of being lost. But when it was finally written down, right? I think we have Jewish remnants. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values in the face of what we're seeing today. Essentially, those rabbis down
Life hack, 100 to 1 behind the past life at Cromwell. My favorite place to throw dice. Ball's getting thrown into this because Rowan knows Dre, and therefore the nightclub comes about.
Next,
the ass is getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
We will pick up this series by going with. Thank you very much for your attention.
And you had a Paul connected. They have all these ways of adding value, right? And they do create a ton of value. They push for these trades, not one of the maximize the efficiency of they call it the guys to go in and change the sheets to make it quicker, right? They can strip it.
It's like a McKinsey solution that you get, right?
And it was, exactly, right? And those things are helpful. They made the organization more efficient, grow. You have the Caesars Interactive Entertainment growing its user base and value this whole time. While they're doing this, and that's spending a lot of people, while they're doing all this liability management, so they lose control of it before that value rebounds from the.
We hope you're enjoying the podcast. We work hard putting together this show. Work even harder for our investors at SME Capital Management. At SME, we believe in discipline. Investor, fear stock market failure, and want to invest in wonderful companies to build wealth. We invite you to visit SMECap.com. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including law principles. Please refer to the prospectus about the investment company, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider careful distribution services, LLC, not a
yeah, I do agree that it was a time game insofar as I think the strategy was, to your point, Max, add value. We all know from basic options that out of the longer they can stretch it out,
and also they almost did. Markets are a confidence game, and as long as you show confidence, people wouldn't question you. People had a lot of faith against you, and then they questioned your confidence.
Another interesting. Again, the story is fascinating, and there are all these sidebars. Just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, it got weirder. And Max, if you had written the Hollywood script, and you would have gotten laughed out of the office. It would have been, this is too ridiculous, and this could never happen. Or a pass. So let's talk a little bit about the Trust Indenture Act of 1939, and one, kind of what that was about, what those sort of lawsuits there were about, and then how this really reached the highest levels of politics in Washington.
Yeah, it was this was interesting, right? It was it came into play in part because
illustration that shows the
like very aggressive deal that David Sandberg struck order to deal with the investment grade bonds that had been at Harris at the time before the LBO. And so all of these were essentially unset. They had just been decimated by getting prime and financial crisis. They're all traded at a discount. And a lot of them wind up trading in the hands of a bunch of distressed debt investors. And so, when try to refinance them or take them out, David Sandberg's trying to wait they can take out as many as possible with as little money as possible. And Caesars itself had actually been buying some of these stuff at a discount. And he called that whack-a-mole. He was playing whack-a-mole, I think it's whack-a-mole. Right. And so, and the investment grade bond, they weren't secured, but they did have this Depression era protection called under the Trust Indenture Act. And so when Sandberg orchestrated this transaction, with 2/3 of the bondholders leaving out the other third, exchanging for new debt into a better piece of paper at growth, they almost zero, right? They want the 1/3 of the completely zero. He had columns at the time charged in organizing hiring counsel, Jim Millar from Drinkerville at the time. Now, and to look at what can we do here to try to capture our money back, right? I don't know, it's like $94 million left. Wasn't that much, right? That was the irony of this. There was this market that the Trust Indenture Act made it so these bonds still bill themselves a parent guarantee. And so at the time that all these different transactions happened, Apollo did a number of things to remove the parent guarantee. At least they thought that they did. And so they tried to strike this deal with 2/3 of those creditors in order to get them. And he made this Jim Millar made this argument that was kind of a long shot argument that you're not able to treat one portion of these bondholders different than the others because we have because of the Trust Indenture Act. And it was a long shot, right? It was going to go anywhere, but at the time, a lawsuit going on with education management, a similar argument that had been made by Marvel, who had bought up the debt of this education company, and that had actually made it pass a motion to dismiss their lawsuit, where it seemed as if the courts were going to honor the debt that had been left behind in these types of transactions, and so. All of a sudden, you have this argument that pops up, and so Apollo is where did this come from, right? This, you know what? If that's all that's holding us back from completing these discounted
coercive transactions, leaving some of our crooks behind. What's the change law? It's something that lobbyists together. Actual lawmaking being done besides the must-pass legislation, right? Like transportation funding, funding to fight the Zika virus or whatever. And so that's what they wind up doing. And as I learned how things are done in Washington, is they go into whatever to put in these riders in must-pass legislation. They don't have that legislation like the Transportation Act, like Virus Act. That's budget, right? That must pass. They put all those little riders in. They're supposed to be non-controversial. They got one senator, couple congressmen, to say, like, well, sure, I'll put it as a favor to these people, like Apollo's Supreme Court, Harry Reid, wound up being one of the supporters of it, and Elizabeth Warren had been suspicious of inserting the language. It in fact came from Harry Reid. Shelby was the Republican congressman who was initially backing it.
Senior senator from Alabama. Yeah,
right. Yeah, exactly. So it was almost about to go through. This case that was going on, and educators Marblegate, he found out about it over at Marblegate, and he had a friend who had bonds at Brigade who had gone to college with one of the congressmen. He alerted them to it. He got a lobby, a lobby firm. Oaktree had some lobbyists together, and they convened on anybody that they could to say that this is bad law. This is bad, you can't include this language. It was about to pass, but they ultimately got enough to listen to them to just cut it from, those must-pass legislation. And so the argument still held on. That law was still a threat to Apollo, the Caesars case, because of this lobby, right? So they're changing the law in order to, continue to restructuring, the way that they wanted to.
There's a little bit of a spoiler alert here, but for those of you at home who may not read the entire book, something that's super fascinating is that this whole threat of the TIA, the Marblegate lawsuit, that's what had kind of gone all the way through and become sort of settled law. They would have been on the hook for double billions of dollars. They found out literally the day they were signing off on everything and moving forward that actually it was going to be unsuccessful. And so this fear, this sort of Damocles sword they had hanging over them this entire time, ended up being nothing. And they found out at the 11th hour, and they're like, you know what, it's over. Let's go.
They're odd. Again, this has been talked about in the last 5 years, not unique to discussion, legal forums or credit forums. But the other thing that you talked about through the CDS, you called it, I think, it's chapter on it. It's called First Derivative. And they bought CDS. They obviously own bonds as well, but they bought CDS. And the company said, you should go into bankruptcy. Now, you're not required by law at this point in our lives to go out and say, oh, by the way, I'm launched with the CDS, so I make a killing if you do that. And so it's this whole idea of insider dealing or not, and is there any ethical standards for that? That's been debated a lot for the last 5 years because there's more instances of this coming up. But isn't that an inherent issue that's, maybe since the Bankruptcy Act of 1978 really has not codified the rules around a derivative like that? Is that fair?
Yeah, and to my knowledge, I don't think there's no rules against insider trading. That's actually true. And again, just to expand on that, what Elliott really did was it was all a timing play. I think the markets kind of knew that a bankruptcy was coming, but the markets were pricing it much later than that. But Elliott had debt be restructured
And so they kind of had Apollo right where they wanted them. They vote on the timing of the CDS bankruptcy filing. Then went to Apollo. We're willing to cut you a deal and renegotiate this debt contingent on you filing for bankruptcy now. And they did that, and it ended up paying off to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. And so, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It feels insider trading legally.
It's the rules of the
Yeah.
So there was some pushback around that, and the counterparty to Elliott for a lot of that at the time, it was GSO, and they later got into a big fight over other seating manufacturer defaults. Stadium is what they became called. This is what hedge fund, right? It was very, very ballsy, very savvy move to buy into the first lien of Elliott management. But Paul Singer, the investment professional who's doing a lot of business, Dave Miller, he's not one of the heads of distressed investment. To then become Apollo's only friend, right? That's what happened. Is that they Caesars wound up filing with just one creditor class signed on to a restructuring support agreement, and that was the first lien bonds. There was a lot of them. It was $5 billion plus in first lien bonds, but an $18 billion structure wasn't enough to get a thing done. Hey, I want to give a big shout out to everyone who's been working so hard on the show. We recently hit the top 10 investing podcast on Apple Podcasts, and even number 1 in the business category of subjects. As you know, this show is brought to you by Sweet Capital Management. Sweet Capital Management understands and illogically the stock market can be. If you're searching for funds with a proven track record, give the Sweet Funds a look, or better yet, reach out at sweetcap.com. And don't forget that you're a fan of the podcast. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the prospectus for important information about the investment company, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing. Smead Funds distributed by UMB Distribution Services, LLC, not affiliated.
Well, the other thing that struck both Cole and I when we read this was there was a lot of sort of realities in the story, obviously, but there were also a lot of good that went back, in some cases, many decades. You had Howard Marks trying to rein in Ken Yang, being friends with Leon Black. So if you could talk a little just about how you feel like that impacted it, and things also got deeply personal too. I mean, there was that one time where Sammer wanted to do something very graphic to Ken Yang's oatmeal. Just curious how the personalities and the interpersonal relationships behind the scenes sort of had an impact for better. Affair.
Yeah, that was part of the most gratifying as a journalist, and being able to delve into the personalities behind these transactions. This there's XE company, this, that, and the other thing, right? And I had some good like very good leaders who really wanted to talk about how brilliant they were, and then once we got that story, the other side was like, well, we don't quite like that. We got to get into a lot of these, these personalities and like the relationship. Three of the main players here went to the same finals club at Harvard. Right. Two of them we get and yeah, there's like the whole connection between everyone who is at Drexel at one point. We'll draw them together and see how they could make an impact, right? Like, there are personalities, there are
that's part of doing business in this industry. And not all industry. Eventually made. Yeah, when to your point, it just gets messy. As Jim Milstein put, this might be my favorite quote. Quote, this had many fathers, end quote, which is a way of explaining is my, client's fault. In fact, there's so much competition in the intellect of these people, and that's why there was such movement during our story. Like, hopefully we just capture people fairly. Right? I mean, like, our book is not Manichean, and it's not like there's good and bad people. It's like an unqualified test or winner, and somebody was unqualified. But yeah. Pargo was, ostensibly an antagonist who got called out by the examiner for being along with its co-investors, his executives, potentially upwards of $5 billion and very strong claims for fraudulent conveyance and breaches of fiduciary duty, etc. And at the end, continuing one of the largest and most successful investment firms in history, right? So it's like we wanted to capture all the nuance and things for who they were in this industry to the extent that we could. In history, right? Like, Jim Milstein did become like an important pioneer in the structuring industry, but he also the son of Ira Milstein, who was a domineering figure at while in that firm to become what was once the dominant. And he was interesting because he worked for the Obama administration, served essentially like a function advising on how to with the great finance. It was one of those things where you come out of what this petty squabbling two funds that actually have the same LPs, the same pensions or insurance companies. I liked it. It was it seemed kind of small time ways, and so it was we tried to capture that was the con he's dealing with it, while you have a lot of younger, ambitious, aggressive mid-level executives that are trying to prove themselves, and this is their whole world, so they don't care or respect anybody who's come, if you will, in all this. But the players, to your point, as they say, there's no honor among thieves, and these are all the sharpest elbows, brightest minds in the room,
including the lawyers.
Yeah, going at it. So, in a way, it was sort of like to feel bad for anybody. Like everybody's sort of reaping what they sow, for better or worse. So you talked about Richard Davis, the examiner. Curious, that was clearly sort of like the pivotal point in this case. He was fair in his work and his assessment. You think he was biased going in? Because I think there's little doubt that if Davis had findings, this whole affair probably would have turned out quite differently.
Yeah, very much so. Davies, the former white prosecutor, like kind of very respected, a professional. And he had the way to get everybody, they were not going to not talk to him, so everyone kind of treated him as the judge to begin with. So he got access to everybody, and then his reporter was the resort through all these documents and understanding the transaction. So that, obviously, some of the valuations here, conclusions there, and then re-reporting some of it. It seems like he made fair criticism. Right? The smoking gun for him with Pro was that, in their mindset, it was a slide that was presented internally where it said, okay, well, we're gonna, maybe save the team, but in the case that things don't go well, be in a better position, negotiating, we can have our cake and eat it too, right? This was all being done without there being anyone that was looking out for the creditors of OpCo at a time where that it was insolvent, which you have responsibility to creditors of the company at the point that so he put those together fairly thoroughly to take positions on it, and was a really interesting character. His motivations too. He just wants to do a good job.
Well, did you want an interesting character? At this point in the book, we know who the winners are, right? So, for example, if someone says, walking away from your book, there's no good, there's no evil, but who won a lot, okay? And I will first owner that wins. It's not the second owner that wins, it's the third owner that wins. And that third owner, most magnanimously, was ultimately Appaloosa. They come out with such an obscene reward from this, even relative to Oak Tree or others, was what I took away from your book.
Yeah, percentage return.
Yeah. And I was thinking, I wonder if David Tepper hadn't done this, would he be the owner of the Panthers right now? I was kind of playing that out through my mind, but this was a massive winner in the billions for Appaloosa.
Yeah, probably around $1 billion. Yeah. And but it's so I tried to so this is the dollar amount. We estimated that and Silver Point actually invested for par investors, probably that. There might have been lower, but they still want a big. They bought in when things were stressed. They wound up having some of the best returns where they were trading. Not too many people bought in at that level, but maybe there was an enormous amount
value here because the company was valuable, right? And it did wind up being so to that end, there's a lot of players in this story, a lot of names in the book. What struck me, just sort of like a cursory looking people up on LinkedIn, it seems like a lot of the same firms they were at. If anything, they're more senior. I'm curious, both, from the investment firm's perspective, the lawyers, the birds, how did it impact people in their careers? Because for to a large degree, this was a debacle, but it doesn't seem to have a profoundly negative influence really on anybody professionally secure. That's, I think, one of the interesting things now is that it's so relevant because we hear that there are trading desks, right, and law firms and investment banks that hand it out to their juniors and just each one of those people, those are potential clients and colleagues right there. And it would everyone acquitted themselves well, right? And David Zambri out of Apollo. And it's you look at what he had with okay, well he's going in boardrooms with a bunch of other aggressive investors. A lot of them were older, senior, and all right, maybe the best strategy was to throw throw a tantrum and walk out, right? And it's you're not going to get anything by just sitting there and negotiating studies. So all these all the characters and the people in there, right? Nobody dies, nobody goes to jail. It was highly interesting, this period of time where there were winners and losers monetarily, but but ultimately most of the people are still in the same industry, and where you felt that you and your co-author were stifled from sort of telling the story and trying to tell the truth. So I was wondering if you could, expand relevant today. You're more money to try to control the narrative, right, in the media, and part of the strategy of that, right, is to court potentially negative coverage or a narrative that doesn't for you. And so Paul Weiss, did some menacing let over, asking this our manuscript, and that if we published anything that was untoward, there could be consequences. I do know a lot of that happens, right? The intimidation of the media. There's a power imbalance, obviously, and most is on when you just are sending threatening letters, then there's nothing to prevent us from. So it's like tons of great relationships with people who work at Paul Weiss, then and presently, so I think that was something that happened. I think I think it's misguided. I don't think that firms should do it. I think it is inevitable that they're going to try to. They think that it's going to help them shape the narrative or prevent negative coverage.
Let's see, another kind of parting question. The nominal level of rates is obviously higher today. We just use the 10-year Treasury right now as an example. Okay. Spreads, like we talked about, are really tight. Junk bond offerings way oversubscribed right now. So even though it seems like the money's tighter, things are fairly loose out there in credit markets from what can be seen and exhibited. Do you have any view on that as we go forward? In other words, I would say here that there's a big their own funding over the next, say, 2 to 3 years with our deficits. So again, 5.5 or 6. How lax spreads, lax underwriting right now, because in some respects I can say it looks more like 06 in certain parts of these markets than I would say it looks like the bottom in 09.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially private credit, right? If there's a bubble anywhere. My day job is I am the head of a team of analysts, lawyers, and journalists that cover distressed investing, restructuring, and the most in vogue thing is liability management exercise, and that is essentially taking advantage of the covenant light era and this era of really open loose capital markets, because regardless, the quantum of fixed income is just growing. Trillions of high yield debt, leveraged loans, private credit, and all these other credit equities at this point. And what I do is to cover in their finance sponsors the opportunity to kick the can, capture discount, and do innovative things in order to keep their equity options alive, and that provides opportunity. That makes things super interesting. It provides a lot of jobs for lawyers and bankers. Yeah. So that's what's happening right now. There's not going to be a gun in this environment. There's fewer Chapter 11. It's free fall, defaults. Yeah, and there's a lot more negotiation and out of court debt restructuring. Do and don't allow for, and hence the covenants are super important. Outside of your work, are you active on X? Where can our listeners follow your? Not too terribly active, but I'm there. Promise. LinkedIn, and at 9 right? 9fin.com. Go there. We have free insights that we post at 9fin.com. I have a weekly news called the Default. Happy to send it to you. Great. And Max, I know Connor and I, speaking for both of us, we really think you should go out and buy a copy of the Solace Coup to understand how big pools of capital and different incentives can cause sustainable businesses, like we talked about, with temporary
crises. Munger said one time that there are three ways to go broke: liquors, ladies, and leverage. We didn't learn how leverage can cause that.
In future editions of the podcast, we might explore those.
And great authors like Max that we have the chance to study the world with and through. If you'd like to recommend, email podcast at speedcap.com. That's podcast at speedcap.com. You can also send your suggestions to X. Our handle is speedcap. Thank you for joining us for Book Legs podcast. We look forward to the next episode.
Thank you for listening to Legs, a podcast brought to you by Smead Capital Management. The material provided in this podcast is for informational use only and should not be construed as investment advice. You can learn more about Smead Capital Management and its products at smeadcap.com or by calling your financial advisor.
Forced to hide her Jewish identity, enter into a forced marriage with King Ahasuerus. She had a dramatic choice before. She could have simply, abandoned all that Jewish stuff and have the liar. It's all over.
You're listening Legs, a podcast presented by Smead Capital Management.
I'm Cole Smead, CEO and portfolio manager here at Smead Capital Management. And our firm, we are readers, and we believe in the power of books to help shape informed investors. In this podcast, we speak to great authors. Great Charlie, Max Brooms is joining us to discuss the Caesar's Palace Coup that he co-authored with Sajid Max. Max is the global head of distress and structuring news at Knifefin. He previously was a global head for LevFin Insights, part of Efficiency, probably one of the most famed journalism programs in the country, I might add. And more importantly, maybe a bachelor's degree in cognitive science from the People's Republic of Berkeley. Max, really glad you're here with us today. This will be fun. And just for our listeners, this book there's a lot. It's fast-paced. Lots of people. I think Max, you did a really good job of keeping structure in people's mind, and we'll look at some of that structure discussion. You did a wonderful job there. So let me just kind of kick it. What caused you and Sajid to get together? Obviously, Sajid, the writer at the Financial Times, I think, at the time. You're together.
We're no longer
It's great. I'll say, reference to your opening that the Caesar's Palace Coup was Charlie Munger's pick of the year, unveiled at the...
I agree. In fact, I'll add to that. So we have a listener.
Last year, second to last year.
Yeah, second to last year. So we have a listener, to your point. We call him Superfan Steve. He's a personality, I guess, in the podcast. And he said, "Oh, Charlie Munger recommended this book. You guys have to do it." And I thought, well, if Charlie Munger agree on it, then we better do it. So that's 4 years ago now that Charlie mentioned that? 3 years ago, something like that.
Yeah. So we appreciate Steve for reading the book and recommending it. And yes, we would be remiss in not mentioning just the extraordinary who co-authored the book with And the way we met was on the social media platform formerly known as Twitter. I like Deal magazine in New York, where I specialize more into corporate finance for a publication, the attention of a businessman who actually yield for an insurance company, and the idea to start up a company that focused on distressed debt investing for an audience of hedge funds. And so we launched that company together in 2013. Complexities of these distressed companies, and then ultimately the trading prices of great success. My shares invested. I was one right book, and it was a super interesting industry, so I put together a proposal and started around. Gene was writing Financial Times as the editor of the Lex column, and he'd been story from the perspective intersection of finance and corporate law. Right, he's like, well, and he used to be an investment banker at Lazard. And so he wrote this capstone piece into some of the behind the scenes of like the aviations between Apollo and Oak Tree, and proposing this book from one of his sources, a mutual source, reached out on Twitter and said, "Hey, look, I heard to write this book. I love this story. Anyway, great, right?" So he slid into my DMs. I messaged back. I'd be like, "Man, I'm big fan. Let's meet up." We did. It was clear. He was amazing. And I said, "Let's just write it together." He said yes, and the rest is history.
Nice, that's really fun. So you start out with Gary Loveman in the beginning. You kind of give his background at Harvard. Can you just kind of briefly touch on some of that background that brought him really to the casino business ultimately?
Right. This is an MIT trained economist. Gary Loveman, extremely smart. Actually, came from a much more blue collar background. And made a name for himself in economics, and then went on to Harvard, and while there did some consulting work on the side for was then Harris, and then he was brought on CEO at the time, started to really identify that this industry, like the casino industry, is kind of in just old times, right? Like the movie Casino was going on at the time, and great movie. Yeah, it's right. I researched that, watched it, read it, because I was hoping when we were looking into the Caesars and what became Caesars and this grand casino operating company that ties to the mob, right? There's gotta be something in here, right? Loveman, he must have struck a bunch of backroom deals. No, the truth was by that time we had transitioned from this industry, a lot of dealings going on. So one
that is, upfront about what it's doing with a bunch of MBAs. This was where they started bringing in, mathematicians, and Harris was really the first to do this, and Mary Loveman was really a pioneer in taking all the data and the numbers they were getting from the casino business, because they could track it to a T of how many people were using which machines, what their ages were, what their demographics were, what their day jobs were, how often they went, and what brought them in. So he took all of this data and turned it into the total rewards program. Hired a couple of other, really to do that work, and then pioneer what is now David Hoover in any industry, really, in sending, targeting people with the promotions that are most likely to bring them in and keep them going, and that wound up being very successful for Harris, and that attracted Apollo and other private equity investors. Private equity firms were writing humongous checks to the investment grade companies and public companies with debt, in order to just grow into that debt and make return on investment. So that Rothschild was the attraction there. In turn, they just kept on buying casinos, and so your book was fantastic. Even for me, though, understanding all these things, understanding all the terms of art, and it was no doubt very complicated. So yeah, Loveman was basically kind of doing AI, like before AI. It was sort of like a forerunner of big data and using that time. So the 90s, I think, for all of us, unfortunately, feels like not that long ago, but it was a long time ago. So can you just talk a little bit about how the industry evolved and started making it more technical, but talk to us a little bit about the landscape, and then also how that looks different from today, because clearly back then it was model evolved. Just disclaimer, not a casino analyst whatsoever, but like for this practice transition, and it was kind of a difficult transition from bright light, just high school grads, buddy system, non-professionals running who knew the ball to break some legs. To MBAs, and then from MBAs to PhDs, right? So that was like the transition, and Loveman really led like that, the transition into like the PhDs who would put the most complicated, like formulas into practice, in order to, really make sure that anyone who liked gambling would be their brand, and then since then, there's been a trend, like at the height of it, it was it was a big, like there was a way to draw for gambling people back And then they wanted to bring in, family events, start, the big, like attractions across the street from Caesars as well. It's like then it's a it's an LBO target. And this is the interesting thing, whereas okay, they have so much money to throw around. They pretty much think that they can overcome anything. And the licensing process to become an owner of casinos, in Moscow, we describe how they had to go through this process of getting interviewed by the local authority. They always have a criminal background mistaken for somebody with tattoos. So it was it was a very high bar break into that industry, but as you'll know, they have, Blackstone, owned a bunch of those casinos. Apollo has come back. They own the Venetian, and it became something that was very investable.
Drexel, because on its this is a story about Apollo. Really, everything has its roots pretty much in Drexel, Lampert in this story. So, in some respects, Cole and I were joking. You could call it Predator's Ball Part 3, or Barbarians of the Gate Part 2. A bit about Drexel. Obviously, that was kind of going back to the 80s, but really felt like all of this really.
Disclosure Max, who we obviously work with, was a retail broker at Drexel, so I grew up as a kid.
Wow,
right?
cool.
So those things where everything tied to Drexel, I was like, in your book, I was like, oh.
Well, and just a quick point on that, Bill Speed talks about how when Drexel went under, that was his life. He thought his life was over. And, it's an age-old. Once one door closes, another. It was quite a. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit, that'd be awesome. Yeah. Yeah, it was, it was fascinating, and really, you could trace a lot of the entire, first of the high yield junk bond market, as well as distressed debt investing, and the explosion of just corporate credit and all the facets of it back to ones that Pine. Arranging and trading these bonds for riskier companies. I even studied about so it was like it was something where and how it works, critical mass of these riskier bonds, then you'll actually even with the favorites of Milken, who the junk bond king, giving people these VOs, and when it blew up, it didn't go away. It spawned a bunch of successors, including Apollo, right? Leon Black was
one of the major tenets of Mike Milken. He went on to he's really like the senior founder of what became Apollo with some distressed assets after they started trying to relaunch a firm, and then he brought on Mark Rowe and Josh Harris as well, who are named co-founders. But they're a little bit junior at the time, but they're so brilliant in and of themselves. They got titles as being co-founders of Apollo, but they all came out of Drexel, and as did Bruce Karsh, others at Canyon and across a number of different firms that knew how to invest in that. At Silver Point, a number of them before, make a much better risk return than other funds from time, because they understood the process of bankruptcy and where to buy into a capital structure at a huge discount in order to either come out of a bankruptcy with a company, owning debt of a company that has been delevered and de-risked, or owning that company at a discount to what its actual value is. And that is the crux of the distressed debt investing industries, like Origins. And
when Max, the other thing it made me think of was, I think Milken's first job at Drexel, he was a REIT analyst. So it's like funny that in this deal, we effectively have a REIT in the PropCo OpCo structure that I'm sure we'll talk about later. But again, this is, it's like you use a black light, you see Milken's name on the wall everywhere, but in broad daylight, it's just a wall. So,
what's amazing is to be the number 3 person effectively at a firm like Josh Harris, kind of like the junior co-founder, and you end up owning multiple teams.
Yeah.
That's a good sign that the company went pretty well.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Cole Smee, CEO and Portfolio Manager here at Smee Capital Management, and host of this podcast. If you enjoy this podcast, I'd like to invite Cap.com. At our firm, we are stock market investors. We advise investors who fear stock market failure with a discipline that has proven success over long periods of time. Learn more about our funds at SmeeCap.com. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the prospectus for important information about the investment company, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing. Speed funds distributed by UMB Distribution Services, LLC, not affiliated.
There's also some right. So it was really Bonderman via Tom Barrack, who clearly became more nationally known during the first Trump administration. That's what really got Bonderman into the casino business, because if I'm not mistaken, Tom Barrack at one point had bought a casino from Donald Trump. Is that am I remembering that correctly?
It sounds right. Trump is
the whole arc of the sort of book, your point about knowing when to buy in, where to buy in, where to play in the capital structure, because I think Trump's foray in the casino business didn't go great, but overall casinos did well. It was really timing in a capital structure.
Like just Max, we also talked to Wilbur Rothschild. Trump was via the Atlantic City Casino that he was part of the restructuring of that. And the reason why their incentives aligned was back to this idea you had in your book, which was that you have to sit in front of the gaming commission to get approved to be the owner. And so, like Wilbur said, we were the capital, he was the license. Okay? And that's what made this work. And that's how some of these oddly symbiotic relationships began or accrued over time.
Should we talk about the timing a little bit?
Yeah, timing. I think
so it's interesting. It feels like 2006, kind of when this got going. Clearly, the timing ended up being bad. But it was sort of a golden era for LBOs. Obviously, TXU was around the same time. That went horribly badly as well. Talk to us a little bit about sort of the market looked like
after the financial crisis, and obviously the relativity of it too, because I think what was happening then seemed huge at the time and record-setting at the time, but in a modern construct, these are relatively small, I guess, compared to what we see
Well,
now.
including what were the credit spreads at the time? Because that's something we think a lot about right now.
And interest rates.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're lower now than they were then. But it's there had been relatively cheap debt for quite some time. Greenspan, and with the thesis that continued subsequently as well, that eventually it's going to be capital markets flowing, and so at this time it really this whole process even kicked off in 2005, and it was the agreement in 2000, where it was ultimately the TPGT bid over the strategic competitor that wound up winning out $32 billion valuation.
It was $90 a share, I think, is the deal price.
Yeah. The shareholders at the time. And they thought that even with all the leverage that was ultimately going to be like $25 billion in debt, that they would be able to pay it off with the excess cash flow and then grow it by acquiring other casinos and applying the total rewards program to it. So at the time, they did have to stretch quite a bit with their combination of loans, keeping the investment grade debt that was already on the company very in place, and wound up getting secured debt and priority debt, and they're really just the leverage. They had to use the CMBS financing. That's the OpCo-PropCo structure that was created in order to get financing off of the real estate itself, the underlying real estate of the casinos, and so the bill for these CMBS structures that gave it the total leverage that it needed. And at the time, it was cheap because that was bubble financing.
Housing was asset backed.
Yeah. Just like, oh wow, yes, real estate. That was the era that we're talking to. So that era, we're in the 20s, like 27 over.
Yeah.
That gapped up to like 1,000 at the height of the credit crisis. To put that into perspective, right?
Yeah. You also do a really good job of just explaining mechanics of this from a structural perspective. So you talk about, for example, you explain a hung bridge. Obviously, these banks that were financing a lot of the leverage side of this, they were getting an origination fee. They made some nice fees at the start. The question is, will they make money in the end, which tends to be the banker's dilemma, as they say. It actually reminded me of Twitter's buyout. We're still looking at the debt. Yeah, it's a hung bridge on Twitter, and they're starting to market the debt finally.
It's hot right now. I mean, it's amazing that they think that they're going to sell it at $9. Maybe they already have.
I agree. But again, that's analogously, to your point, spreads are tighter now. Now, spreads are tighter, but the nominal cost of money is much higher today, right? And so, we were, as we're reading your book, it was such a help. Where are we at in the cycle? And, the idea of, payment in kind, which you introduce your readers to make sure they understand how that's used, elongates the running. That's all it does. Sooner or later, things happen. And so, spreads can get demand, as you pointed out, with a Twitter's debt right now can help things, but it still has to get sold to someone.
Yeah. Well, in the secondary at a discount generally, right? So we got investment banks. They're gonna get their big fees, and they're gonna commit get a good commitment letter, right? And not just a highly confident letter.
Yeah,
always, days, but and they follow through with it, or they have to deal with Paul, never get Paul's business again. So they fund it, and they couldn't syndicate it all out because the deal closed right in 2008, before Lehman's bankruptcy, and then the market fell out. Right, they had all this paper on their books, and they ultimately did sell it to Fed investors. And the second they held on to, they took big losses on it, held on to some, exchanged some, and that gave Apollo the ability to start capturing discount, right? Like exchanging debt at discounts with those who had bought it at even a lower discount, and extend the runway. So that you can do anything, right, to push it off if you push off a reckoning if you think that recovery, which they did, they were right. It was just like this business is solid. It is cyclical. This is cyclical. This is not a fundamental. And so for the most part, they're true, except for in Atlantic City, because Atlantic City, that EBITDA was slashed by 60%, never came back because all the casino licenses that were in England and the Northeast.
Well, Egan's son, right? I think of like,
I don't think that was already because I think that was on
but that was a successful casino operation that competed. In prior year, Atlantic City didn't have any competition. I think the other thing too, you talked about the idea of asset A is equal to equity plus liabilities. And so when they're exchanging this debt, what they're doing, which makes the value, obviously, of the equity bigger, hopefully, and it's a little bit of a math game of like what is your value, and that becomes obviously a contention, point. In this, do we want to jump ahead to looking at structure?
It's funny to think about, and you're completely right. The banks had no choice but to go through with this financing, or they, Apollo would have been, for lack of a better term, so pissed, and they never would have done business with them again. The breakup fee was like $350 million. So there is kind of a deep irony that they should have just paid the $350 million in hindsight, every bit of money. It's just kind of fun to think about sometimes how these things end up working out versus the emotions at the time.
So we'll jump to the first slide here, just so our listeners can look at this one Connor mentioned.
So this is post LBO for those watching at home. And so you have, OpCo, PropCo, somewhat pioneering at the time, but have been done before. And we're seeing this now even to this day, like literally as we speak. Lennar, the home builder, is setting up a PropCo for their. Can you talk to us a little bit about, the basics behind people like these and why, Apollo and APG wanted to try first structural foray, first of many, but they're the short answer is that the financing is cheaper, and the tax treatment is favorable. Right, so with real estate investment trust, you get better tax treatment, that is the operating company, and then you'll get cheaper financing as well through the CMBS market, and that's the gist of it. That's still true, true to today. Even though there was some loophole that was closed off for some of the tax treatment that Caesar was grandfathered in for. If it was already in the pipeline, they were going to allow it.
To note for listeners, a REIT by IRS definition has to income. It can retain 10%, but because they pay no corporate level taxes from a Vail perspective, it can service a lot of debt because it's all cash flow. There's no tax taken out to collect.
That sounds a little bit.
Well, somebody You're the expert.
I got into it for the book, but I read expert by any stretch of the imagination. Like the basics. The big one is though that like you said, you can take a lot more leverage as a read relative to the same exact amount of revenue.
So we'll jump back. Let's go. We'll jump to the next slide. Obviously, as they're going through this, they deteriorate. They do the deal. The old banker's dilemma is you borrow the money when bank will give it to you because when you really need it, they won't give it to you. And that reminds me of this deal to a certain perspective. So they then do this. Things get bad in the OpCo-PropCo model. And then they're like, hey, we're going to go to a growth model. Let's see sense. But they were really aggressive. They went out and got Planet Hollywood. That's a deal they did. And we show the next slide here, which shows Planet Hollywood, the Baltimore, and Caesars Interactive Entertainment. I don't think we have a question here, but I do want to use this asset because this might have been, beyond the Planet Hollywood story. It's really one of the more interesting assets that come to crown jewel in some respect. Oh yeah, for the final deal, cash. Yeah, I would say yes.
It was a solution, yeah. The Caesar Interactive was the rebranded Playtika that I think is now been changed back to. And it was meant to be, online gaming. In Canada, to manage what they thought was going to be the legalization of online gaming, and then when they realized that wasn't happening, they weren't going to be able to get online gaming legalized for quite some time. They pivoted to just video games. Gambler, yeah, brand to play online. You pay for extra access to, there was no money at stake in the gambling form, but it was, became wildly popular in like the Candy Crush era, it's like that was moved over at the time, without the hope of it being, as valuable as it was being into this growth structure.
And from 41, like young blood, when Chris in a world. These were so very things not said.
Yeah.
No. These were unknown.
There's a significant
It's casino days. It was cross-border sports gambling. That's the crux of the mafia's business. It was like so illegal, and now it's just like perfectly illegal. It's crazy. So
it's funny. Yeah. When Reggie Bush gets his Heisman Trophy back, we all can kind of laugh because it's insane to think about this program. When they start, so again, structurally, parent companies, Apollo, TPG, and their investors. Most of that's their investors, but again, they're present in that stack. You go below that, you got the OpCo, bondholders, you have the problems. Guys, I just want to show this. When this growth transaction comes up, this is where the incentives for various parties get very perverse. Because obviously this new growth company causes a new shareholder, or I'll call it equity owner class, to show really what opens Pandora's box, the fraudulent conveyance. I think is what I took away from your book. Can you explain briefly what the idea of fraudulent conveyance is? Well, it was beginning with this.
And I would say in addition to that, too, there was almost like a comical aspect to the mentally rolling my eyes when you see, like, the new structure, it just kept getting more and more ridiculous. So, yeah, if you can talk about fraudulent conveyance sort of overall, this, like, really was pushing the boundaries, I think. you know, in retrospect, you know, yes, at the time, I mean, like, it's so okay, it's so complicated. And if they do that and then they file for bankruptcy, then that
papyri that we have
asset should be clawed back. You know, for the benefit of all the creditors underneath the company. And so what happens are all the creditors at that OpCo structure. The original structure company, Caesars, the company with a lot of all the bonds, the loan, the high yield, the rest of the investment grade, and then the PropCo that has the CMBS. Right? But ultimately, all of the assets are together at PropCo with the protection real estate in PropCo were the company filed for bankruptcy and all the CMBS would cover. What started, you know, led by Mark Rowan and his member were ultimately the architects of this brilliant strategy to, like, okay, the company is struggling under the weight of an enormous amount of debt, and we're not going to get more money to invest in the existing structure right now. So we're going to create the Caesars Growth, right? And this is a great title, and we're going to put money into Caesars Growth, right? And you're going to the amount of money that they want at the time, then that's still would have been fun. Right? It would have been reasonably equivalent value. The problem was that they were moving some of these very valuable assets at what was ultimately determined to not be incredibly valuable. And then again, they moved the 4 properties over there, which was kind of the along with the this refinancing of the term loan, and that's what created this potential argument for fraudulent conveyance. When the company ultimately did file for bankruptcy.
Well, the Britney Spears residency, to your point, was so transformative that somebody on this podcast actually went to see Britney Spears at Planet
Lifestyle inflation
in this era.
Yeah, it was a big draw. It's your point. I mean, how much I didn't get. It was so I a popular show as a man who married a millennial woman who was born in 1983. I know that was a massive draw for that. You know, Neil started to go to Vegas really precipitously with that, but they way underpaid her in some respects because she was worth a lot more than that. But she became a meaningful EBITDA contributor to the growth company. Which is funny to say that, like, Britney Spears, in some respects, made the growth company work.
So if Mark Rowan is listening, just let it be known that Cole Speed did his part to try to keep Caesars afloat as long as possible.
Well, yeah, but you touched on something that I wanted, because this is a nuance. In your world, this is not crazy. We ran into this in public markets. But you want to touch on the idea of, like, special committees and whatnot?
Yeah, so this is sort of an undercurrent of where so a special committee was put together to value the growth company, and they also needed a fairness page. So can you kind of talk to us as somebody who's seen a lot of these transactions? What does that all really mean? I think we all know what a fairness is, but the takeaway that Cole and I both had is that those things aren't even worth written on. I'm curious for your view as somebody who's clearly a lot more of these than we have.
Yeah, the banks feel, sophisticated, but sometimes they'll only perform the analysis on the financials that they're given.
right? So this case that they're giving old financial include, like the growth of a company, and then they can say, well, it's only worth X amount, and they're giving fair value for these assets that are being moved over. That's what's needed for these types of transactions that are intercompany transactions or other that are M&A. It's required for the expenditure of major amounts of capital. Yeah, if they have current financials and it's a lot more transparent, it's important for a board to make the decision to proceed with a certain transaction. I think they came under scrutiny because they sided a lot more with Apollo's evaluation work than they did with the independent directors that were appointed to negotiate the transaction on behalf of Caesars. Right? Yeah. And then I think the other thing that became popular, creditors did not have representation, right? For the longest period of time, there were one independent director for OpCo.
Sure. We'll get to the OpCo, which is Paul Watson. I think we have a little. We'll come to your footnote later.
Yeah.
The footnote was very interesting. But I think Max just said that was the crux of the whole case. Why? The OpCo creditors didn't have any representation, and they should have. And actually, I want to put up our third slide, which is kind of the final structure slide that shows in your book. Apollo and TPG at this point. And so, Sandberg, he's playing bulldog in every conversation with everyone. When in reality, he's buying time. They're trying to buy time to realize the value of their equity. But those are all transactions to buy time. Is that fair?
You have a strong Jewish.
Well, they wanted both. Right, I think the interesting thing about this was that you had TPG and you had Apollo, right? You had they are connected. They have all these ways of adding value, right? They do create a ton of value. They push for these the Dre's nightclub, those connections. TPG brings in all of its operating experts to maximize the efficiency of changing the they called the giddies to go in and change to make it quicker, right? Strip it. It's like a McKinsey solution that you get, right? Well, it was, that's exactly right. And those things are helpful. They made the organization more efficient. They made it grow. You have the Caesars Interactive Entertainment growing its user base and value this whole time. So those things do create a ton of value while there's that's been the whole idea. While they're doing all this liability management, so that they don't lose control of it before that value rebounds from the big hit that they took for nothing.
We work hard putting together this show, but we work even harder for our investors at Capital Management. That's me. We believe in disciplined investing, which is past performance is not indicative Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the risks for important information about your company, including just risks.
The money option, time is your friend, and so the longer they get stressed,
And also, they almost did. And also, markets are a confidence game.
Yeah.
And as long as you show confidence,
That's right. That's right. So another interesting, again, the story is fascinating, and there are all these like sidebars. Just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, it got weirder. And Max, if you had written this as a Hollywood script fiction, you know, you would have gotten laughed out of the office. They would have been, this is too ridiculous. This could never happen. Or a pass. So let's talk a little bit about the trust 1939 and one, kind of what that was about, what those sort of lawsuits really reached the highest levels of politics in Washington.
yeah, it was this was interesting, right? It was you came into play aggressive deal that David Sandberg structured in order to deal with the investment grade bonds that had been at Harris, you know, essentially unsecured. They had just been decimated by getting crime and the refinance prices. They're all treated at a discount. A lot of them wind up trading much distressed debt investors. And so, you know, when time comes to there weren't but they did have this depression era protection and called the you know under the trust and debt track. So when transaction that essentially was done with 2/3 of the bondholders now the other third exchanging you know for new debt into like a better piece of paper parent guarantee the parent company. And so at the time that like all these number to remove the parent guarantee, we did. And so you know they tried to strike this 2/3 Jim Lahr made the event that was kind of a long shot argument that, you know, treat one portion of these bondholders different than the others because we have the trust indenture act. And it had long shot, right? It had, you know, they didn't think it was going to go anywhere. But at the time, right, there was actually, another lawsuit going on with education management, a similar the dismissal and made to like the next phase in the lawsuit for the debt that it
left behind in these types of transactions. And so all of a sudden, like you have this, that pops up, and so like Apollo is looking at that, like where did this come from, right? Like this is holding us back from from complete actions and leaving some of our predators behind. Well, it's going to change the world. Right, so like the lobbyists must pass legislation, right? Like transfer virus or whatever. That's what they wind up doing, and this is how I learned how things are done. They must pass legislation that don't have anything to do with that legislation, like the Transportation Act, like the Virus Act, like exactly the omnibus budget, right? That must pass. Well, they got one senator, couple congressmen. Well, sure, I'll put it in a favor to these people like Apollo's report. Harry Reid wound up being one of the the supporters of Elizabeth Warren at the time had been suspicious of reading the language, but she backed off when that came from Harry Reid. Shelby was the Republican congressman who was initially found to be backing it.
Senior senator from Alabama.
Yeah, exactly. So it was like it was one of these things. It was almost about to this other case that was going on in education management. Marblegate, he found out about it, and actually owned some of the bonds at Brigade, who had gone to call with one of the congressmen. He alerted them to it. He got a firm. He got some lobbyists together, and they convened on anybody who could to say that this is bad law. This is bad. You can't include this language. And it was about to pass, but they ultimately got enough, people to listen to them to just cut it from those must-pass legislation, and they're fine. And so the argument this law. Right, so they're trying to perform the restructuring, the way that they wanted to.
You at home who may not read the entire book, something that's super fascinating is that this whole thread of the TIA, the Marblegate lawsuit, that's what really scared Apollo and TPG ultimately, because had that kind of gone all the way through and become sort of settled law, they would have been on the hook for double-digit billions of dollars. They found out literally the day they were signing thing and moving forward that actually Marblegate was going to be unsuccessful, and so this fear, this sort of Damocles over them this entire time, ended up being knocked out at the 11th hour, and they're like, you know what? It's
the other odd, again, this has been talked about in the last 5 years. This is not unique to discussion in, I'll call it, legal forums or credit forums. But the other talk about Elliott did through the CDS, that I think was your chapter on, it was called First. They bought CDS. They obviously bonds as well, but they bought and they went to the company and said, you should go into bankruptcy. Well, now, you're not required by law at this point in our lives to go out and say, oh, by the way, I'm long the CDS. Standards for that. That's been debated a lot the last 5 years because there's more instances of this coming out. Isn't that an inherent issue that's, maybe since the Bankruptcy Act of 1978 really has not codified the rules around
I think the market is kind of knew that a bankruptcy was coming, but the markets were filing for bankruptcy.
Yeah, sleight of hand.
And it ended up paying off to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. And so it feels like insider trading, but legally,
it's the rules. It's the rules as the
so this, there was some push Elliott Management by Paul Sanger and the investment professional who's doing a lot of this, Dave Miller, one of the heads of distressed investing there. And it like to end is that they Caesars wound up filing with just one creditor class signed on to a restructuring support agreement, and that was the first lien bonds. And there was a lot of them. It was $5 billion plus in first lien bonds, but out of an $18 billion capital structure, it wasn't going to be enough to get the thing done.
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to everyone who's been working so hard on the show. We recently hit the top 10 investing podcasts on Apple Podcasts, and even number 1 in the business category in several countries. As you may know, Smead Capital Management. Smead Capital Management understands how frustrating and illogical the stock market can be. If you're searching for funds with a proven track record, give the Smead funds a look, or better yet, reach out at smeadcap.com. And don't forget to mention you're a fan of the podcast. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Investing involves risks, including loss of principal. Please refer to the prospectus for important information about the investment company, including objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Read and consider it carefully before investing. Smead Funds distributed by UMB Distribution Services, LLC, not affiliated.
Well, the other thing that struck both Cole and I when we read this was there was a lot of sort of personalities in the story, obviously, but there were also a lot of personal relationships that went back in some cases many decades. You had Howard Marks trying to rein in Ken Liang because he was friends with Leon Black. So if you could talk a little bit just about how you feel like that impacted it. And things also got deeply personal too. I mean, there was that one time where Samber wanted to do something very graphic to Ken Liang's oatmeal. So just curious how the interpersonal relationship impact for better or worse on this entire affair.
Yeah, and that's being able to delve into the personalities behind these transactions. Business journalism, a lot of there's XYZ company, does this, that, or the other thing, right? And or like a lionizing profile of a master of the universe. It really, because Cheat and I, had such good reputation and sources, and then there was a group of winners that really wanted to talk about how brilliant they were, and then once we got that story, the other side was like, well, it wasn't quite like that. We got to get into a lot of these, these personalities and the relationships. How three of the main players here went to the same finals club at Harvard, right? Two of them, between Cheney and David Miller, were really good friends from from boarding school.
Sure. So, and everyone who is at Drexel at one point, and it is, in some ways, but it's very impactful. It has like these far-reaching connections as well. And this was the book was, and like draw them together and see how they make an impact, right? Like, personalities. There are, people that take things personally or they are irrational. And not all industries, I think.
Yeah, to your point, it just gets messy. As Jim Milstein, this mess had many fathers, end quote, which is his way of explaining. It is my, didn't want to admit that Apollo and TPG done something wrong necessarily.
Thank you.
Milstein is this very tenured, successful person in his field and what he does, and even he at some point ends up looking, I don't want to say foolish, but and I feel like everyone, at one point someone looked like an idiot, and they ended up looking like a genius, and some other people started looking like geniuses and ended up looking like idiots. In fact, there was so much competition in the intellect of these people, and that's why there was such movement.
Today, what I'd like to do is
I mean, called out by the examiner for orchestrating along with its executives potentially $1 billion in very strong claim for fraudulent conveyance and breaches of fiduciary duty, etc. And at the end of everything, all they had to do is get back their equity check, and they raised the loan. All the nuance, like the individuals for right, like Jim Milstein, he didn't become like a pioneer in their structure industry, but he was also the son of Ira Milstein. Yeah. Like a pioneer, like a domineering figure at Wild, and he was in because he worked for the Obama administration, served as function advising on how to, and so it was one of those things where you come out of like these things on a big picture to what this petty swaddling between two funds that actually have the same LPs, the same pensions or insurance companies. Like it was it seemed kind of small time in some ways, and so it was we tried to capture that was the context with it, while you have a lot of younger, ambitious, aggressive, mid-level executives that are trying to prove themselves. This is their whole world, so they don't care or respect anybody who's come before them.
Yeah, Max, I appreciate you saying that, because Cole and I talked about this a lot as we were reading the book. To your point, I know it wasn't your intention. Apollo kind of comes off as the villain. Like, they're the evil empire in the story. But then when you really take a step back and think about it, some of the original investors in the LBO financing, like the Michael J. Fox Foundation.
That you mentioned in the book, yeah.
They were sort of genuine victims, if you will, in all this. But the players, to your point, that were left standing, in the end, as they say, there's no honor among thieves. and these are all the sharpest elbows, brightest minds in the room,
including the lawyers.
Yeah, going at it. So, in the end, and I don't get the bad way, it was to feel bad for anybody. Like everybody was sort of reaping what they sowed, for better or worse. So you talked about Richard Davis, the examiner. Curious, that was clearly sort of like the pivotal point in this case. Do you think that he was fair in his work and his assessment? Do you think he was biased going in? Because I doubt that if Davis had different findings, this whole affair probably would have turned out quite differently.
Yeah, very much so. That Richard Davis, the former water director, a very respected, professional, with our third co-author, and because we rely heavily on his 1,800-page examiner's report, and because he had the sweat get interviews with everybody who was involved. And it didn't require people did it voluntarily, but they were not going to not talk to him, so everyone kind of treated him as the judge to begin with, and so he got access to everybody. And then his report result of these hundreds and hundreds of interviews and reviewing millions of pages, having his own team of lawyers pouring through all these stuff, understanding the transaction. So, and we think that his work was done fair-minded, right? I think that there's legitimate, but it was very helpful, very revelatory, and re-reporting some of it. Was that in their mindset, they had this slide that was presented internally where it said, okay, well, we're gonna move all these assets. The good one, we'll be in a better position, negotiating position with creditors, and they've got bankruptcy, so we can have our cake and eat it too, right? And this was all being done without being anyone that was looking out for the creditors of OpCo at a time where ostensibly that it was insolvent, which you have a fiduciary responsibility that on it, and yeah, right, was seeing interesting character.
We know who the winners are, right? So, for example, if someone says, walk away from a book, there's no good, there's no evil, but who won a lot, okay? And I will dub this, I don't think anyone's done this, but I'll call it the Yellowstone Club rule. It's not the first owner that wins. It's not the second owner that wins. It's the third owner that wins. And that third owner, most magnanimously, was ultimately Appaloosa. They come out with such an obscene reward from this, even relative to Oak Tree or others, was what I took away from your book.
Yeah, percentage return.
Yeah. And I was thinking, I wonder if David Tepper hadn't done this, would he be the owner of the Panthers right now? I was kind of but this was a massive winner in the billions for Appaloosa, and they weren't involved very long compared to others.
Probably right about it, exactly. But it's so I speculate by memory, but we tried to quantify everyone's absolute dollar amount. So we estimated that lower, but they
still want a big body. And when things were stressed, they got more than one. Like it's represented by like white and case, you guarantee notes. Wound up having some of the best returns. I've just gotten better returns. Sure. Enormous amount of value here because the right, and it did wind up being worth more than the entirety of its debt eventually. It turns out there were billions to get off this trade, and to your point, several firms and even individuals ended up making billions, but it just wasn't in the book. What struck me, just sort of like a cursory looking people up on LinkedIn, it seems like a lot of people, most of the people in the story are at the same firms they were at. If anything, they're more senior, more wealthy now. So I'm curious, from the investment firm's perspective, the lawyers, the bankers, how did this impact people in their careers? Because for it seemed like it had a profoundly negative influence really on anybody professionally. So curious for your thoughts on that. It would like if everyone acquitted themselves well, right? And like David Zambrano, what he did, it was like, okay, well, he's going into rooms with a bunch of other aggressive investors, a lot of them were older and senior, and strategy was to throw a tantrum and water and negotiate rationally. Daniel Kahneman even says that, right? Thinking Fast and Slow, some of the subsequent studies. So all the character, it was a highly interesting, discrete period of time where there were winners and losers monetarily. But most of the people are still in the same industry and continue to make money off of it in other ways. So you said that you tried to not take shots at firms or individuals in the book, and I agree you did a good job of avoiding that. You did take a parting shot on the very last page of the book at Paul Weiss, and I think it's relevant today. We talk about information, the legacy media is liberal bias, the left thinks X is, conservative bias, and you kind of touch on that, indirectly on that last page where you felt that you and your co-author were stifled from sort of telling the story and trying to tell the truth. So I was wondering if you expand that, because I think it's I guess I don't it was Paul Weiss and there it has to maybe it has to follow, maybe not, I don't know. It was I think it's a standard thing to do when you're powerful, influential, on money to try to control the narrative, right, in the media and media space. And part of the strategy of doing this is to cut short potentially narrative that doesn't favor you. And so Paul Weiss did send some menacing letters over, asking to see our manuscript.
and that if we published anything that was untoward, there could be consequences. And I do know a lot of the media. There's a power imbalance, obviously, and most journalists are not making a lot of money, and they're just trying to get tired of things. And so I think that I hope that encourage from intimidating journalists. Like the one report on what you just done accurately. And if you're sending threatening letters, then there's nothing to prevent us from posting them. So it's and like tons of good relationships with people who work at Paul Weiss, then and presently, so that was something that happened. I don't think I'm misguided. I don't think that I think it's inevitable that they're going to try to. They think that it's negative coverage.
Let's see, another kind of parting question. The nominal level of rates is obviously higher today. We just use the 10-year treasury right now as an example. Okay, spreads, like we talked about, are really tight. Junk bond offerings way oversubscribed right now. So even tighter are really loose out there in credit markets from what could be seen and exhibited. Do you have any on that as we move forward? In other words, we would say here there's a big risk that government might have some trouble in their own funding over the next, say, 2 to 3 years with our deficits. So again, 10-year weights at 5. And look at the lax spreads, lax underwriting right now. Because in some respects, I can say it looks more like 06 than I would say it looks like the bottom in 09.
Yeah, well, especially private credit, right? If there's a bubble anywhere, my day job is I am the head of a team of analysts on investing, restructuring, and the most in vogue thing is liability management exercises, and that is essentially taking advantage of this like covenant light era and this era of really open loose capital markets. Because regardless, the quantum of fixed income is just growing. Trillions in high yield debt, leverage loans, private credit, and more. All these derivatives. That's there is alternative financing or restructurings in those credit facilities to kick the can, capture discount, pit creditors against each other, and innovative things in order to keep their equity options. And that provides opportunity, and that makes things super interesting. Provides. So that's the concept. That's what's happening right now. There's not going to be in this environment. There's fewer Chapter 11s, like free fall, like defaults. Yeah, and there's a lot more structuring. It's not traditional. It's just ultimately that too much debt, and you have to do something. You have all these options.
Yeah. I was talking to a former colleague of mine who's a banker, talking about how the cram downs. I mean, the cram downs are happening, and the only thing that usually stops this mechanistically is these are contractual obligations. So it would be contract law and courts that would decide. And so, to your point, that's the arbiter of these. Ultimately, is what the confidence are super important. Outside of your work, are you active on X? Can our listeners follow your work, Max?
Not totally active, but I'm there. Max Trumas of LinkedIn, and Mindset, right? Mindset.com. Go there. We have free insights that we post all the time. And anyone wants to reach out to Max. Frumis at 9fin.com. I have a weekly newsletter that goes out about all the interesting liability management restraints called the default notice. Happy to send it to you.
That'd be great. And Max, I know Connor and I, both of us, we really thank you for your time and also appreciate you and Sajid's work. Go out and buy a copy of the Caesar's Palace Coup to understand how big pools of capital and different incentives can cause sustainable businesses, like we talked about, with temporary crises. Munger said when ladies and leverage, we definitely learned how leverage can cause that.
And I think in future editions of the podcast, we might explore the liquor and ladies.
So maybe we'll have you back for that, Max. If you enjoyed this podcast, go to Apple, Spotify, review, tell others about the books and great authors like Max that have the chance to study the world with and through. For our tribe, if you have a great you'd like to recommend, email podcast at speedcap.com. Podcast at speedcap.com. You can also send your suggestions. Thank you for joining us for this podcast. We look forward to the next episode.
Thank you for listening to A Book with Legs, Speed Capital Management. The material provided in this podcast is for informational use only, should not be construed as investment. You can learn more about Speed Capital Management and its products at
most of the history that I like to treat seriously, much more positive creative elements literary social under the call of the second 15th century, an annual race of
You're listening to A Book with Leg Management. At Speed Capital Management, we advise investors who fear stock market failure. You can learn more at speedcap.com or by calling your financial advisor.
Welcome to a Bowen Portfolio Manager here at Speed Capital Management. At our firm, we are readers, and we believe in the power of books to help shape and form investors. In this podcast, we speak to great authors about their writing. The late, great Charlie Munger prescribed using mental models and analysis. We analyze their work through the lens of people. Hosting this alongside me is our newly minted Chief Operating Officer, who comes from Wall Street, sure enough, Connor O'Callaghan.
Good to be here.
Glad to have you, man. You ready to jam and have some fun?
You know it.
So we will discuss deal making, financing, legal, and maybe most interesting to our listeners, the masters of the universe. Max Vrooms is joining us to discuss the Caesar's Palace Coup that he co-authored with Sajid, Distress and Restructuring News at night. He previously was a global for LevFin Insights, part of Fitch Solutions. Max has a master's in journalism from Northwestern University, probably one of the most famed journalism programs in the country, I might add. And more importantly, maybe a bachelor's degree in cognitive science from the People's Republic of Berkeley. Max, really glad you're here with us today.
Thanks for having me on, Cole. Good to be on here, you and Connor.
Yeah, this will be fun. And a lot, fast-paced, lots of bull. And I think you did a really good job of keeping structure in people's mind, and we'll look at some of that structure discussion. Also, just the opening where it's like, hey, remind me of who is who and who's tied to what. You did a wonderful job of this. So let me just kind of kick it off. What caused you and Sajid to come together? Was a writer at Financial Times, I think, at the time. How did you guys connect? And how did this story become stories right together?
It's great meet you. Also, I'll say, in reference to your opening, the Caesar's Palace Coup was Berger's pick of the year that unveiled at Berkshire had.
I agree. In fact, I'll add to that. So we have a listener
It's last year, second to last year.
Yeah, second to last year. So we have a listener. To your point, we want Superfan Steve. He's a personality, I guess, in the podcast. To do it, and I thought, well, if Superfan Steve and Charlie Munger agree on it, then we better do it. So I agree, and that was, I think, that's 4 years ago now that Charlie mentioned that. 3 years ago, something like that.
Yeah. So we appreciate him, appreciate Steve for reading the book and recommending it. And yes, we would be not mentioning the extraordinary business journalist Sajid, who co-authored the book with me. And the way we met was on the social media platform formerly known as Twitter. Like my career is very niche in journalism, special journalism. Probably the most general operating on private equity for the deal magazine, or I specialize more into corporate finance, public Standard & Poor's, and covering distressed debt. Actually, help this man field for an insurance company, and he had the idea to start up a company that focused on this company. And then my reporting became a lot more technical. We hired former bankruptcy attorneys and credit analysts, and ultimately produced like high specialized content for an audience of hedge funds, and then etc. And get at all the complexities of these distressed companies, and then ultimately the trading prices of the debt securities throughout the course of Chapter 11 restructuring. And so while I was after 4 years of that company wanted me to build success, my shares invested. I was super interested in the industry, so I put together a proposal and started shopping it around. And at the time, writing for Financial Times, is the editor of the Lex column, had been super interested in the story from the perspective of the intersection of corporate finance and corporate law. He's like, and he used to be an innovator at Lazard. And so he had this great capstone piece for the Financial Times that really kind of got in some of the behind the scenes of like the angry negotiations between Apollos. And I had been covering Caesars from like the front lines of like live blogging the bankruptcy hearings, litigation, and reporting on the groups that were forming behind the scenes. He heard about me writing the was in this book from one of his sources, a mutual source, reached out on Twitter and said, hey, look, I heard you're writing this book. I love this story. Anyway, great, right? So he slid into my DMs. I messaged back. I'd be like, man, we did it. It was clear. He was amazing. And I said, let's just write it together. I said yes, and the rest is history.
Really fun. So you started with Gary Loveman at the beginning. You kind of give his background at Harvard. Can you just
trained economist? Gary Loveman, extremely smart, actually, came from much more blue-collar background, and made a name for himself in economics. And when at Harvard, and while there, did some consulting work on the side for what was then Harris. And then he was brought on by the CEO at the time, where the CEO of Harris started to really identify that, this industry, like the casino industry,
is kind of in, like just old times, right? Like the movie Casino was going on, and that's at the time. Great movie. Yeah, it's right. Like, I researched that, watched it and read it.
But looking at classical sources,
because I was hoping when we were like looking into paying Caesars and this grand casino operating company that I would find put their ties to the mob, right? There's got to be something here, right? Like, Markman, he must have struck a bunch of backroom deals. No, like the truth was, by that time, they had transitioned from this illicit industry with a lot of shady dealings going on to one that is upfront about what it's doing at the end, running it. Right? And so this was where they started bringing in mathematicians, and Harris was really the first to do this, and Barry Loveman was really a pioneer in data and the numbers that they were getting from the casino business, because they could to the state of how many people were using which or what their demographics, what their day jobs were, how often they went, and what this data and turned it into the Total Rewards program. Hired a couple of other really smart mathematicians to do that work, and then pioneer what is now David Guru, and then in any industry really, in sending, like, targeting people with the promotions that are most likely to bring them in and keep them loyal, and that wound up being very successful for Harris. That attracted Apollo and other private equity investors. It ultimately wound up being in 2006 or 2008, when equity firms were writing humongous checks to load up relatively healthy and public companies with debt in order to just grow into that debt and make a huge return on investment. So that, like, Loveman was the attraction there. In turn, they just kept on buying casinos and plugging it into the Total Reward system. You didn't have to compete with the Venetian and, like, the big, attractive box model that some of the other ostentatious competitors. It's pretty cool reading about Loveman. It was captivating reading. And by the way, as Cole mentioned, I have about 20 years of even for me, though, understanding all these things, understanding all the terms of art, I still found myself going back, referencing the players in the front, keep it all straight in my head. It was not very complicated. So yeah, Loveman was basically AI, like, before it was sort of like a forerunner of big data and using that to his advantage. So what I'm curious about, though, is more on the corporate side. So the 90s, I think, for all of us, unfortunately, feels like not that long ago, but it was a long time ago. So you talk a little bit about how the industry as a whole was transformed. It seemed like it was tied in with legacy businesses like Holiday Inn. How did that evolve? Obviously, you talked about MBAs coming in and being more involved and sort of making it more technical. Talk a little bit about the landscape and also how it looks different from today, because clearly back then it was just Vegas and Atlantic that really changed a lot to over the last 30 years. Both. Like, how did casino ownership evolve and the business model evolve? Just a disclaimer, not a list whatsoever. But this book, we tracked the transition in it. It was kind of a twofold transition from, like, just high school grads, non-professionals running the industry who new people break some legs. To MBAs, and then from MBAs to PhDs, right? So that was like transition, and Loveman really like that, the transition to, like, the PhDs, like formulas into practice in order to really make sure that anyone who liked gambling would be loyal to their brand. And then since then, I think it's been another transition to more like entertainment, right? So it's like, at the height of it, it was a big, like there was a way to draw people for, like get people who were really hooked on it to come back time and again. And then, there was this understanding that they wanted to bring in, families, events, start the residence at Planet Hollywood. And I was talking about a little bit, right? They brought Britney Spears by being successful. And then building the big,
however, he was captured by
attractions across the street from Caesars as well. That
was able to kind of
being how the casino industry changed over time.
Himself to the Roman forces.
Being legitimate, right? It's like it's an LBO target. All right. And this is like the interesting thing, whereas private equity firms are so sophisticated, they have so much money to throw around. They pretty much think that they can overcome anything. And the licensing process to become an owner of casinos, in Las Vegas and elsewhere is very, very, very rigorous. Right? We describe how they had to go through this process of getting interviewed by like the local authorities there. And having a little background, like the tattoos. So, it was a very high bar to break into that industry. But as you'll notice, right now that they have, Blackstone, Apollo is come back and they own the Venetian, and it became something that was very investable for non-specific casino investors. Can about Drexel, because on its surface, this is a story about Apollo, but really everything has its pretty much Drexel, Byrne, and Lambert in the story. So in some respects, Cole and I were joking, you could call it Predator's Ball Part 3 or Barbarians of the Game Part 2. But just tell us sort of a little bit about Drexel. Obviously, that's kind of going back to the 80s, but that really, all of this really.
Well, in full disclosure, Max, my dad, who we obviously work with, was a retail broker at Drexel, so I grew up a Drexel kid. Right? So it's like one of those things where everything tied to Drexel. I was like, in your book, I was like, this is amazing.
Well, and just a quick point on that. The toughest times of his life, thought his career was over. His life was over. It's the age-old one door closes, another opens, and clearly things have gone very well for him. It was quite a time. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit, that'd be awesome. Yeah, it was. It was a fascinating rabbit hole to dig into, and like really, you could trace a lot of the entire, first of the explosion thing, just corporate credit and all the facets of it back to, Mike Milken and Drexel really being the ones that are arranging these bonds for riskier companies. And from there, and Milken studied at Berkeley. So it was something where, Howard Marks, like a Oak Tree recognized it and left to start Oak Tree with this thesis that if you buy critical mass of these riskier bonds, that you'll actually, even with the additional defaults, you'll wind up making more money because
because not all of them are going to default, right? And so that really created this world where the favorite the favorites of Vilken, who
the way things out over the year 66,
the junk bond king,
decided to send
give huge amounts of high yield debt, including barbarians at the gate, right, to complete
set up shop
humongous LVOs,
and he could have put it under siege or attack
when it blew up, it spawned success, including Apollo. Leon Black was one of the major lieutenants of Mike Vulcan. He went on to, he's really like the senior founder of what became Apollo, was he stretched assets after starting to real firm, and then he brought on Mark Rowan and Josh who were named co-founders. They were a little bit junior at the time, but they're so brilliant themselves. They got being co-founders of Apollo. They all came out of Bruce Karsh, others at Canyon, and across a number of different firms that knew how to invest in risky debt, and ultimately that knew how to invest in spend and how to navigate a Chapter 11. And before a lot of the information in Chapter 11 has been democratized by various services, including Wire and 911 right now. They're making it really easy to access court documents, people summarizing them, and live blood court hearings. All that stuff was not accessible to most people. And so firms like Apollo or Oak Tree or